Chapter 1041. Jiang Chen cursed at the top of his lungs, but unfortunately, the Huang dog couldn't hear him at all. He didn't react at all. His huge body lay motionless in Jiang Chen's arms, as if he was dead. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. This was the second time the Huang dog had stood in front of him without any hesitation and used his own life to defend him. He knew that the Huang dog didn't hesitate to attack him, and he didn't even think about it. Under normal circumstances, with the Huang dog's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought that Jiang Chen still had a backup plan. However, at that moment, the Huang dog couldn't care less because he had sensed the danger Jiang Chen was in. Therefore, he stepped forward bravely and released his most dazzling side, showing his hot-blooded brotherhood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew out, and they were none other than Han Yen and Tyrant. They walked out of the five elements to Jura Grand Formation without any hesitation. Even though they were facing the terrifying Big Tycoon, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. They stood up straight, and when they saw Big Yellow's condition, their eyes turned red. Bastards, what the hell are you two doing? Why didn't you stop him? When have I ever done anything that I wasn't confident in? That damned big guardian, can he kill me? You two idiots! Jiang Chen scolded Han Yen and Tyrant once again. At the same time, he kept injecting wood element energy into Big Yellow's body. At the same time, he cut open his palm and dripped his blood into Big Yellow's mouth. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything. If the Huang wanted to attack, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Moreover, they also wanted to attack at that moment. What a brotherly love! It's so touching. Jiang Chen, being brothers with an animal is really lowering your status. What a good brotherly love. Big Guardian looked at the three people and a dog and said in a strange tone. He didn't continue his attack. Seeing Jiang Chen in such pain, he felt very happy in his heart. He liked this feeling. Boom! Fury erupted from Jiang Chen, Han Yen, and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Big Guardian's words had crossed their bottom line. Jiang Chen's eyes had already turned blood red. The aura on his body began to become incomparably violent. That was the prelude to his madness. The Huang won't die. You two take him back and look after him. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned calm. He handed over the Huang dog's body to Tyrant. Both of them glanced at Jiang Chen, who was at the edge of the storm. Without saying a word, they turned around and returned to Gu Palace's camp. Jiang Chen, I have to say, that dog is very powerful. He was actually able to block my attack. Unfortunately, this will not change your fate. You will still die. Big Guardian looked at Jiang Chen and said. After hearing such words, if it was before, Jiang Chen would certainly refute it, but now, he didn't say a word, because saying another word would be useless. What Jiang Chen wanted to do now was to crush this bastard in front of him and kill him at all costs. The 7-story Zulong Tower emitted a buzzing sound, hovering around Jiang Chen's body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate rapidly. The raging fire had already filled Jiang Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under the influence of this raging qi, the corpses of those half-step human immortals began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This was Jiang Chen's plan. Previously, he collected these corpses just in case. This was a very dangerous and crazy move, but a man would always go crazy a few times in his life. If he had no other choice, he would do anything dangerous. Jiang Chen didn't resist Big Guardian's attack just now, not because he had given up, but because he wanted to use the Zulong Tower to resist Big Guardian's attack. A 7-story Zulong Tower shouldn't be a problem to resist Big Guardian's attack. It could also be considered as buying some time for him to devour those corpses. Unexpectedly, the Huang dog rushed out at this time, which made Jiang Qin extremely regretful. Now, Jiang Qin was going to attack recklessly. He wanted to avenge De Huang. There was only one ending for hurting his brother, death. Paw. Paw. Jiang Chen's body began to produce crackling sounds like the sound of lightning. His qi began to become incomparably tyrannical. The Zulong Tower began to circulate crazily. The 8th floor began to condense gradually. A large amount of blood qi was absorbed. Jiang Chen had also benefited greatly from it, pushing his cultivation to the 8th grade great saint. As Jiang Chen's energy continued to rise, his qi and blood became more and more violent. His eyes became redder and redder, like a sea of blood. The violent qi began to corrode his mind, causing him to enter a state of madness. Ha! What is this brat doing? Humph! I would like to see what kind of means he has. Big Guardian frowned. He had sensed Jiang Chen's action, but he didn't do anything to stop it. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just like an ant. No matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Not good. There's something wrong with little Chenzi. His mind seems to have been eroded by his anger. He is in a state of extreme madness. Could it be that he has lost his mind because of what happened to De Huang? Tyrant's facial expression changed. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen's qi was getting more and more tyrannical. It was an uncontrollable qi of slaughter. The current Jiang Chen was like a killing machine that only knew how to kill. This situation is too dangerous. If we don't stop it, little Chenzi will probably lose his mind completely and become a killing maniac. Han Yan's facial expression changed. Han Yan became worried as well. They had no idea what had happened to Jiang Qin, but they knew that Jiang Qin was in a very dangerous situation. The experts of the 3 palaces turned to look at Jiang Qin. The change of Jiang Qin was too scary and made them shudder. Roar! Finally, Jiang Qin let out a dragon roar towards the sky. His cultivation had broken through the 8th grade great saint, advancing to a more terrifying level, but the tyrannical qi didn't stop. The half-step human immortal was still being devoured by him and Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's blood and qi began to turn violent. His mind began to only know how to kill. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Jiang Qin was afraid that he would have completely fallen into the tyrannical qi. Wang the instant Jiang Qin advanced to the 8th grade great saint, the Zulong Tower began to produce a buzzing sound. The 8th floor was fully condensed and the 9th floor appeared. Jiang Qin was using the devouring ability of the Zulong Tower to forcibly increase his cultivation. At his current level, only devouring the half-step human immortals could speed up his cultivation. So, as a precaution, Jiang Qin kept all the corpses at the very beginning. However, this would make Jiang Qin more tyrannical, a wild beast and a bloodthirsty madman. Chapter 1042. No one knew what had happened to Jiang Qin. In this world, only De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Qin owned the Zulong Tower. Presently, De Huang was in a deep coma, so he couldn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were getting more and more violent. The dragon marks in his body continued to condense. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 95,000, which was only 1,000 away from the 9th grade great saint. His combat strength continued to rise. The blood qi above his head turned into a beam of light. It was the shadow of a blood-red dragon. It was a tyrannical dragon, a dragon of slaughter. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. Roar! 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 Violent and bloodthirsty roars came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire battlefield was filled with a bloodthirsty emotion. Big Guardian was shocked. He had a feeling that the person standing in front of him was no longer a human, but an ancient barbaric beast, a monster that had no emotions at all. That's right. That's right. Not good. We can't let him continue to grow. Big Guardian finally felt the seriousness of the matter. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin could break through to the 8th grade Great Saint in an instant. Judging from his cultivation base, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. If he was allowed to continue to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go to hell, Jiang Qin. Big Guardian attacked decisively. His terrifying palm struck heavily on Jiang Qin's body, but in fact, it landed on the Zulong Tower. Hong Long. The Zulong Tower emitted a strong wave. Jiang Qin was sent flying a few dozen meters away. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the Zulong Tower, but these cracks quickly healed. Roar! Roar! Jiang Qin was still roaring like a barbaric dragon. His roar was heart-wrenching and terrifying. He didn't even try to resist Big Guardian's attack. He just let the attack land on his body and endured the terrifying energy pressure. Damn it! Why is he still fine? Big Guardian's countenance changed. He cursed and launched another attack. Rumble! Big Guardian's continuous attacks had sent Jiang Qin flying 7 or 8 times in a short period of time. Jiang Qin was beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time, but his momentum kept rising without any pause. His injuries also recovered in an instant. After advancing to the 8th grade Great Saint, Jiang Qin was no longer the same as before. Whether it was the recovery ability of his body or the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, both of them had multiplied. It would be extremely difficult for Big Guardian to kill Jiang Qin now. The current state of Jiang Qin was really scary. It wasn't because he was continuously attacked by Big Guardian, but because he was like a bloodthirsty beast. Compared to before, he had become a completely different person. Such a situation had filled the experts of the 3 palaces with worry. Everyone on the scene was an expert. They could see the current state of Jiang Qin and knew what kind of serious consequences it would bring to Jiang Qin. Currently, Big Guardian was really depressed. He had attacked Jiang Qin so many times, but he didn't cause any damage to Jiang Qin. Or perhaps, the damage wasn't serious at all. This made Big Guardian unable to remain calm. Damn it! What happened to this bastard? How did he become like this all of a sudden? His chi is still rising. Could it be that he is going to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint? I can't let him advance any further. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. Big Guardian cursed. His worry wasn't without reason. Immediately, he dared not show any neglect. A large black blade appeared in his hand and he lunged at Jiang Qin. He didn't want to play with fire anymore as it might put him in an irrecoverable situation. Hong! At this moment, the chi in Jiang Qin's body exploded all of a sudden. It was as if a long-suppressed chi wave had suddenly burst out. The energy that erupted was unimaginable. At this time, Jiang Qin had finally refined all the half-step human immortal corpses. The 9th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, only 1 step away from advancing to the 9th grade Great Saint. However, the price that such an impact had brought to Jiang Qin was too great. Putting aside his emotions, he was now in a completely brutal and bloodthirsty state. If it wasn't for the suppression of the edifying light, he would have completely lost his mind. Dong! The momentum of the explosion bounced Big Guardian away. Jiang Qin's chest heaved up and down. The anger and killing intent that he had been suppressing had reached a critical point. Dong! Jiang Qin's feet trembled, creating a huge hole in the void. At this moment, he had completely entered into a frenzied state. Have you had enough? It's my turn now, Jiang Chen said to Big Guardian. His voice was hoarse. It was obvious that he was fighting with the bloodthirsty qi in his body, trying to control his mind. Roar! Jiang Chen roared madly. The true dragon palm tore the void apart and grabbed at Big Guardian crazily. Under such a frenzied state, Jiang Chen's combat strength had become stronger than before. Big Guardian was trembling with fear. He could actually feel an enormous pressure from Jiang Chen. This was an incomparably ridiculous thing. One should know that he was a mighty half-step human immortal, the scariest genius in Saint Origin world. It was unimaginable that he could feel an enormous pressure from an 8th grade great saint. In the face of the mountain-like blood-red dragon claw, Big Guardian slashed out his saber at lightning speed. It seemed like he was going to tear Jiang Chen's dragon claw into two halves from the middle. Clang! A shocking scene took place. The invincible blade stopped when it collided with the blood-red dragon claw. The scene of the dragon claw being torn apart didn't happen as Big Guardian expected. Instead, his combat weapon was gripped tightly by Jiang Chen, immobilizing him. The whole scene seemed to have frozen. Many of them were dumbfounded, especially Big Guardian. This move had made him feel the gap between him and Jiang Chen. He knew better than anyone else how powerful his attack was. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the most he could do was to bounce him away from the intense collision. It was absolutely impossible for Jiang Chen to catch his combat weapon, but now, it was caught by Jiang Chen. You can't do it anymore. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and snatched the saber back from Big Guardian's hand. He didn't care about the combat weapon, so he immediately threw it to the sky. Before Big Guardian could react, Jiang Chen's sharp claws gripped Big Guardian's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Big Guardian's body, causing blood to gush out crazily. His Big Guardian shuddered. It was a heart-wrenching pain that reached deep into his soul. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of fear from Jiang Chen. He saw Jiang Chen's bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a human, but a merciless creature that could annihilate the world with just a glance. Chapter 1043. The scene froze. The incomparably powerful Big Guardian was firmly restrained by Jiang Chen's dragon claw. He couldn't move at all and was about to be torn into two halves by Jiang Chen's bare hands. The experts of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe that what happened today was real. Was this Jiang Chen still a human? From Second Guardian to Big Guardian, he had continuously created miracles. Step by step, he counterattacked and succeeded. Finally, he reversed the situation of certain death. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Even when they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. Jiang Chen's reversal made the three palaces heave a sigh of relief. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. He was an omnipotent man, a man who was good at creating miracles. Ever since the war with Desolate Palace began, Jiang Chen had created countless miracles. Just as the old ancestor of Gu Palace had predicted, he was a huge variable that saved the fate of the three palaces. However, none of the higher-ups of the three palaces were happy at the moment because all of them were worried about Jiang Chen. Those with a little bit of eyesight could see the current state of Jiang Chen. The bloodthirsty and violent aura was constantly eroding Jiang Chen's consciousness like a scourge. Once his consciousness was completely devoured, Jiang Chen would truly lose himself and turn into a murderous devil. The final outcome would be extremely tragic. Putting aside their relationship with Jiang Chen, the fact that Jiang Chen had stepped forward to help them so much was enough to make him their savior. In their hearts, Jiang Chen occupied a supreme position. They didn't want to see their benefactor sink into such a state. One should know that given Jiang Chen's ability, he didn't need to participate in this war. He could totally stay out of it. Given his potential, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate Desolate Palace once he reached the major stage of his cultivation. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to run away. Instead, he stood in front of the three palaces and blocked the iron hooves of Desolate Palace, causing them to suffer the biggest loss in their history. It was an irreparable loss. To put it bluntly, the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. On the battlefield, a big guardian was completely enveloped by Jiang Chen's qi. He could feel the sharp claws of Jiang Chen penetrating deep into his shoulder, breaking his bones. It was a heart-wrenching pain that almost tore his soul apart. No, Big Guardian, will never be defeated by an 8th-grade great saint. Arg, Big Guardian wasn't willing to give up. He let out a loud roar, and at the last moment, he unleashed all the power in his body. Layers upon layers of energy waves were like ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the battlefield in a radius of a few hundred miles. The void cracked inch by inch. This kind of energy was enough to destroy everything. It was an absolutely destructive attack. However, all of this was useless under the strong suppression of Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen was in a state of deep madness. Plus, his combat strength was no longer comparable to Big Guardian's. The violent qi gave him the aura of a devil king. Under this almost solidified pressure, all of Big Guardian's counterattacks were useless. He couldn't shake Jiang Chen at all. Listen carefully. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch, and there are some words that you can't say. From the moment you attacked Big Yellow and called him an animal, your fate has been decided. Jiang Chen's reverse scale isn't something that anyone can touch. Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Jiang Chen's merciless dragon eyes stared unblinkingly at Big Guardian. His voice was devoid of any emotion. It was so cold that it could make one fall into an ice cave. His voice was incomparably hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for 10,000 years. His emotions had always been affected by the bloodthirsty and brutal qi. The edifying light was the only thing that kept him awake. Qi law. Arg, a mournful scream resounded in the sky. Jiang Chen's terrifying dragon claws grabbed Big Guardian's shoulders and tore them apart. The sound of bones breaking and flesh separating could be heard clearly. It made people's hair stand on end. Under Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, Big Guardian was torn apart by Jiang Chen. It wasn't a sudden tearing, but a slow tearing. Jiang Chen was tearing the Big Guardian apart bit by bit. It was an incomparably horrifying and bloody scene. Blood splattered all over Jiang Chen's body and face, but Jiang Chen couldn't feel anything. Arg, Big Guardian's scream was heart-wrenching. From his scream, one could hear the pain he was enduring at the moment. The pain of being torn apart by the violent energy was 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. This was probably the torture that Big Guardian wanted to use on Jiang Chen at the beginning. But now, Jiang Chen used it on him. Hiss. All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those from Desolate Palace's camp. Each and every one of them had a pale face. Some of them were already trembling in fear when they arrived at the stronghold. They looked at Jiang Chen and kept quiet out of fear. They had never seen such a cruel man before. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but a bloodthirsty wild beast. He had lost all human emotions. Jiang Chen's face was covered with blood. Jiang Chen's face was covered with blood. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Big Guardian's blood spurted on his face, turning him into a bloody devil. He had become the incarnation of slaughter and cruelty. He had gone completely insane. His whole being was immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering and killing. Only killing and blood could make him feel better. Jiang Qin, you crazy devil. You are not a human. Big Guardian roared, but it was useless. His fate had already been decided. He was destined to die in the hands of Jiang Qin, and he would die in the most miserable way. Hong Long. At this moment, a huge commotion was heard from the side of Desolate Palace once again. This time, the commotion was much bigger than the previous one. A huge hole appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Cold wind blew. 5 silhouettes appeared simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. They were 5 old men with fluttering sleeves. The pressure they exuded was enough to make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. No one didn't kneel down and worship them. They were just standing there, but they gave people a feeling of nothingness, like the realm of immortals. That's right. All of them were human immortals, powerful human immortals. Although they were only early human immortals, they were supreme and irresistible to the mortals in Saint Origin world. They were the true superiors who could kill people with just a glance. My God! All of them are human immortals. Damn it! Jiang Qin was right. All the human immortals of Desolate Palace have yet to ascend to the immortal realm, and there are 5 of them. How are we going to fight them? It's over. All of them are finished. Jiang Qin is finished too. 5 human immortals. Even if Jiang Qin has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for them. Damn it. Desolate Palace has such a big plan. None of their human immortals have ascended to the immortal world in the past 100 years. Human immortals are not supposed to fight in the mortal world because once they do, they will be drawn by the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. However, Desolate Palace has imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus and has the immortal mark that can block the laws of the immortal world. The 3 palaces were in a complete panic. The scene that they were most worried about had finally happened. Jiang Qin was right. All the human immortal experts of Desolate Palace were still here. This was an irresistible pressure. As soon as the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace arrived, they saw the bloody scene of Jiang Qin tearing Big Tycoon apart. Their facial expression changed instantly. Not only that, as human immortals, they could tell what had happened just now through the aura of the scene. All the experts of Desolate Palace had been slaughtered by that mad dragon man. Now, even Big Tycoon was no match for him and was about to die a tragic death. The 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed. The painstaking efforts of the 5 ancestors had gone up in smoke. How could they bear this? Even with the self-restraint of human immortals, they couldn't help but go mad on the spot. Damn it! One of the human immortal patriarchs was furious. Little bastard, I want you to release him immediately. Bah! I'll release your grandfather. Jiang Qin didn't care who the motherfucker was. He wanted to kill Big Tycoon. Not even the heavens could save Big Tycoon from his hands. The terrifying force instantly tore Big Tycoon into pieces. At the same time, the Zulung Tower sucked in Big Tycoon's body and devoured him. Don't! Tyrant yelled from afar. As a Buddhist, he knew very well about Jiang Qin's current state. Jiang Qin had gone completely mad. If he could still maintain his sanity with the help of the edifying light, he was afraid that the last of his sanity would vanish after devouring Big Tycoon. However, Jiang Qin didn't hear Tyrant's words. Just like what Tyrant said, Jiang Qin's madness had reached its peak after devouring Big Tycoon. Even the edifying light couldn't suppress it anymore. His eyes had completely turned blood red. That was the color of cruelty. At this moment, Jiang Qin had completely lost his sanity and turned into a killing machine. The devouring of Big Tycoon had once again increased his violent energy, but because he had lost his sanity, the dragon transformation skill couldn't circulate normally. Therefore, Jiang Qin couldn't break through to the 9th grade Great Saint. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. If he really advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, he might even be able to kill a human immortal. Arg! Beast! Beast! The 100 Years plan of Desolate Palace has been destroyed. This is too great a loss. I only regret that I didn't kill this brat earlier, which led to today's disaster. The human immortal patriarch yelled at the sky. During the war in Western Domain, he had deduced that Jiang Qin had gone to the devil world. Unfortunately, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at that time, which led to today's disaster. Chapter 1044. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had gone mad, but their madness wasn't the same as Jiang Qin's madness. They were driven mad by anger. It had been 100 years of great plan. They had painstakingly nurtured geniuses for 100 years just for this day. Now, their great plan was about to be completed. When Desolate Palace conquered the entire Saint Origin world, they would have nothing to yearn for anymore and would ascend to the immortal world to cultivate at a higher level. As a human immortal expert, which one of them didn't want to go to the immortal world? They wanted to cultivate in a better place and see the bigger picture. So, the old ancestors of Desolate Palace didn't leave. They had been hiding for 100 years, all for this day. Their great plan was about to be completed, but someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All their plans were ruined by the hand of one man, Jiang Qin. The foundation of Desolate Palace and the geniuses that they had painstakingly nurtured were all dead. Not even their ashes were left. This was a heavy blow that Desolate Palace couldn't bear. Even if the old ancestors were to kill Jiang Qin and the other 3 palaces, it would take at least 100 years for Desolate Palace to regain its former glory. What was even more unacceptable was that he had already known about the existence of Jiang Qin. Desolate Emperor had specifically told him about how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin was the most monstrous genius in the heaven and earth who had created countless miracles. Unfortunately, he didn't care about it at all. He didn't put an unknown figure in his eyes, giving Jiang Qin the time and opportunity to grow. If he had acted decisively and sneaked into the devil world to kill Jiang Qin, there wouldn't be today's calamity and loss, and the unification of Desolate Palace would have been completed. As a matter of fact, if this was what made them regret, their confidence in the previous battle had made them feel even more regretful. The 5 of them were too confident. They didn't even bother to look at the battle in Saint Origin Palace, let alone asking about it. By the time they felt that something was wrong, it was already too late. Jiang Qin had already killed all of their experts. Roar! The entire sky was filled with Jiang Qin's tyrannical dragon roar. Jiang Qin, who had completely lost his mind, had completely turned into a peerless barbaric dragon. His whole body was filled with blood-red murderous aura, extremely tyrannical. Kill! 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 At this moment, there was only one word left in Jiang Qin's mind: kill. Only by killing could he release the blood qi in his heart. Boundless blood qi gushed out from his body, wreaking havoc in the void. What should we do? Little Chenzi has lost herself. Han Yen clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had never seen Jiang Qin like this before. It was strange and terrifying. This situation was just too dangerous. He wanted to help Jiang Qin, but he found out that there was nothing he could do. He has been blinded by killing. I can't help him either. Only the great compassion mantra of Buddhist sect can suppress the tyrannical aura in his body. Unfortunately, this mantra has disappeared for a long time. I'm afraid that only the ancestral master has it. Now, the ancestral master has been imprisoned by the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. No one can help little Chenzi now. Tyrant's tone was full of worry and solemnity. The current Jiang Qin was no longer someone they could control and save. Even though they knew the current situation Jiang Chen was in, they couldn't help him. All they could do was to stand here and watch. It was as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Kill, Jiang Chen roared again. He subconsciously cast out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal and launched an attack at the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace. What an arrogant kid. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, this old man will kill you. The human immortal old ancestor was also in a state of rage. Now that he saw Jiang Chen taking the initiative to attack him, he felt that it was a provocation. The human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A wave of qi rippled out. The power of a human immortal's attack was unimaginable. However, before the attack, he had to first create an extraterritorial battlefield. The toughness of this extraterritorial battlefield was even stronger than the world barrier. Otherwise, the attack of a human immortal was likely to destroy the laws of Saint Origin World. Even if there was an extraterritorial battlefield, a human immortal expert couldn't attack recklessly. However, this was already very terrifying. Under the wave of the human immortal old ancestor, Jiang Chen's battle dragon was destroyed in an instant. Then, the human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion and created an indestructible cage, trapping Jiang Chen inside. Roar roar roar! Jiang Chen roared furiously and kept attacking, but he couldn't shake the cage at all. Wanting to get out of it was just a fantasy. However, Jiang Chen was in a state of rage right now. He only knew how to attack without caring about anything else. Killing was the only thought in his mind, and it had taken over his mind. Not good. It's over. A human immortal expert is too strong. We are not on the same level. We can't fight him at all. Jiang Chen is dead. We are all going to die. Jiang Chen died for us. We owe him too much even if we die. The people of the 3 palaces exclaimed. They could see that Jiang Chen was completely unable to fight back this time. This old man is going to kill you now. No, I can't let you die too easily. I want you to die without a burial place. I will extract your soul and let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. I will let you suffer the greatest torture in the world until you die. The old ancestor's eyes were red. His hatred towards Jiang Chen was as vast as the ocean. Caw caw. As he exerted his strength, Jiang Chen's body began to produce cracking sounds. Dragon scales flew and blood splashed. In an instant, Jiang Chen had turned into a bloody man. The scene was so bloody that no one dared to look at it. Roar! Roar! As for Jiang Chen, he didn't seem to be aware of his own injuries. He was completely unmoved. He only knew how to attack and kill. Hold on. At this time, another human immortal old ancestor spoke. He was the true old ancestor of Desolate Palace. He was the first ancestor, and the one who was punishing and killing Jiang Chen was the 5th ancestor. First ancestor came to the 5th ancestor's side. His eyes were fixed on the tyrannical Jiang Chen and said, Old ancestor, this brat was able to kill Great Tycoon with his 8th grade Great Saint cultivation base. Plus, he has such a terrifying transformation technique. There must be a lot of secrets in his body. Let's not kill him for the time being. We must find a way to dig out his secrets. A monstrous genius like him only appears once every 10,000 years. If we can get his secrets, it will be very beneficial to Desolate Palace. That's right. The geniuses of Desolate Palace have withered. It will take at least 100 years for them to return to their peak. This loss is irreparable. However, this brat has a lot of secrets. I have never seen a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step human immortal when he was only an 8th grade Great Saint. If we know his cultivation technique, it will be very useful to Desolate Palace. Anyway, this little bastard is going to die. Second ancestor nodded and said. Only then did fifth ancestor recover from his anger. He couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen right away. However, what first and second ancestor said wasn't unreasonable. An existence like Jiang Chen could be considered as a miracle in Saint Origin World. In the countless years of history of Saint Origin World, there had never been such a monstrous genius. It was absolutely impossible for such an existence to have no secrets. If they could obtain Jiang Chen's secret, it would be absolutely beneficial to Desolate Palace. If it was before, they might not care about Jiang Chen's secret, but now, Desolate Palace had suffered a great loss. Almost all of their geniuses and experts were killed. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen's secret was particularly important to Desolate Palace. If Desolate Palace could cultivate a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen in the future, it would be a great fortune to them. Alright, I will now imprison this little bastard and bring him back for research. Fifth ancestor said and kept Jiang Chen. Then, his eyes shifted to the direction of the three palaces. Everyone's face was ashen. Jiang Chen's fate had already been decided. They were afraid that their fates wouldn't be any better. They had resisted from the beginning and created one miracle after another, but in the end, they still couldn't avoid their tragic ending. What should we do with the people of the three palaces? Fourth ancestor said. It's too easy to kill them. Bring all of them back and make them our slaves for generations to come. Fifth ancestor's way of doing things was incomparably cruel. He raised his hand and struck out a ray of light that landed on the five elemental Tejura Grand Formation. The indestructible Grand Formation shattered in an instant. All the experts of the three palaces who were supporting the Grand Formation suffered a great shock and spurted out blood on the spot. Voila! The fifth ancestor struck once again, unleashing a storm. This storm was like a huge net, instantly covering the entire ancient palace. Every single living being within the ancient palace was caught in the storm, no one was spared. With a wave of fifth ancestor's hand, all the people in the ancient palace disappeared without a trace. They were taken away so easily. This was the terror of a human immortal expert. At this level, they had completely transcended the realm of mortals. A casual strike could destroy the heavens and earth. In front of a human immortal, everything was like an ant. No matter how powerful a half-step human immortal was, he or she would be captured on the spot. The experts of the three palaces were imprisoned. Everyone was in complete despair. They could imagine their fate. It would be 100 times worse than death. They would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Given the hatred that Desolate Palace had for them, it was certain that they would be tortured. The earth-shattering Grand Formation had ended. The three palaces couldn't escape the calamity in the end. Their ending was even more miserable than Narong Palace. Jiang Chen, who had always been good at creating miracles, was also captured. If he was to be used as a research subject by the ancestors of Desolate Palace, he would only have one ending, death. Chapter 1045. Saint Origin Palace became quiet all of a sudden. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This was the first time since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace that there had been such a tragic war. None of the 8 major palaces were spared. Now, 7 palaces had become empty grounds. Everyone had been subdued by Desolate Palace. On the surface, it seemed that Desolate Palace had indeed unified the entire Saint Origin world, but in order to do so, Desolate Palace had to pay a heavy price. Desolate Palace had also paid a rather heavy price, a price that Desolate Palace couldn't afford. It was completely out of their expectation. And all of this was because of one person, the monster named Jiang Chen. At this moment, there was a huge cage in the space of Desolate Palace. The experts of the 3 palaces were imprisoned here like slaves. Many of their experts had their cultivation sealed. They were beaten, scolded, and tortured by the people of Desolate Palace. Even half-step human immortals couldn't escape. Some of them couldn't stand the torture and were ready to commit suicide on the spot. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the experts of Desolate Palace, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Desolation and grievance were spreading among the three palaces. This was the sorrow of a big family. Being a slave for generations was a punishment more painful than death. Hey, the heavens want us to die. Jiang Chen is going to die. No one will be able to save our three palaces anymore. The end of the three palaces has arrived. There will be no future for us anymore. I wonder how Jiang Chen is doing now. I'm afraid that he will end up 100 times more miserable than us if he falls into the hands of those human immortals. No, Jiang Chen isn't dead yet. He may create another miracle. He will definitely be able to do it. He is a variable. There is nothing he can't do. The experts of the three palaces were disheartened, but there were still some who had great confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance. Although they couldn't believe it, many of them had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. He won't die. He won't die even if everyone else dies, said Han Yen coldly. Han Yen said coldly. He didn't have much confidence in others, but he had more confidence in Jiang Chen than himself. At this point, only Han Yen and Tyrant still had unwavering confidence in Jiang Chen. At the same time, in the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen was trapped in a cage made entirely of immortal qi. He had returned to his true form, but his condition had yet to fully recover. The bloodthirsty and brutal aura had completely filled him, forming a layer of blood-red cocoon around him. Roar, rumble, roars and violent attacks continued to ring out from the cage. Jiang Chen was attacking all the time. The only thing left in his mind was the concept of killing. Whoever he saw, he would kill. First, he would break the cage. However, this was a cage made by a human immortal expert. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint. The gap between an 8th grade Great Saint and a 9th grade Great Saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had lost his mind. Even his dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. It was simply impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Outside the cage, the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were exerting pressure on Jiang Chen at the same time. They had fully released their divine sense and tried all kinds of means to break through the defense of Jiang Chen and explore Jiang Chen's secret, but unfortunately, they found nothing. This brat is too strange. Even with our abilities, we still can't find out his secret. 5th ancestor said gloomily. I have the soul-seizing technique. I can go deep into his soul and explore his memory. By then, I will know everything. 3rd ancestor said, then used the soul-seizing technique to attack Jiang Chen. A moment later, he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he didn't find anything. How is it? The other 4 asked. This kid is currently in a state of insanity and has completely lost his mind. He is in a situation where he doesn't have the slightest memory, so the soul manipulation technique is useless against him unless he can immediately regain his consciousness and suppress his tyrannical aura. In that case, I will be able to use the soul manipulation technique to make him submit. 3rd ancestor said. Impossible. I have already tried it. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this little bastard has cultivated. The tyrannical qi in his body is too strong. I can't get rid of it. 2nd ancestor shook his head. This was the first time the 5 human immortals felt helpless. Jiang Chen's condition was just too strange. It was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives. If it doesn't work, just kill him. Fourth ancestor waved his hand impatiently, thinking that it was unnecessary to waste time on a madman. No, this man must have a lot of secrets. We can't just kill him. By the way, don't forget about someone. Fifth ancestor suddenly thought of a person. You mean Ancestor Green Lotus? The others also thought of the same thing. That's right. Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddhist sect. Rumor has it that the supreme scripture of Buddhist sect is in his hands. I think he can suppress the tyrannical qi in this brat's body. Once the qi is suppressed, Jiang Qin will return to his normal state. At that time, he will be at our mercy. Fifth ancestor's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. But, will Ancestor Green Lotus help us? First ancestor frowned. Don't worry. Ancestor Green Lotus is a merciful man. In his heart, we are his enemies. Now, Jiang Chen is also our enemy. He won't just watch Jiang Chen suffer. He will definitely help him. Fifth ancestor's face was full of confidence. He knew Ancestor Green Lotus pretty well. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't willing to help Desolate Palace, he would definitely help Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, no matter how smart Fifth Ancestor was, he couldn't imagine how deep the relationship between Jiang Qin and Ancestor Green Lotus was. If he knew that Jiang Qin was the greatest saint in the past and that Jiang Qin had infiltrated Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that he would slap himself on the face for having such an idea. Desolate Palace was digging their own grave by asking Ancestor Green Lotus to help Jiang Qin. However, in order to obtain the secret of Jiang Qin, they had no other choice. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus could remove the tyrannical qi in Jiang Qin's body. Therefore, Desolate Palace had to do this. However, they would never have thought that this would bring them serious consequences. By that time, it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since that's the case, we'll bring this little bastard to see Ancestor Green Lotus and have him eliminate the tyrannical aura in his body. Once he recovers, we'll begin to investigate his secrets. Chapter 1046. The sealed chamber was suddenly torn apart. Ancestor Green Lotus, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, was awakened immediately. He raised his head and saw the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace appearing at the same time. Ancestor Green Lotus was incomparably shocked. Although he had been imprisoned for 100 years, it had always been the 5 ancestors who came to look for him. The other ancestors rarely showed up. This was the first time he saw all 5 ancestors appearing at the same time. 5 of you appearing at the same time. It seems like something big has happened. Ancestor Green Lotus took the initiative to speak, but his face was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of 5 mighty human immortals. As an eminent monk, Ancestor Green Lotus's temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he had been imprisoned for 100 years and had long disregarded life and death. So, there was no fear in this world. As a man who wasn't afraid of death, there was nothing in this world that could frighten him. Green Lotus, this man has lost his mind. His whole body is filled with tyrannical qi. He has become a mad devil who only knows how to kill. I know you must have a way to help him recover. The 5th ancestor waved his hand and released an illusory cage. Ancestor Green Lotus saw a white-robed young man roaring in the cage as he attacked frantically without stopping. Upon seeing this, Ancestor Green Lotus's facial expression changed slightly, but it wasn't obvious. He recovered in an instant. A true eminent monk should have the most basic quality of being calm in the face of danger. Although Ancestor Green Lotus looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He knew the identity of Jiang Qin and the relationship between Jiang Qin and Desolate Palace. If he didn't know Jiang Qin, he would probably think that Jiang Qin was a genius disciple of Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Desolate Palace came here to seek his help, but he had seen Jiang Qin before. As enemies, the ancestor of Desolate Palace should be eager for Jiang Qin's death. But now, he wanted to save Jiang Qin. There must be something fishy going on. Then, Ancestor Green Lotus fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin. After sensing Jiang Qin's aura, he couldn't help but frown. How can there be such a strong qi of brutality? His whole body seems to be in a state of bloodlust. What exactly happened in Saint Origin Palace? Jiang Qin is a smart man. He would never do something that he wasn't confident about, let alone get himself into such a state. I have to ask him what exactly happened. Ancestor Green Lotus thought to himself. Now that Jiang Qin had fallen into the hands of Desolate Palace, the few old ancestors of Desolate Palace had asked him to rescue Jiang Qin. He didn't know what they were planning. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't act so easily. I don't know him. Moreover, he has already gone completely mad. Even if I were to intervene, I wouldn't be able to save him. Ancestor Green Lotus said calmly. Qing Lian, I know that you definitely have a way to save him. You're an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Could it be that you're willing to watch this person sink into oblivion? The fifth ancestor said. You want me to take action? Sure, but I need to know what happened to this person. Ancestor Green Lotus asked. There's no harm in telling you. This person's name is Jiang Qin. This little bastard has ruined the 100 years plan of Desolate Palace. He has killed all the half-step human immortals and 9th grade great saints of Desolate Palace. All the geniuses that we have cultivated for 100 years have died tragically. I have no idea what kind of terrifying cultivation technique he has cultivated. He has devoured the essence of so many experts. I'm sure that he has become like this because of the influence of the essence. The fourth ancestor said bluntly. There was no need to hide such a matter. His anger towards Jiang Qin couldn't be erased. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. They had witnessed how Jiang Qin tore Big Tycoon apart and how he was devoured by Jiang Qin. What? Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed. The news was too shocking. His eyes couldn't help but fall upon Jiang Qin again. He saw that Jiang Qin was only a peak 8th grade great saint, but he was able to kill all the experts of Desolate Palace. He was afraid that only Jiang Qin could achieve such a feat in the entire Saint Origin world. Although he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, he could imagine the madness that must have happened. The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace was destroyed in the hands of a young man. It would be strange if these 5 old men didn't go crazy. Ha! Great! Desolate Palace has a great plan, but I have never thought that it would be destroyed in the hands of a young man. This is your retribution. Ha! Ancestor Green Lotus laughed heartily. He was genuinely happy. It was impossible for him to have no hatred towards Desolate Palace after being imprisoned for 100 years. The 5 old ancestors weren't surprised by Ancestor Green Lotus's reaction. If they were in Ancestor Green Lotus's position, they would be even happier. Green Lotus, cut the crap. Hurry up and do it. Fifth ancestor said impatiently. This man has killed so many people of Desolate Palace, but all of you are here to save him. This clearly shows that you are up to no good. I'm afraid that he will only end up more miserable in your hands. In that case, why should I save him? Ancestor Green Lotus said. He wasn't a fool. He had already guessed the purpose of the 5 old ancestors. Desolate Palace had lost so many geniuses. It would take at least 100 years for them to recover. As for Jiang Qin's monstrous talent, the secrets of his body had become the object of their research. However, due to Jiang Qin's current condition, it wasn't possible for them to study his secrets. That was why they came to him. This was the most reasonable explanation given Ancestor Green Lotus's wisdom. Green Lotus, you have been imprisoned by us for 100 years. Don't you yearn for freedom? We promise you that as long as you save this brat, we will grant you freedom. Fifth Ancestor said. Are you serious? Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. As a matter of fact, he knew better than anyone that Desolate Palace wouldn't let him go, even if they obtained the immortal mark. However, he had to find an excuse to cure Jiang Qin so that the 5 ancestors wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. That's right. Do it. First Ancestor said. In that case, I will help him. This man is suffering great pain all the time in his current condition. Buddha is merciful. Let me help him. Chapter 1047. Ancestor Green Lotus was a shrewd man. The situation in front of him was obvious. If he wanted to change his fate, Jiang Chen's fate and even the fate of the entire Saint Origin world, the only person he could rely on was Jiang Qin. It had been 100 years since he accidentally obtained the immortal mark. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the recognition of the immortal mark, so he couldn't refine it. As for whether Jiang Qin could refine the immortal mark or not, Ancestor Green Lotus didn't know. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's fortune and luck were much better than his. Therefore, there was still a chance for Jiang Qin to refine the immortal mark. Given the current situation, Jiang Qin had to refine the immortal mark to improve his cultivation base so that he could fight against the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace. If he succeeded, everything would be fine, but if he failed, everything would be over. This was a huge gamble. From this aspect, Ancestor Green Lotus was a ruthless man. There were some things that couldn't be hesitated. Even if he didn't know the outcome, he shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing. Otherwise, he might lose everything. Roar! Roar! Inside the cell, Jiang Qin was still attacking crazily. The killing intent and bloodthirsty qi on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Ancestor Green Lotus began to worry when he saw this. Jiang Chen's condition was getting worse. If he didn't lend a hand in time, everything would be over once the bloodthirsty qi penetrated deep into his soul. At that time, even the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect wouldn't be able to save him. Green Lotus, don't waste time. Hurry up and help him. Fifth Ancestor urged. He wasn't nervous at all about letting Ancestor Green Lotus save Jiang Qin. After all, their cultivation base was too strong. They didn't put Ancestor Green Lotus and Jiang Qin in their eyes at all. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wanted to do something, it would be impossible. It's been a long time since I made a move. Ancestor Green Lotus slowly stood up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, his body was filled with golden light. It was the purest Buddhist light in the world, without any impurities. Ancestor Green Lotus was old and swaying as he walked. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. In the eyes of the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace, Ancestor Green Lotus had lost his immortal soul and was now a half-crippled man. He had lost the brilliance he once had, turning from a young man to an old man. Put me in. Ancestor Green Lotus said. No, he will kill you. Fifth Ancestor denied it immediately. Although Jiang Qin was in a brutal state and had lost his mind, his combat strength and offensive power hadn't weakened at all. Jiang Qin, who was a peak 8th grade great saint, was already an invincible existence below the human immortal realm. Given Ancestor Green Lotus's current condition, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces if he were to fight with Jiang Qin. It doesn't matter. I have my ways. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure him. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Just put me in. This is a secret technique of Buddha sect. You are not allowed to use your divine sense to check it. If I find out that you are using your divine sense to check, I will stop saving him immediately. Alright, let him in. First Ancestor said. Since Ancestor Green Lotus said so, he must have some means. One should know that no one in this world would joke around with their own life. As a matter of fact, Ancestor Green Lotus's purpose was to insert the immortal mark into Jiang Chen's body without alerting the 5 of them. The 5 old ancestors had been studying the immortal mark for 100 years. Once he released it, they would immediately notice it. At that time, he was afraid that the immortal mark would be snatched away by the 5 human immortals before it could be inserted into Jiang Chen's body. As for the Great Compassion Mantra of Buddha sect, it was an extremely profound secret technique that not everyone could cultivate. It was extremely profound and difficult to understand. Even if the mantra was told to the 5 old ancestors, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Chi Law. 5th ancestor waved his hand and tore a hole in the cage. After putting Ancestor Green Lotus in, he closed the cage. They retracted their divine sense and watched the situation inside without blinking. Roar! The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the cage, Jiang Chen attacked Ancestor Green Lotus like a madman. Ancestor Green Lotus reacted very quickly. At this moment, he was no longer an old man. His body glowed with endless vitality. He immediately shouted at Jiang Chen, "Bang!" A huge golden character rushed out and branded itself on Jiang Chen's glabella. It looked like a dazzling golden talisman. It was a talisman of Buddha sect that contained the most profound knowledge of Buddha sect. When this technique was used by Ancestor Green Lotus, the effect was completely different. That's right. Jiang Chen, who'd been on a rampage, froze on the spot as if he'd received a heavy blow. Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Although his shout just now could temporarily help Jiang Chen, it definitely wouldn't have such a good effect. However, Ancestor Green Lotus immediately understood what was going on. What a coincidence. I didn't expect him to have learned the edifying light. The edifying light of Buddha sect was originally extracted from the Great Compassion Mantra. In Jiang Chen's body, the edifying light will have a certain resonance with my Great Compassion Mantra. That's why it has such a good effect. It's really great. Ancestor Green Lotus was overjoyed. Since there was the edifying light in Jiang Chen's body, everything would be easy. Pola Jia di Shualuo Yi, Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together and kept spitting out lines of mystical Sanskrit. An extremely abstruse incantation filled the entire cage. The Sanskrit fluttered in the sky like divine birds, then drilled into Jiang Chen's body, making him look extremely mystical. Paw! Ancestor Green Lotus suddenly stretched out his palm and patted on the top of Jiang Chen's head. The powerful Buddha nature began to drill into Jiang Chen's body. In just half a minute, Jiang Chen had regained some of his consciousness. He had recovered a little from the bloodthirsty and brutal state he had been in just now. Jiang Chen's eyes regained a trace of clarity and he immediately noticed the scene in front of him. Green Lotus. Jiang Chen sent out a divine thought. Don't talk. I'm now operating the Great Compassion Mantra to help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 old guys outside are watching. Listen, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. This is our last chance. As long as you can refine the immortal mark, your cultivation will skyrocket immediately. By then, I'm afraid even immortals won't be a match for you. Moreover, if you refine the immortal mark, you'll be able to truly control it. By then, you can make these 5 guys lose the protection of the immortal mark and let them ascend immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus's divine thought was transmitted to Jiang Chen's mind. Come on, all of this is within my plan. If it wasn't because of your existence, I wouldn't have been so reckless to devour those corpses. An obscure smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen was too shrewd. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. Although it might not be realized, he did it in the past. A man always had to gamble a few times in his life, and it seemed that he had made the right bet. Okay, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. While refining the immortal mark, I'll help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 guys outside have agreed to my conditions and won't use their divine thoughts to check. We'll do all of this in front of them. Once we succeed, they'll regret it. Ancestor Green Lotus continued to transmit his voice. At this time, everything was ready. The next step was to see if Jiang Qin could really refine the immortal mark. Humph. If I can refine the immortal mark, I definitely won't give them the chance to ascend. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. How could there be such a good thing as collecting the immortal mark and letting the 5 guys ascend? If Jiang Chen succeeded, he would definitely not give them the chance to ascend. At that time, he would help the 5 old guys deceive the Heaven's secret and kill them all. Buzz, Ancestor Green Lotus continued to activate the Great Compassion Mantra. The Buddha's light shone and Jiang Chen's state was constantly changing. The violent aura in his body was obviously reducing. Seeing this, the 5 ancestors outside also revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that they had found the right person to ask Ancestor Green Lotus for help this time. A white light shot out from Ancestor Green Lotus's palm. However, because Ancestor Green Lotus's palm was placed between Jiang Chen's eyebrows, the 5 ancestors outside did not notice it at all. That transparent light was the immortal mark. After entering Jiang Chen's body could not help but tremble. After the immortal mark entered his body, the dragon transformation skill also started to operate crazily. Jiang Chen's whole body seemed to be beginning to sublimate. Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to wrap the immortal mark, wanting to refine it completely. However, the immortal mark was an object of the immortal world. It represented the law of the immortal world and was incomparably firm. It was too difficult to refine it. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. He was not a person who would give up easily. Moreover, this was their last chance. They must not fail. Once they failed, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. The immortal mark is a high-level existence. Only an existence of a higher level can suppress it. My dragon transformation skill is definitely of a higher level than the immortal mark. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen made up his mind. He was incomparably confident in the dragon transformation skill. Roar. Suddenly, a dull dragon roar resounded from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, the ancestral dragon. Only Jiang Chen could hear it. Jiang Chen saw an ancient ancestral dragon rushing out from the depths of his soul. It was an illusory dragon, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was incomparably real. This was the second time that Jiang Chen saw the ancestral dragon. It was filled with a sacred aura, inviolable, and the only one in the world. The ancestral dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the immortal mark in one gulp. Then, the ancestral dragon disappeared. The immortal mark was completely subdued and fused with the breath of Jiang Chen's soul, achieving a kind of resonance. Endless immortal qi overflowed from the immortal mark and spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 1048. Roar. The feeling of being flushed by the immortal mark made Jiang Chen feel very comfortable. Immediately, he let out a long roar. It was a great stimulation. Jiang Chen began to refine the immortal mark. The immortal mark was the supreme existence in the immortal world. It represented the supreme law of the immortal world. The law of the immortal world and the law of the lower world were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Chen could completely refine the immortal mark and integrate it into his body, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. However, in the eyes of the five ancestors, it was just a resistance from Ancestor Green Lotus who was suppressing the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They didn't have any other thoughts about it. In the five ancestors' point of view, this was a necessary process to suppress or eliminate the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They felt that Ancestor Green Lotus was very capable. As the most powerful eminent monk of Buddhist sect, he certainly deserved his reputation. As the immortal mark continued to be refined, new dragon marks began to form in his body. Jiang Chen's qi skyrocketed instantly. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Although it was extremely difficult to advance from 8th grade Great Saint to 9th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen had a strong foundation. Now that he had the help of the immortal mark, plus the fact that he was already a peak 9th grade Great Saint in his previous life, he didn't have any bottlenecks. Therefore, it was very normal for him to advance to 9th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen, don't panic. Suppress the energy in your body and don't break through to 9th grade Great Saint for the time being. Ancestor Green Lotus hastily transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I understand. Jiang Chen replied. He knew all too well how dangerous the current situation was. The five old men outside were all true human immortal experts. They were exceptionally powerful, especially the first ancestor, who had already reached the peak of early human immortal realm. As long as such a figure entered the immortal world and obtained the resources there, he would immediately advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. To deal with the five ancestors of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen's advancement to 9th grade Great Saint was certainly not enough, but the immortal mark was incomparably terrifying. It could push Jiang Chen's cultivation base to the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. At that time, killing an early human immortal expert would be a piece of cake. However, if Jiang Chen broke through to the 9th grade Great Saint now, the five human immortal ancestors would sense it and stop him immediately. So, he had to temporarily suppress the energy in his body and delay the process of breaking through to the 9th grade Great Saint. After refining the immortal mark, he would break through to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in one fell swoop. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to launch the ultimate counterattack, not giving the five human immortals any chance. The history of the Saint Origin world would be completely rewritten. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Chen's body buzzed. It was undergoing the greatest transformation. The immortal mark had brought him endless benefits. At the same time, he had used the edifying light and the great compassion mantra of Ancestor Green Lotus to eliminate most of the violent qi in his body. It would take him at most a minute to completely remove it. Very soon, the violent qi in Jiang Chen's body was completely eliminated. Jiang Chen had completely recovered, but he still appeared to be in a half-mad state, giving the five human immortals an illusion that he was still in the process of refining the immortal mark. According to the current speed of refining the immortal mark, it would take another half an hour, but to the five human immortals, half an hour was nothing. They could even wait for 3 days. They were very interested in the secret in Jiang Chen's body. As long as Ancestor Green Lotus could wake Jiang Chen up, it would be a great success. Wang, the trembling became more and more intense. It was no longer the violent qi that was causing trouble, but the immortal mark. The immortal mark had brought too much energy to Jiang Chen. It had reached the point where he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to break through to the 9th grade Great Saint immediately. The dragon transformation skill was getting more and more terrifying. The time taken to refine the immortal mark was shorter than Jiang Chen's expectation. It only took him 20 minutes to completely refine it. The moment the immortal mark was completely refined, a vast energy surged out of Jiang Chen's body like a storm, sweeping across the entire prison. Roar! Jiang Chen let out another dragon roar. The boundless energy in his body began to transform into 96,000 dragon marks. Bang! When the number of dragon marks reached 96,000, Jiang Chen successfully advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, but this wasn't the end. The energy was too huge and the number of dragon marks was forming too fast. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon marks had been formed. According to what Jiang Chen said when he first obtained the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow him to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, which was the human immortal realm. Jiang Chen was now a 9th grade Great Saint. He was only 4,000 dragon marks away from 100,000 dragon marks, which was the number needed to advance to the human immortal realm. However, Jiang Chen had a feeling that 100,000 dragon marks was far from the end of the dragon transformation skill. Perhaps it was just a starting point. When he really completed 100,000 dragon marks and transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, he would usher in a brand new level of the dragon transformation skill. In just a blink of an eye, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Caw caw. The indestructible prison began to shake violently, as if it couldn't bear the energy in Jiang Chen's body. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks appeared on the surface of the prison, as if it would explode at any time. What's going on? Fifth Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He had a feeling that he was losing control of the prison. Not good. Stop them quickly. Bastard. I don't know what kind of method Green Lotus has used to allow this brat to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Suppress him immediately. We can't let him continue to grow, or else we will lose our chance. First Ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. The change was too fast and too sudden. They weren't prepared for it at all. Unfortunately, during the time they reacted, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached a terrifying 99,000. At this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the human immortal realm. How can it be so fast? The expressions of the 5 patriarchs changed drastically. Without any hesitation, all of them attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful restrictions toward the prison. Unfortunately, everything was over. From the moment they made the decision to let Jiang Chen meet Ancestor Green Lotus, this tragic ending was destined. The 5 human immortal ancestors were destined to be fools. Roar! Jiang Chen went completely berserk. His body exploded with a loud bang, casting his dragon form on the spot. Then, he tore a hole in the ancestral dragon pagoda. Green Lotus, come in quickly. Jiang Chen roared at Ancestor Green Lotus. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Green Lotus rushed into the Zulong Tower. Hong Long. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the Zulong Tower, the violent energy tore the prison apart and shattered it on the spot. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had soared to a terrifying 99,500. There were only 500 left to reach the 100,000 mark. Dang dang dang. The 5 human immortal ancestors suffered a tremendous backlash when the prison was broken. They took a few steps back before they could regain their balance. At this time, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't remember how many years it had been since they were so shocked. Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, it was still too terrifying. A mere 9th grade Great Saint was able to force the 5 of them back. What kind of monstrous genius was he? Ha! 5 old bastards of Desolate Palace, I'm going to settle the score with you. Jiang Chen clawed at the deep layer of the spatial zone, tearing it apart. A huge hole was blasted out in the void above Desolate Palace. Not only that, all the spatial zones in Desolate Palace were shattered by Jiang Chen's energy. Everyone in Desolate Palace appeared at the same time. The people of Desolate Palace, Goo Palace and Demon Palace were all imprisoned. Now that the spatial zone was shattered, all of them appeared in the sky above Desolate Palace. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what was happening. They looked up at the sky and saw an overbearing blood-red dragon man. Standing around him were the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace. My God! What happened? Look, that's Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen isn't dead. He is still alive. Have you all seen his chi? His cultivation base has reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, which is even scarier than a human immortal. Miracle. He has created another miracle. Monstrous genius. I have never thought that there would be such a great turnaround. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with the 5 human immortal experts and turn the situation around. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, whether it was their enemies or allies, all of them had their mouths wide open. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal at the last moment? No one knew what had happened to Jiang Chen, because it wasn't important. The ending was the most important. The 3 palaces that had lost all hope once again saw the light of hope. I knew it. This kid won't die so easily. Han Yen chuckled. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. High up in the sky, the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace were still in shock. They had no idea what had happened to Jiang Chen. They had only asked Ancestor Green Lotus to help Jiang Chen suppress the tyrannical qi in his body. How did he become so powerful in a blink of an eye? Jiang Chen, tell us what happened. 5th Ancestor asked. You 5 idiots. Let me tell you, this is all part of my plan. I've known Green Lotus for a long time. Ancestor Green Lotus put the immortal mark that you've been longing for 100 years into my body. I've already completely refined the immortal mark. Don't think that you can ascend just because you don't have the immortal mark. That's impossible. I've already used the immortal mark to deceive the heavens will hear. Chapter 1049. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the 5 ancestors exclaimed. Their facial expression turned incomparably unpleasant. Given their wisdom, they naturally knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. As a matter of fact, this was the only explanation for the current situation. Even if Jiang Chen was a monstrous genius, it was absolutely impossible for him to advance to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in such a short period of time, but the immortal mark could do it. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. You can actually refine the immortal mark. 5th Ancestor's tone had changed. Apart from anger, there was also a trace of regret. That's right. A voice sounded. Then, an old and decrepit monk appeared out of thin air. It was Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus walked out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and looked at the world outside. He couldn't help but sigh. After 100 years, he was finally out. Ancestral Master. Tyrant, who was imprisoned below, saw Ancestor Green Lotus and immediately called out. This old monk in front of him was very different from the statue on Green Lotus Mountain, but they had the same charm. Therefore, Tyrant could tell that this was Ancestor Green Lotus, his ancestral master. Green Lotus, how dare you scheme against us? 5th Ancestor said furiously. Amitba. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together. He did not answer the 5th Ancestor. At this moment, his condition began to change dramatically. The surface of his body was full of golden light. His body, which was already in its twilight years, began to rapidly glow with vitality. Old Ancestor Green Lotus's appearance began to change. In a very short time, he turned from an old man into a middle-aged eminent monk. His body was majestic and his eyes were shining brightly. His cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step human immortal. Given a few days, he could directly ascend to the immortal world and become a true human immortal expert. I didn't expect Ancestral Master to be so handsome. Tyrant was overjoyed. When he saw Ancestor Green Lotus just now, he felt extremely distressed. Back then, the eminent monk of Buddhism had been imprisoned for 100 years. He seemed to have lost all of his former glory and became an old man who was about to reach nirvana. But now, Ancestor Green Lotus's instantaneous change was shocking. Qinglian, I didn't expect you to have been hiding all these years. However, I don't know. Your immortal spirit is already broken. How did you cultivate? First Ancestor asked. In fact, all these years, they had been treating Ancestor Green Lotus as a half-cripple. They didn't take him seriously at all. They only kept him alive because of the immortal mark in his hand. They didn't expect that Ancestor Green Lotus had not been idle all these years. His cultivation base had already recovered. If he hadn't been imprisoned, he would have already reached the human immortal realm. This old monk's means is not something you can understand. The biggest mistake you made was letting me treat Jiang Qin, giving this old monk a chance to live. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said sarcastically. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Impossible. The immortal mark is formed by the laws of the immortal world. It's not that easy to refine. Fifth Ancestor still couldn't believe it. In this world, there are always some things that can't be judged with common sense. Some people can always create miracles. Jiang Chen is a person with great luck. Only he can refine the immortal mark. This old monk was just taking a gamble. Facts have proven that this old monk was right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. His eyes were very sharp. Jiang Chen was able to survive his previous life and obtain a new life. It was enough to show that he was a person with great luck. In the entire Saint Origin world, if Jiang Chen couldn't refine the immortal mark, then no one else could. It was a huge gamble, but the result was very good. How is it? Are you regretting it now? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. These words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of the 5 old ancestors. They were so angry that they wanted to spurt out a mouthful of blood. They would be lying if they said that they didn't regret it. Especially the 5th ancestor. He was the one who came up with this rotten idea. They wanted to pry into Jiang Chen's secret, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Jiang Chen and old ancestor Green Lotus. Instead, they helped Jiang Chen reverse the situation. This feeling of being caught in a cocoon of their own making made the 5 old ancestors extremely sullen. Haha, Jiang Chen, we have indeed overreached ourselves. But don't be too complacent. Do you think that you can deal with us with your current strength? This is ridiculous. You don't know how powerful a human immortal is. That is a true immortal. No matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a human immortal. You have refined the immortal mark, but you don't use it. That is equivalent to courting death. 5th ancestor laughed loudly. Even though Jiang Chen had become incomparably strong, he still didn't care. After all, he was a mighty human immortal. How could he put a 9th grade great saint in his eyes? In his opinion, no matter how strong a 9th grade great saint was, he wouldn't be a match for a human immortal. Old man, cut the crap. I only need 1 strike to kill you. A human immortal is just an ant in front of me. Now, I am using the immortal mark to deceive the heavens, not giving you the chance to ascend. All 5 of you will die today. None of you will be able to escape. Jiang Chen's qi was overwhelming. He wouldn't let the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace go. Given his current strength, an early human immortal expert was no longer a match for him. Green Lotus, you go down there and save the people, then control Desolate Palace. I will deal with these 5 old men. Jiang Chen said to Ancestor Green Lotus. All right. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he arrived at the place where the 3 palaces were imprisoned and removed the seals on all of them. The experts of the 3 palaces suddenly became as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Except for the 5 old ancestors, all of the experts of Desolate Palace had been killed by Jiang Qin. Now, they were no match for the 3 palaces, not to mention the terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus. However, the 3 palaces didn't attack Desolate Palace directly. Instead, they looked up at the sky, paying close attention to the battle between Jiang Qin and the 5 old ancestors. The experts of the 3 palaces weren't fools. They knew that the final outcome would still be decided by Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin could kill the 5 old ancestors, Desolate Palace would be completely finished. If Jiang Chen wasn't a match for the 5 old ancestors and was killed by them instead, the fate of the 3 palaces wouldn't change. Do you all think that Jiang Qin can kill the 5 old ancestors? They are human immortals after all. Don't worry. I have full confidence in Jiang Qin. He has created too many miracles. Given his current cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 5 old ancestors. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in the hands of Jiang Qin. If he can kill those human immortals with his current cultivation base, he will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin World and become a part of history. Chapter 1050. In the sky above, the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had conjured a solid battlefield. Jiang Chen had used the immortal mark to conceal the heavenly secret, denying them the chance to ascend to the immortal world. If he kept the immortal mark now, the 5 human immortals would immediately be summoned by the law of the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. The atmosphere in the extraterritorial battlefield was tense. The 5 human immortal old ancestors locked the chi of Jiang Qin. Their hatred for Jiang Qin was indescribable. At this time, the only thing they wanted to do was to kill Jiang Qin. As for the secret of Jiang Qin, they didn't care about it anymore. Come on, let me see how powerful a human immortal is. Jiang Qin's chi was tremendous. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. Fighting against a human immortal was an incomparably exciting and satisfying thing. Let me test him. He's just a mortal. Even if he has advanced to the 9th grade great saint, how powerful can he be? 5th ancestor was the first to move. His body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Qin. He tore the void with his bare hands, sending boundless golden chi waves at Jiang Qin. It was a golden storm with strong immortal wind. Each of the waves was like a sharp blade that could cut the void, let alone a human. A human immortal is only so-so. Your attack is just a flowery fist without substance in front of me. Without saying a word, Jiang Qin struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw appeared in the sky and clawed towards the front. The storm unleashed by the 5th ancestor was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's attacks were earth-shattering. The flaming wings on his back fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 5th ancestor like a ghost. He waved his hand and struck out the golden dragon seal. Violent golden dragons roared and rushed out. 3 golden dragons surrounded the 5th ancestor from 3 different directions. The 5th ancestor was completely surrounded. Incredible! 5th ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. Before he fought with Jiang Qin, he had never thought that a 9th grade great saint could be this powerful. Just one move from Jiang Qin had brought him tremendous pressure. Heavenly Tyrant Palm. The fifth ancestor let out a loud roar and unleashed a terrifying combat skill. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with golden handprints. Each of these handprints was as big as a house. They were flying everywhere, trying to destroy the golden dragon that Jiang Qin had unleashed. Boom! Unfortunately, the five ancestors had underestimated the power of the five elemental combat dragon seal. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the five elemental combat dragon seals. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation, ordinary early human immortal experts were no match for him. Rumble, the heaven tyrant palm collided with the golden dragon seal. The golden dragon was too strong. The golden hands couldn't do any damage to the golden dragon. Roar roar, the golden dragon's attack power did not diminish. After destroying the fifth ancestor's heaven-dominating palm, it struck the fifth ancestor directly. That powerful attack was enough to tear everything apart. Even the powerful fifth ancestor let out a miserable scream. After the three golden dragons disappeared, the fifth ancestor looked very miserable. His body was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He was no longer the same as when he was at his peak. Not good. Fifth brother. The other four ancestors exclaimed. The first ancestor was the strongest among them. He was the first to attack Jiang Qin, wanting to save the fifth ancestor. They had underestimated Jiang Chen's combat strength. The fifth ancestor was no match for Jiang Qin. If they didn't save the fifth ancestor, they would be killed by Jiang Qin in the next moment. Humph. You want to save the fifth ancestor from my hands. You don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, he slashed out with extreme speed. Even if the first ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to save the fifth ancestor. Not only that, the first ancestor himself might not be able to block this attack from Jiang Qin. Puchi. The fifth ancestor let out one last scream as his body was cleaved into two by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin flicked his sword and picked out a golden immortal essence from the fifth ancestor's body. Immortal essence was a good item. Jiang Qin had no use for it, but the Huang dog could. At that moment, the Huang dog was in a coma and it would be extremely difficult for him to wake up. If he could obtain the immortal essence from the fifth ancestor, it would be much better. Be-starred. The first ancestor didn't have the time to save the fifth ancestor. He swore furiously and sent out an immortal light at Jiang Qin. However, it was easily shattered by Jiang Qin. Even though he was a peak early-stage human immortal expert, he was still no match for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is too scary. That's a human immortal. My God. He was killed by a single slash. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Amazing. This is an earth-shattering battle. Jiang Qin has once again created a miracle. An early human immortal is no longer a match for him. Not even the mighty first ancestor is a match for Jiang Qin. Desolate Palace is finished this time. Great. This is great. Our three palaces are finally saved. The history of Saint Origin World is going to be rewritten. Seeing the fifth ancestor being killed and the first ancestor being forced back, the experts of the three palaces cheered. Such a scene was exactly what they had been dreaming of. They had never thought that it would come true. On the contrary, the experts of Desolate Palace were completely disheartened. They had experienced too many ups and downs in the past few days. Now, their nerves had become numb. Four of you, attack together. Don't waste time. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the four of them. The heavenly secret had been concealed. The four old ancestors had no chance of ascending to the immortal realm. The only thing they could do now was to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. If they lost, they would end up like the fifth ancestor. This kid is very powerful. He has completely grown up. Everyone, be careful. We may have a glimmer of hope if we attack together. First ancestor said solemnly. The collision with Jiang Qin had allowed him to witness Jiang Chen's strength. Given their current strength, unless the four of them joined forces, they would have no chance of surviving. Even he, a peak early human immortal expert, didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating Jiang Qin. Hong Hong. The four old ancestors of Desolate Palace were infuriated. Jiang Qin unleashed his qi to the maximum and a powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. Their weapons were refined with immortal qi, which made them incomparable to ordinary great saint weapons. The lethality they could unleash was extremely powerful. Great saint weapons. However, this kind of power was only in the eyes of others. It didn't exist in Jiang Chen's eyes. The heavenly saint sword that had reached the perfection stage could be called the #1 combat weapon in Saint Origin world. It could even fight against a true immortal weapon. Swoosh! Before the four old ancestors could attack, Jiang Qin was the first to move. His speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift and the flaming wings, he could appear in different places at any time. This time, his target was the four ancestors. Chapter 1051. Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that first ancestor's reaction was slow. Jiang Chen had already appeared not far away from fourth ancestor. The other three felt that there was no chance for them to rescue fourth ancestor. Be careful, fourth ancestor. First ancestor cried out in alarm and warned. Howl. However, this kind of warning didn't have the slightest effect. The heavenly saint sword let out a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the fourth ancestor. The terrifying sword light interweaved into a sword net, instantly sealing the fourth ancestor inside the cage created by the heavenly saint sword. Fourth ancestor yelled. He was, after all, an early human immortal expert and had great confidence in himself. He wouldn't be frightened by a 9th-grade great saint. He channeled all the energy in his body into the combat weapon in his hand and charged at Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Clang! The two terrifying super weapons collided with each other, instantly creating a large amount of sparks. The void was crushed and shattered, instantly turning into a chaotic space. Arg! The fourth ancestor let out a blood-curdling shriek. The combat weapon in his hand flew away, and one of his arms was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. His combat strength was greatly reduced. The fourth ancestor was terrified on the spot. If he didn't fight Jiang Qin, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Qin was. At this moment, he finally understood how the fifth ancestor died, and a strong sense of fear emerged in his heart. It was the qi of death, and qi that he had never felt before. Humph! You will die together with him. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Without giving the fourth ancestor any time to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Outside the range of Jiang Chen's sword, the fourth ancestor didn't even have the chance to escape. He was slashed into half by Jiang Chen's sword and died miserably. Even the immortal soul couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's fate, and was stored away by Jiang Qin. Fourth ancestor was killed in a blink of an eye. The scene was too shocking. All the onlookers were frightened. To them, such a scene was like a dream. They wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Those were human immortals, true immortals. In many people's hearts, they were like gods. But now, they were killed by Jiang Qin as easily as slaughtering dogs. He has completely surpassed his previous life. The fifth ancestor of Desolate Palace is going to die today. Ancestor Green Lotus's mouth curved into a smile. He knew Jiang Chen very well. In his previous life, Jiang Chen was already a dazzling star, the greatest saint under the heavens, the #1 existence in Saint Origin world. Now, Jiang Chen had completely surpassed his previous life and reached a new peak. With just a 9th grade great saint, he could kill mortal immortals at will. After killing 5th ancestor and 4th ancestor, the remaining 3 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were completely terrified. Even the peak early human immortal 1st ancestor was trembling in fear. We can't resist this man anymore. We have to escape immediately. Once we are out of Saint Origin Palace and beyond the range of the immortal mark, we will ascend to the immortal world. 1st ancestor made a prompt decision and said to 2nd ancestor and 3rd ancestor. Judging from the way Jiang Chen killed 4th and 5th ancestor, he was no longer someone they could fight. Unless he advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen. However, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on the heaven and earth Yuan Qi of Saint Origin world to advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. Therefore, the best way to save their lives was to ascend to the immortal world. To them, the entire Saint Origin Palace had been affected by the immortal mark, obscuring the heaven's secret. They couldn't sense the laws of the immortal world and couldn't ascend to the immortal world. Only by leaving Saint Origin Palace would they be able to sense the pull of the immortal world. Voila! Before 1st ancestor's voice faded, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental spheres spread out with a swoosh, turning into an invisible net that enshrouded the 3 ancestors. This was no joke. How could he give them the chance to escape at this moment? All of you listen carefully. If you choose to run away, I will slaughter every single one of you in Desolate Palace and annihilate every single one of you. Plus, you won't be able to run away once you've fallen into my hands, said Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's qi soared up to the sky. His words were incomparably fierce, shocking the 3 ancestors to the point that they didn't dare to move. Putting aside whether they could escape from Jiang Chen's hands or not, Jiang Chen's qi alone was enough to deter them from thinking of escaping. As the ancestors of Desolate Palace, abandoning their clansmen and escaping alone was already humiliating enough. If Desolate Palace was destroyed because of their escape, they would have to live in the shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Chen, you are being too ruthless. If worst comes to worst, Desolate Palace will surrender and you will let us go and ascend to the immortal world. From then on, Saint Origin world will be completely under your control. Don't go too far. 1st ancestor spoke. Given his status, only God knew how uncomfortable he was feeling to say such words at this moment. The 3 ancestors were afraid that they were going to vomit blood. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan was ruined in the hands of a single person. That kind of blow couldn't be described with just the word heavy. At this moment, the biggest thought in the minds of the 3 ancestors was regret. They regretted not killing Jiang Chen earlier. If they had killed Jiang Chen before he had the chance to grow, they wouldn't have to face today's disaster. Even if they didn't kill Jiang Chen in the cradle, as long as they didn't allow Jiang Chen to meet Ancestor Green Lotus, nothing would have happened. Desolate Palace would still be able to rule the entire Saint Origin world. At most, they would need to spend another 100 years to strengthen their foundation. To a human immortal expert, 100 years was nothing. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were plenty of medicines in this world. There were all kinds of divine pills and even immortal pills that could bring the dead back to life, but there was no medicine for regret. There was a kind of medicine that couldn't be obtained no matter how much money was spent. Cut the crap. Die. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with the 3 ancestors. He held the Heavenly Saint sword and lunged at 3rd ancestor. The combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift had created the most perfect agility skill in this world. In addition to that, Jiang Chen's current cultivation base had reached the limit. The 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace were no match for him. Arg, third ancestor, who was already in a panic, had no desire to fight anymore. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through third ancestor's head. Third ancestor didn't even have the time to resist and died on the spot. Both the immortal soul and combat weapon were snatched away by Jiang Chen. Swoosh! After killing the third ancestor, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the second ancestor like a ghost. The terrifying heavenly saint sword glinted with countless sword lights, like a sea of dazzling swords, instantly enshrouding the second ancestor. The second ancestor was already trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, and could only wait for Jiang Chen to slaughter him. Pu Chi! The heavenly saint sword was invincible and too sharp. It slashed second ancestor in half and took away his immortal soul and combat weapon. After killing third ancestor and second ancestor, the only one left in the 5 elemental sphere was the first ancestor. Of course, this terror was only relative to the others. In front of Jiang Chen, this terror immediately became fragile and vulnerable. Seeing that Jiang Chen had appeared in front of him, the first ancestor's face turned completely pale. Facing Jiang Chen, he felt as if he was facing the god of death. After witnessing the 4 ancestors die in Jiang Chen's hands, the regret in the first ancestor's heart gushed out like a vast ocean. If the 5th ancestor was still alive, he would have cursed out loud. Before this, everything in Desolate Palace was managed by the 5th ancestor. Although the 5th ancestor knew about the monstrous existence of Jiang Chen in advance, he didn't put him in his eyes at all and gave him the opportunity to grow. That wasn't the big deal. The one who wanted to explore Jiang Chen's secret and proposed to let Jiang Chen meet Ancestor Green Lotus was also the 5th ancestor. If it wasn't for the 5th ancestor, Jiang Chen would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Jiang Chen had completely grown to the point where they couldn't compete with him and could only look up to him. Ha! Jiang Chen, I never thought that a monstrous existence like you would appear in Saint Origin World. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan has been ruined in your hands. Sad, sad. First ancestor burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with desolation. There are still many things that you haven't thought of. Your desolate palace could have lived a peaceful life, but you just had to provoke me. Jiang Chen said plainly. Jiang Chen, I know that I will die today. You won't let me go. Before I die, I beg you one thing. First ancestor said. It seemed that he had completely given up resisting. He was a smart man. He knew that it was useless to resist at this moment. He would die either way. In front of Jiang Chen, there was no chance for him to escape even if he wanted to. Although I can't promise you, I will give you a chance to say it. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, I know that you are cruel and merciless, but you are not a bloodthirsty devil. I hope that you can let the people of Desolate Palace go after my death. First ancestor said. His tone had turned into a pleading one. His fate could no longer be changed. As the ancestor of Desolate Palace, he had to fight for a slim chance of survival for his descendants. Otherwise, he would die with everlasting regret. I will decide how to deal with Desolate Palace. No one can control what I, Jiang Chen, want to do. Jiang Chen said. His killing intent fluctuated. His long sword swung out and landed on first ancestor's head, killing him in one strike. Ancestor. All 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had died under Jiang Chen's sword. Miserable wails were heard from every corner of Desolate Palace. Sorrow was spreading rapidly. It was over. Desolate Palace was completely finished. After this battle, the desolate palace that had dominated Saint Origin World for a long time would disappear completely. Even if Jiang Qin didn't kill them, he wouldn't allow Desolate Palace to continue expanding. From now on, Jiang Qin would be the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Chapter 1052. The entire Saint Origin Palace fell into a dead silence. Not even a breath could be felt. Jiang Qin had already reverted to his human form. He was wearing a snow-white robe, hovering in the air, letting the cold wind blow. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god of war. Just a glance from him would make people feel awe. It was an unattainable image. At this moment, Jiang Qin had become the only existence in the heavens and earth. He was the focus of everyone. He was like a god. Jiang Qin retracted his qi and came to the front of the three palaces like a gust of wind, standing side by side with Ancestor Green Lotus. Green Lotus, now that you have regained your freedom, I think you will ascend to the immortal world very soon. Jiang Qin said with a smile. At most, it will take 3 days. Ancestor Green Lotus said confidently. His eyes swept across Jiang Qin. Brother, your cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given your foundation, I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to ascend to the immortal world. I'm not in a hurry. The matters in Saint Origin World haven't been settled yet. I still want to stay here for a little longer. Jiang Qin smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the immortal world. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, it would be useless to be anxious. Jiang Qin was still 500 dragon marks away from 100,000, but it would take some time. Although his combat strength was strong enough to kill a human immortal, he wasn't a human immortal, so he couldn't be affected by the law of the immortal world. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a lot of things to deal with in Saint Origin World. Now that the world had been unified, he needed some time to accompany his family. Thinking of his father, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. What are you going to do with the people of Desolate Palace? Ancestor Green Lotus asked. They are not in the wrong. I, Jiang Qin, am not a bloodthirsty maniac. However, the current situation in Saint Origin World needs to be readjusted. Jiang Qin said. Initially, he didn't intend to kill all of the people of Desolate Palace. He wouldn't and couldn't do such a thing. However, after the war, the situation in Saint Origin World had been completely disrupted. The scene of the 8 families contending for hegemony would no longer exist. Therefore, it was necessary for Jiang Qin to make some adjustments to the new situation in Saint Origin World. Jiang Qin, what are you going to do? Gu Firmament approached Jiang Qin. Whether it was Gu Palace, Demon Palace or Bin Palace, all of them listened to Jiang Qin. To put it bluntly, their lives were saved by Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, they wouldn't know what would have happened to them. Many of them would have died. I have already thought about this matter. The establishment of Saint Origin Palace 100 years ago was a mistake. If Saint Origin Palace can't separate itself from Saint Origin World, then there's no point in its existence. Since the passageway to the immortal world has been opened, it shouldn't be the exclusive product of Saint Origin Palace. From now on, all 8 major palaces will return to Pure Land. I will personally destroy Saint Origin Palace and make it disappear. This place should be a void. As for the general situation in Pure Land, it will be the same as before. The 8 major palaces will exist separately and the situation will be restored to 100 years ago. However, I want to build a martial saint dynasty in Saint Origin World, the absolute ruler of Saint Origin World. The 8 major palaces will have to obey the orders and commands of the dynasty. With the support of the 8 major palaces, Saint Origin World will be truly unified. Jiang Qin said. He didn't have the ambition and dream of dominating the world, but judging from the grand plan of Desolate Palace, if Saint Origin World couldn't be unified, there would be turmoil in the future. This was something that Jiang Qin didn't want to see. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the immortal world and enter a higher cultivation plane, but his family and friends were still here. No matter when, Saint Origin World would always be his hometown. In order to ensure the safety of his family and friends, he had to build Saint Origin World as a solid piece of iron plate. And this is a good idea. Saint Origin Palace shouldn't exist in the first place. If brother can build the Martial Saint Dynasty, it will be a great thing for the entire Saint Origin World. At least, it will keep Saint Origin World stable in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded and praised. Brother Jiang Qin has saved all of us. We, Bin Palace, will be the first to support the Martial Saint Dynasty. Bin Palace will be loyal to the Martial Saint Dynasty for generations. We won't have the slightest ambition. Bing Changshao was the first to express his opinion. With Jiang Chen's current ability, it was perfectly normal for him to create his own dynasty. Only Jiang Qin could truly unify the entire Saint Origin realm. Only he, Jiang Qin, could do it. That's right. The establishment of a super dynasty is a historical moment. Brother Jiang Qin has saved all of our lives. The demon race will naturally repay his kindness. Furthermore, the establishment of the Martial Saint Dynasty will bring great benefits to the development of the entire Saint Origin World in the future. Heavenly Peking said. To the three palaces, this experience was too soul-stirring. From the extermination of their race to the safe escape, they had seen through many things. Putting aside everything else, the fact that they were grateful to Jiang Qin was enough to ensure that they wouldn't go against Jiang Chen's decision. Ancient people like us naturally won't be disloyal. What Jiang Qin did today is to save the entire Saint Origin World. As the #1 expert of Saint Origin World, he has the right to do anything. Ancient people will be the first to support the establishment of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Gu Firmament nodded his head. After experiencing life and death, everyone was changing. A big race was bound to transform as well. Desolate Palace, Narong Palace, Hua Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I, Jiang Qin, am not a bloodthirsty devil. Desolate Palace has lost, but you didn't do anything wrong. I won't kill any of you. I won't even force you to sign any contract of submission. I, Jiang Qin, will not treat you as slaves. From now on, Saint Origin Palace will cease to exist. All of you will return to your families in the Pure Land. I will establish the Martial Saint Dynasty, a brand new dynasty, a major power that will truly rule the entire Saint Origin world. From now on, the 8 families of the Pure Land will be the people of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Henceforth, the 8 major families of the Pure Land will be the people of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen's words were like rolling thunder. His tone was unquestionable, leaving no room for negotiation. Or perhaps, he wasn't discussing with the people of the 5 major palaces because they had lost the right to discuss with him. The people of the 5 major palaces remained silent. Except for Desolate Palace, the other 4 palaces had no influence on Jiang Chen's decision. Their fate had already been determined the moment they were subdued by Desolate Palace. There was no difference between being ruled by Desolate Palace or Martial Saint Dynasty. No, there was still a huge difference. Desolate Palace treated them like slaves, but Jiang Qin didn't. He gave them the space to live independently, allowing them to keep their clans intact and become the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. From this point of view, Jiang Qin was still their savior. They should be grateful to Jiang Qin for saving them. How would they dare to be dissatisfied with Jiang Qin? As for Desolate Palace, Jiang Qin had killed all their higher-ups. It was impossible for them to not have any hatred towards Jiang Qin. However, given the current situation, it didn't matter whether they hated Jiang Qin or not because they were no longer qualified to hate him. Jiang Qin was already very merciful by letting them go and giving them the space to live. What else could they say? Did they have to resist and force Jiang Qin to annihilate their families? Given Jiang Qin's ferocious means, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate them. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of Desolate Palace's retaliation in the future. He naturally had his own means and resources to build the martial Saint dynasty. Currently, he had a large number of pills, combat weapons, cultivation techniques and combat skills. In addition, with the help of the ancient people, demon race and Bin race, it wasn't impossible for martial Saint dynasty to grow in a short period of time. Little Qinzi, where are you going to build the martial Saint dynasty? Asked Han Yan. Let's build it in the Nebula sect. There's no need to build the martial Saint dynasty in the Pure Land. I used to be a disciple of the Nebula sect, said Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, since you are going to build the martial Saint dynasty, you must choose an emperor. I wonder if you have chosen the emperor? Asked Tyrant. Jiang Qin lowered his brows and pondered. Han Yan and Tyrant were definitely not suitable. Given their talent, it wouldn't take long for them to ascend to the immortal world. As for his father, he didn't have enough talent, let alone his cultivation base. None of the original members of martial Saint dynasty from the eastern continent was qualified to be the emperor. Although the emperor would have the support of the 8 major families, he or she must have a certain level of ability and room for improvement. After pondering for a while, Jiang Qin felt that there was one person who was the most suitable. I think we should let Nan be the emperor. Let him have a good time. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Ever since Nangong Wentian went into seclusion in Nebula sect, he hadn't shown himself again. Nangong Wentian's talent wasn't bad, but compared to Han Yan and Tyrant, who were both Xiantian geniuses, he was still lacking. As the saying goes, don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders. Naturally, Jiang Qin had to find his own people to be the emperor, and Nangong Wentian was undoubtedly the best choice. It's not bad to let this guy be the emperor. Han Yan chuckled. Of course, they wouldn't have any objection to letting Nangong Wentian be the emperor. That day, Jiang Qin, Ancestor Green Lotus, and a group of half-step human immortals from the 3 major palaces had joined forces to destroy the Saint Origin Palace. All the experts of the 8 major palaces had returned to the Pure Land. The Saint Origin Palace that had dominated the Saint Origin world for 100 years had finally disappeared, becoming a part of history. Saint Origin Palace was built because of Jiang Qin, and now it had disappeared because of Jiang Qin. This could be considered as a cause and effect. Jiang Qin's past and present life had only left 100 years of history in Saint Origin world. Chapter 1053. Ancient People. After the destruction of Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Qin and the others went straight to the Ancient People's place. The martial Saint dynasty in the Nebula sect had already begun its construction. To the ancient people, everything happened too suddenly. The sudden return of so many experts from Saint Origin Palace had made Gu Xiantian fearful. The destruction of Desolate Palace and everything that happened in Saint Origin Palace were like a dream to the people of Pure Land. From this aspect, it could be seen that the 8 families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace had been separated for a long time, but from now on, this separation would no longer exist. The 8 families of Saint Origin Palace had once again become one. Undoubtedly, Jiang Qin had become the topic of everyone's discussion. When he was in Pure Land, he had left behind endless glory, but those who knew Jiang Qin would never have thought that Jiang Qin would grow so fast. When Gu Xiantian sent Jiang Qin to Gu Palace, it had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Chen had already grown to such a terrifying level. Although they hadn't witnessed such a feat with their own eyes, the thought of it was enough to make their blood boil. The reason why Jiang Chen stayed in Gu Palace was very simple. It was because the people of Martial Saint Dynasty were here. His family and friends were all here. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yu Zihan, Wu Zhou, and his old friends from Eastern Continent were all here. One had to admit that after coming to Pure Land for such a long time, these people of Eastern Continent had improved tremendously. They had received the high-quality cultivation resources provided by the ancient people. It was impossible for them not to improve their cultivation base. In the future, they would be able to obtain even better cultivation resources. After the new Martial Saint Dynasty was established, each of them would become a core member. Although compared to the 8 major clans, their cultivation base was still not as strong as the 8 major clans, they could still improve their cultivation bases. With the help of powerful cultivation resources, it was not impossible for someone like Yu Zihan to break through to the Great Saint Realm in the near future. The Gu race was bustling with activity. Han Yan led the army of the Devil race back to the Devil world. He had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand. From now on, the Devil race would never attack Saint Origin world again. Jiang Chen created a sealed space and went into seclusion with De Huang Dog. To him, saving De Huang Dog was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had the support of the Divine Beast bloodline. Although he wouldn't die, he had consumed his bloodline to withstand Big Tycoon's attack. The injuries he had suffered were too serious. However, this wasn't a big deal to Jiang Chen. He now had 5 immortal souls in his possession. They were the immortal souls of human immortals, which contained powerful energy. As a human, Jiang Chen couldn't absorb immortal souls, but De Huang Dog could, just like how Jiang Chen could refine demon souls. 5 immortal souls. If De Huang Dog completely refined them, it would be more than enough for him to recover. Not only that, once he recovered, De Huang Dog's cultivation base would rise to another level. It was highly possible for him to ascend to the immortal world together with Jiang Chen in the near future. De Huang, you and I have known each other for the longest time. Although you aren't a human, we are as close as brothers. You have risked your life to save me twice. In my heart, you are already my closest brother. However, I don't think a dead dog like you is that weak. Here are 5 immortal souls. You can have them. I hope you can recover as soon as possible. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog lying in front of him and said with a smile. Although De Huang Dog was gravely injured, Jiang Chen was truly at ease after all these years. He didn't need to worry about being harassed by his enemies. He was now the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. No one would ever threaten him and no one would dare to threaten him. The entire world belonged to him and he was safe everywhere. Voila! Jiang Chen waved his hand. 5 dazzling golden immortal souls flew out and hovered above De Huang Dog's head. A tyrannical force gushed out from Jiang Chen's hand and fell on the 5 immortal souls. All the immortal souls exploded in an instant, turning into specks of light, wrapping De Huang Dog's entire body. Jiang Chen's technique was skillful. He kept striking out seals to seal all the immortal qi, not wasting any of it. Under the sealing of the seals, the immortal qi began to flow into De Huang Dog's body. At the same time, Jiang Chen released a large amount of wood spiritual qi. Not only could the wood spiritual qi heal his own injuries, it could also heal the injuries of others. Furthermore, the effect of the wood spiritual qi was much better than any divine pill in the heaven and earth. However, due to the severity of De Huang Dog's injuries, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of the wood spiritual qi and immortal soul, it would still take at least a month for him to fully recover and wake up. Ancestor Green Lotus and Tyrant didn't leave the ancient people's palace. After Great Master Ran Feng received the news of Ancestor Green Lotus's return, he immediately flew over from the Western Domain. Ancient people specially prepared a cultivation place for Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ran Feng met Ancestor Green Lotus. This was the first time the three of them met each other. Master. Great Master Ran Feng knelt down in front of Ancestor Green Lotus. His eyes instantly turned cloudy. His feelings for Ancestor Green Lotus were the same as Tyrant's feelings for him. Ancestor Green Lotus was both a master and a father. It had been more than 100 years. Great Master Ran Feng had painstakingly waited for more than 100 years just for this day. Outsiders said that Ancestor Green Lotus was dead, but he didn't believe it. He believed that his master wouldn't lie to him. After waiting for more than 100 years, he finally met his master again. Ran Feng, you've grown old. Ancestor Green Lotus bent down and helped Great Master Ran Feng up. His eyes were filled with kindness. As a monk, his disciple was almost like his own son. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had only accepted one disciple in his entire life. This showed that the relationship between them wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned by Desolate Palace, he had already given up all hope and believed that he wouldn't be able to get out of that place in this lifetime. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to fight again today. It was impossible for him to not be happy. I never thought that I would be able to see Master again in this life. Ran Feng will have no regrets even if I have to die right now. Great Master Ran Feng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't keep calm due to his excitement. Tyrant, come here and kowtow to your ancestor. Great Master Ran Feng said to Tyrant who was standing beside him. Tyrant immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't dare to disrespect Ancestor Green Lotus. In his heart, Great Master Ran Feng was both a master and a father. Ancestor Green Lotus was his true idol. He had lost count of how many times he had knelt and kowtowed in front of Ancestor Green Lotus statue. Now that he was kneeling in front of the real Ancestor Green Lotus, he couldn't help but feel excited. Tyrant didn't forget that it was the eminent monk in front of him who had fused his broken immortal soul into a relic and gave it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had played a crucial role in dealing with Desolate Palace. To put it bluntly, without Ancestor Green Lotus, it would be hard to say what the current situation would be like. Jiang Chen was already in a state of insanity and had lost his mind. Without Ancestor Green Lotus' help, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to pass through Tyrant's trial, let alone the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace. You may rise. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded at Tyrant. He was quite satisfied with Great Master Ran Feng's disciple. Being able to achieve such a cultivation base at such a young age, Ancestor Green Lotus could be considered as a peak existence among the younger generation. After all, not every genius could be compared with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence itself was a miracle of the heavens and earth. Ran Feng, little monk, I will ascend to the immortal world in 2 days. Before that, I will impart the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. I believe it will be of great use to you, especially little monk. You have a very high perception in Buddha Dharma. If you can obtain the Great Compassion Mantra, your cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. You will be able to break through to a higher realm in a short period of time, which won't be too bad for you when you ascend to the immortal world in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus spoke. His evaluation of Tyrant was very high. With a unique eye, he could tell that Tyrant's perception in Buddha Dharma was even higher than his own in the past. With such an achievement at such a young age, Tyrant's future achievements would certainly be limitless. At the very least, Tyrant would surpass his own. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ran Fong and Tyrant's bodies trembled. Tyrant was extremely excited. As a member of Buddha's sect, there was no one who wouldn't be interested in the Great Compassion Mantra. Naturally, Tyrant was no exception. On the other hand, Great Master Ran Feng's shock was different. It was the combination of the joy of reunion and the sadness of parting. However, after thinking about it, Great Master Ran Fong felt relieved. His master had already reached a certain powerful realm. He should have ascended to the immortal world 100 years ago. To Ancestor Green Lotus, it was already a great loss for him. Ran Fong, don't be sad. Master's ascension is a good thing. You should be happy for me. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Yes, Master. Great Master Ran Fong bowed to Ancestor Green Lotus. Alright, I will now teach you the Great Compassion Mantra. I will only tell you the mnemonic. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your own ability and luck. After that, Ancestor Green Lotus imparted the supreme secret scripture of Buddha's sect to Tyrant and Great Master Ran Fong on the spot. This was the best gift he could give to them before his ascension. 2 days later, in the void outside the ancient clan, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. A coercive might filled the sky and the entire Pure Land trembled. In the face of this heavenly might, all the cultivators there found it difficult to even breathe. Jiang Qin, who was treating the Huang dog, also felt the changes in the heavenly pressure. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Green Lotus is about to ascend. I have to go out and have a look. This is the immortal tribulation. I will experience it soon. Chapter 1054. Hong Long Long. The terrifying lightning spread out for an unknown distance. Each of the lightning bolts was earth-shattering, causing people's hearts to tremble. This was a powerful immortal tribulation. For many people, it was extremely rare. Countless people's gazes were focused on the sea of lightning. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel their hearts trembling and their breathing becoming difficult. Under the sea of lightning stood a silhouette. His whole body was covered in golden Buddha light, like a peerless Buddha. He was giving off an admirable aura. He was a peerless eminent monk, a true Buddha. That silhouette was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus. This was his heavenly tribulation. Standing under the heavenly tribulation, Ancestor Green Lotus appeared very calm. His eyes didn't show the slightest ripple, but underneath his calm exterior, he was actually very excited. To him, this scene should have happened more than 100 years ago. Now that he was finally going to enter the immortal world, it was impossible for him to not feel any emotion. Great Master Ran Fong and Tyrant's eyes didn't even blink, especially Great Master Ran Fong. He seemed to be much more excited than Ancestor Green Lotus. His emotions were written all over his face. Don't be nervous, Great Master. You will also have such a day. Jiang Qin suddenly appeared next to Great Master Ran Fong. While looking at Ancestor Green Lotus, he said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang Qin, I think it won't be long before you ascend to the immortal world. You are now the strongest expert in Saint Origin world, and you will be the youngest to ascend to the immortal world. Great Master Ran Fong looked at Jiang Qin. Whenever he looked at this young man, he would always feel satisfied and appreciative from the bottom of his heart. Back then, he had wholeheartedly befriended Jiang Qin, and now, it seemed like it was the right choice. If he had to rely on Tyrant, he had no idea how long it would take for him to see his master again. Perhaps it would never happen again. Without Jiang Qin, perhaps he and Ancestor Green Lotus would never be able to see each other again, and Ancestor Green Lotus wouldn't be able to ascend to the immortal realm today. You're right. It won't be long before I ascend. I'm afraid it'll take more than a month. Jiang Qin nodded. His understanding of the dragon transformation skill was getting higher and higher, and he could already predict some things. For the last 500 dragon marks, Jiang Qin could completely rely on his own understanding to condense them. According to his estimation, he would be able to condense them in about a month. After that, he would ascend to the immortal world. He had the same idea about the immortal realm as Ancestor Green Lotus. He should have ascended to the immortal realm more than 100 years ago, but now he had waited for more than 100 years. Back then, he had split open the gate of the immortal realm with his sword in order to break through to a higher realm and enter the legendary immortal realm. More than a month. Tyrant murmured. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, he felt tremendous pressure. Although his current cultivation wasn't weak, it was basically impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in a month's time. However, with the help of the Great Compassion Mantra, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds in the following days. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal world with Jiang Qin, it wouldn't take too long. Hong long. Thunder rumbled. Huge lightning poured down from the sky. Ancestor Green Lotus was instantly engulfed in a sea of lightning. The terror of the immortal tribulation was incomparable to that of the Saint Tribulation. Apart from the destructive power of the lightning, the pressure was even more terrifying. The invisible pressure of the heavens would strike the soul of the person who was undergoing the tribulation. Sure enough, the immortal tribulation isn't comparable to the Saint Tribulation. Given our current cultivation, we will have a chance to undergo the immortal tribulation in the future. Now that we can witness Ancestor Green Lotus undergoing the immortal tribulation with our own eyes, it will bring us endless benefits. Ancient people, a half-step human immortal old ancestor said. That's right. Becoming a true human immortal and ascending to the immortal world will be our next goal. You and I have been cultivating our whole lives just for this day. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Demon Palace said. To them, it was meaningless to continue staying in Saint Origin World. The path of cultivation was endless. As a cultivator, who wouldn't want to climb to a higher level? Ancestor Green Lotus took 20 minutes to complete his heavenly tribulation. Without any accidents, he successfully advanced to the early human immortal realm. Everyone saw an incomparably bright light descending from the sky, turning into an illusory passageway. The end of the passageway couldn't be seen, and no one knew where it led to. It enveloped Ancestor Green Lotus completely. Brother Jiang Qin, this old monk will be waiting for you in the immortal world. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared quickly. This was the last sentence he left for Jiang Qin. The lightning disappeared and the sky became clear again. Ancestor Green Lotus had ascended to the immortal world, completely disappearing from Saint Origin World. What was left behind were the legends of the future generations. As for what the immortal world was like, no one knew. But one thing was for sure, the immortal world was a vast world that Saint Origin World couldn't compare to. Ancestor Green Lotus Ascension had stimulated many people, giving them a new goal. Great Saint wasn't the end, human immortal was just the beginning. In the following days, Martial Saint Dynasty was still in the process of building itself. In order to build the #1 dynasty in Saint Origin World, it had to build the momentum of a super dynasty. Nebula Kid was incomparably happy that Nebula sect had become an important place. He also felt lucky for his choice. Jiang Qin didn't go anywhere else during this period of time. He just stayed in the condensing mist world. The entire condensing mist world had become Jiang Chen's backyard. Jiang Qin helped De Huang Dog to recover from his injuries while comprehending the dragon transformation skill. After calming down his mind, his cultivation base improved day by day. Apart from that, Jiang Qin also spent most of his time accompanying his family. During this period of time, the condensing mist world was filled with joy and laughter. Jiang Zhenhai was grinning from ear to ear every day. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu, one served him tea and the other massaged his back every day. They were truly filial. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was now the old great emperor of Saint Origin World. He was Jiang Chen's father. Who would dare to offend him? Not to mention now, even if Jiang Chen ascended to the immortal world in the future, no one would dare to offend this old great emperor. Even those half-step human immortal supreme ancestors had to be polite to Jiang Zhenhai with a smile. However, good times didn't last long. More than a month passed by very quickly. On this day, a powerful energy wave suddenly burst out from a spatial zone in the condensing mist world. It's the Huang dog. Jiang Chen's face was filled with joy. This powerful energy wave came from the spatial zone where the Huang dog was recovering. After more than a month of recovery, the Huang dog had finally absorbed all the immortal soul and awakened. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The Huang dog automatically flew out from the spatial zone and hovered in the sky above the condensing mist world. His huge and majestic body was radiating 5 colored light waves. Pieces of golden scales appeared on his body, which looked incomparably mystical. 3 horns emerged on his head, giving him the embryonic form of a dragon horse. However, this form only appeared for a moment before disappearing. The Huang dog still looked like a dog. This made people suspect that the Huang dog did it on purpose. Perhaps he liked the look of a dog. Incredible. I'm afraid that De Huang's cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Yan Qinyu said in surprise. It's not just the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After absorbing the 5 immortal souls, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has comprehended the laws of the immortal world. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang can trigger the immortal tribulation at any time and ascend to the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His words were filled with excitement. However, this was within Jiang Chen's expectation. One should know that the energy of the 5 immortal souls was too massive. It had brought unimaginable benefits to De Huang dog. It was only normal for him to reach the peak of 9th grade Great Saint and trigger the immortal world. What a monster! Han Yen shook his head helplessly. These days, he and Tyrant had been in seclusion in order to break through to a higher level and catch up to Jiang Chen's footsteps. However, they didn't expect that De Huang dog would be the first to ascend to the immortal world. Everyone gathered together, looking at the changes in De Huang dog. De Huang dog was injured in order to save Jiang Chen. Now, he had recovered and his cultivation had improved tremendously. Everyone felt happy for him. 3 days later, I will ascend to the immortal world together with De Huang. Jiang Chen said suddenly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Their faces turned gloomy, especially Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Qinyu, and Wu Ningzhu. Although they had expected this day to come, they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Chen's ascension to the immortal world was a good thing. They should be happy for Jiang Chen. In fact, they were happy for Jiang Chen, but they weren't willing to face this parting. This parting was different from the previous ones. This was a huge parting. So soon. Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Dad, little Yu, Sister Ning, Ah Yen, Tyrant, don't be sad. I'm ascending to the immortal world just a step ahead of time. With your cultivation base, ascending to the immortal world is only a matter of time. Our parting will only be temporary. De Huang and I will be waiting for you in the immortal world. We'll be the vanguard in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He understood their feelings very well. However, ascending to the immortal world couldn't be delayed. He had already calculated the date. 3 days later, the number of dragon marks in his body would reach 100,000. Coincidentally, De Huang dog had also reached the same level. 3 days later, both of them would ascend to the immortal world at the same time. Little Chenzi is right. This is only a temporary parting. He and De Huang will ascend to the immortal world in advance. We won't need too much time. When we reach the immortal world, we can still fight side by side and leave our own glory in the immortal world. Chapter 1055. For the last 3 days, Jiang Chen sealed himself in an independent spatial zone. The matters in Saint Origin world had come to an end. He wanted to pursue a higher plane and a higher cultivation base. He was getting closer and closer to 100,000 dragon marks. To him, 3 days was more than enough. When Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Chenyu, and Wu Ningzhu also chose to go into seclusion. In order to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps, even though they were talented, they had to put in 100 times more effort. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to ascend in 3 days. If they didn't put in more effort, the gap between them and Jiang Chen would only widen. They would only become Jiang Chen's burden when they reached the immortal world. Jiang Chen put all his attention on the dragon transformation skill. A blood-red ancient dragon shadow was hovering around his body. It seemed like it was going to materialize at any time. It made Jiang Chen look incomparably mystical. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a very wonderful state, as if the dragon transformation skill was about to reach the Great Circle. Dragon marks were automatically condensed and his Qi was constantly expanding. Countless dragon marks hovered in his Qi like real dragons, letting out muffled dragon roars. The scene was incomparably spectacular. If such a scene were to happen in the real world, the shock it would cause would be absolutely unimaginable. As the number of dragon marks was getting closer to 100,000, Jiang Chen's understanding of the dragon transformation skill became deeper and deeper. With this, Jiang Chen felt that this divine skill was incomparably abstruse. The journey that he had to explore was still incomparably long. The dragon transformation skill is indeed a peerless divine skill. When I first came into contact with it, I thought that 100,000 dragon marks was the Great Circle and I would be able to reach the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. Now, it seems like I'm gravely mistaken. 100,000 dragon marks is only the initial Great Circle of the dragon transformation skill. I'm still very far away from the true pinnacle. However, the stronger the dragon transformation skill is, the more benefits it will bring me. My combat strength will still be terrifying when I reach the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The dragon transformation skill had given him more and more confidence. This skill was too profound, and 100,000 dragon marks was just the initial stage of perfection. According to the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the skies. This was true. Jiang Chen's body had always been half dragon and half human. If he reached the Great Circle of 100,000 dragon marks, he would become a real dragon and soar across the heavens and earth. He was still a human, but he had the complete true dragon bloodline. This was the first step of the dragon transformation skill. The so-called true dragon son of heaven was like this. Jiang Chen was the true dragon son of heaven. After reaching the Great Circle of 100,000 dragon marks, my cultivation base will directly reach the early human immortal realm. At that time, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, I will receive even greater benefits. My cultivation base will be able to reach the intermediate human immortal realm. If nothing goes wrong, the immortal tribulation will bring me an even greater transformation. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to reach the late human immortal realm. If I reach the late human immortal realm, I won't be in a passive position even in the immortal world. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of smile. That was his supreme confidence. This was also the experience he gained from cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill and the baptism of the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation base by 2 levels. If Jiangchen really reached the late human immortal realm when he ascended to the immortal world, it would be a miracle. One should know that the higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it was to advance to the human immortal realm. If Jiang Chen was able to increase his cultivation base by 2 or 3 levels in one go like this, it would definitely be shocking to many people. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the 100,000 dragon marks had finally been formed, and the dragon transformation skill had reached its initial completion. 100,000 dragon marks, transforming into a dragon and soaring to the sky. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, he felt countless true dragon qi gushing out from his body. That was an incomparably noble qi. Jiang Chen's bones began to change and the blood-red light on his body intensified. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky above the ancient people, startling everyone. Then, a huge gust of wind floated in the sky above the ancient people. Everyone saw a blood-red dragon hovering in the void, twisting and turning its body. The blood-red dragon was too powerful. No one knew how much energy was contained in its body. Just a casual movement from it could release an incomparably great force, causing cracks to appear everywhere in the void. Such a powerful dragon qi. Could this be the legendary true dragon? Dragons are divine creatures, supreme existences. In the history of Saint Origin world, there has never been a true dragon. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Jiao dragons would be terrifying enough. This blood-red dragon is exuding a familiar qi. It's Jiang Chen's qi. Jiang Chen already has a transformation skill, but he always looked like a half-dragon and half-human. I never thought that he would transform into a true dragon. This is truly terrifying. True dragon son of heaven. This is the real true dragon son of heaven. Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that's hard to come by throughout the ages. It's a miracle that he could transform into a dragon. Many of them exclaimed. No one wasn't shocked. Such a scene had never appeared in the history of Saint Origin world. Such an unparalleled spectacle was an eye-opener for all of them. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. The birth of the true dragon son of heaven was an auspicious sign. The appearance of such a figure in Saint Origin world would bring endless auspiciousness to the martial saint dynasty. This kid's cultivation technique is truly mysterious and unpredictable. Now that he has transformed into a real dragon, it's not an exaggeration to call him the true dragon son of heaven. The Huang dog was also shocked. He was the only one who knew about Jiang Chen's secret, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen's cultivation technique would be so terrifying. Little Chenzi's cultivation base has already reached the early human immortal realm, but he has used the immortal mark to block the immortal world's law, so the lightning tribulation hasn't descended yet. Tyrant said. His qi is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like he's going to break through to a higher realm. He might even reach the intermediate human immortal realm. How terrifying! Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. They really had nothing to say about Jiang Chen, who was an anomaly. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in another mysterious state. He had used the immortal mark to deceive the heavens' will, so that he could use the transformation of the dragon transformation skill to break through to the intermediate human immortal realm, and then transcend the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen was receiving the benefits and baptism brought by the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. After reaching the initial completion of the dragon transformation skill, a wave of new information flowed into Jiang Chen's mind. Dragon Transformation Skill Advancement Chapter, 50,000 dragon marks will be condensed for each advancement. Following this message, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in shock. Every time he broke through, he would need to condense 50,000 dragon marks. This was ridiculous. Before this, he would only be able to condense 2,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough, but now, he needed to condense 50,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough. This dragon transformation skills evolution chapter was really terrifying. If he could cultivate this chapter to the major completion stage, he would have no idea how many dragon marks he would have in his Chi C. But this is still acceptable. After all, the difference between an immortal and a human is too huge. Every advancement is a huge leap, so it's understandable that I need 50,000 dragon marks. Now that I'm receiving the benefits of the dragon transformation skill advancement, it won't be a problem for me to condense 50,000 dragon marks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Right now, his Chi C was more than 100 times bigger than before. Right now, his Chi C was like a real ocean. There were dragon marks everywhere, and blood-red lights could be seen everywhere. The number of dragon marks was increasing at a terrifying speed. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, 150,000. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of dragon marks were condensed like tidal waves. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had also successfully broken through to the intermediate human immortal realm, reaching a level that mortals couldn't reach. My current dragon form is still 10 times my combat strength. It's a pity that there's no improvement. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The increase in combat strength of a half-dragon and a true dragon was the same, but 10 times of combat strength was already very terrifying. It was enough for him to kill people one level higher in his dragon form. There were many secret skills in the world that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. However, these secret skills were harmful to the cultivator, and a certain price had to be paid. Even so, it was impossible to find a secret skill that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times. Ordinary secret skills that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or 3 times were already very terrifying and rarely seen in the world. It was an unimaginable miracle for someone like Jiang Chen to instantly increase his combat strength by 10 times without the slightest bit of backlash or impact on his body. Wang wang. The Zulong Tower let out a whistling sound. After advancing to the human immortal realm, the Zulong Tower had condensed to 12 floors. The body of the tower was simple and unadorned, and the ancient runes could be seen clearly. It was unimaginably sturdy. As a powerful defensive divine tool, it was simply invincible. The Heavenly Saint Sword had also advanced to the immortal tool. In the future, it could be used together with the Zulong Tower. One for offense, the other for defense. De Huang, come up and transcend the tribulation together. Jiang Chen opened his huge dragon mouth and said to De Huang dog below. Wakaka. Great. This is great. De Huang dog laughed loudly. His majestic body instantly rushed up to the sky. His cultivation base had already reached the early human immortal realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's immortal mark, he would have been attracted by the laws of the immortal world. Hong Long. Jiang Chen kept the immortal mark. Instantly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. It was 2 thunderbolts and 2 completely different tribulation clouds. Although Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to transcend the tribulation at the same time, it was impossible for them to be in the same space. Otherwise, if the lightning tribulations overlapped, who could withstand the power? Chapter 1056. Rumble. In an instant, the tribulation cloud was densely packed. The scene of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog undergoing the tribulation at the same time was too spectacular. Compared to the immortal tribulation of Ancestor Green Lotus 3 days ago, it was on a completely different level. One was a super evildoer, and the other had the bloodline of a divine beast. Both of their tribulations were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Roar! The Huang dog was bathed in the lightning. His majestic body was constantly spiraling, and his aura was at its peak. When the terrifying lightning struck his body, it was like scratching an itch. It didn't cause any damage to the Huang dog at all. Ha ha ha, this feels great. The Huang dog was incomparably excited. For any cultivator, this day was incomparably exciting and worthy of remembrance. Once they broke through this step, they would soar into the sky in one go, truly breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Being tempered by heavenly thunder and bathed in lightning was a good thing for those who were going through the heavenly tribulation. This was especially true for those with a divine beast bloodline like the Huang dog. After experiencing the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, their corporeal bodies would be strengthened. The stronger they were, the more terrifying their combat power would be. On the other side, no one knew what Jiang Chen's thunder tribulation was. Judging from its power alone, it was at least 2 times more terrifying than the Huang dog's. Every lightning bolt that came pouring down had the power to destroy heaven and earth. That part of the void was completely obliterated. Jiang Chen's huge dragon body continued to circle, allowing the lightning to strike him. However, it was unable to cause any damage to him. Jiang Chen had experienced a lot of lightning tribulations. He already had his own experience when it came to going through lightning tribulations. Moreover, he had accumulated a lot of power of lightning in his body. He had already developed a kind of immunity towards lightning tribulations. Buzz! The heavenly saint sword hovered around Jiang Chen. At this moment, it had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was extremely mystical. The sword light it emitted was enough to tear the void apart. The heavenly saint sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. It had accompanied Jiang Chen in both his past and present lives. Now, with the advancement of Jiang Chen's cultivation, the heavenly saint sword had also advanced to an immortal weapon. Although it was only a human rank immortal weapon, its terror was unimaginable. So powerful. Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation is at least 10 times more terrifying than Ancestor Green Lotus lightning tribulation 3 days ago. I'm afraid only Jiang Chen can attract such a dreadful lightning tribulation. Only a monstrous genius like him can withstand such a lightning tribulation. If it was us, I'm afraid we would have died tragically under the sea of lightning. That's right. I've seen Ancestor's lightning tribulation before, but compared to Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation, both its power and scene pales in comparison. Jiang Chen is an unprecedented genius. His future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid he won't be an ordinary person even in the immortal world. Of course. This man has great luck. This luck will accompany him for the rest of his life. No one wasn't surprised, especially those half-step human immortal old ancestors. They were closer to the human immortal realm, so they had a deeper understanding of the lightning tribulation. The power of Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Such a genius with great luck wouldn't be an ordinary person even in the high and mighty immortal world. At this moment, Jiang Chen was undergoing a different kind of sublimation under the lightning tribulation. Both the heavenly saint sword and the Zulong Tower were improving, especially the Zulong Tower. Its powerful devouring power could directly devour the power of lightning and convert it into energy. It seemed that after the lightning tribulation was over, the 12th floor of the Zulong Tower would be fully condensed. With the help of the lightning tribulation, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was constantly improving. The dragon marks in his body began to condense crazily. 160,000, 170,000, 180,000, 190,000, 200,000. The lightning tribulation lasted for 20 minutes. Jiang Chen had completed his lightning tribulation. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 200,000, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late human immortal realm. With his current cultivation base, he would be able to resolve any danger he might encounter in the immortal world. At the same time, the lightning tribulation on De Huang Dog's side had also ended. The sky was clear once again. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood together. They didn't descend to the ground, but looked down at the crowd below. Chen Air. Brother Qin. Little Qinzi. At this moment, everyone tensed up. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Wu Jiu, Yu Zihan, Nangong Wendian, these were Jiang Chen's loved ones. All of them had a solemn look on their faces. They knew that the time for Jiang Chen to ascend had come. Jiang Chen wasn't an indecisive person. He didn't want to be immersed in the sadness of parting. Therefore, he kept the immortal mark. Hong Long. The moment the immortal mark was kept, a golden light beam shone down from the immortal world. It should be 2 light beams. They shrouded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Their bodies began to fade. It was the passageway to the immortal world. Father, I'm unfilial. Little Yu, Sister Ning, Ah Yen, Tyrant, Ah Nan, I'll wait for you in the immortal world. I'll leave Martial Saint Dynasty to you all. Jiang Chen left his last words, then vanished with De Huang Dog. They had completely vanished from this piece of sky. This time, they had truly left. However, the glory they had left in Saint Origin World could never be covered. Jiang Chen's name was destined to become the everlasting symbol and history of Saint Origin World. After Jiang Chen left, Han Yan and the others didn't say anything. They immediately went into seclusion to break through to the immortal world. Their next goal was to break through to the immortal world. The days without Jiang Chen were too dull. They were passionate people. A peaceful life would make them feel like they were going crazy. Therefore, they wanted to continue following Jiang Chen's footsteps. They wanted to create their own heaven and earth in the immortal world. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog seemed to have entered an illusory tunnel of time and space. They didn't deliberately control their bodies, allowing them to fly freely. I wonder what the immortal world is like. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He was really looking forward to the unknown immortal world. Ever since De Huang Dog entered the tunnel leading to the immortal world, he suddenly became a little depressed, as if he had fallen into some kind of deep memory. De Huang, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Nothing. I suddenly recovered some of my memory. Do you want to hear about the immortal world? De Huang Dog grinned. You know about the immortal world? Jiang Chen was stunned. Although this dog possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast, he had never entered the immortal world like Jiang Chen. How could he know about the immortal world? Could it be that this guy still had the memory of the immortal world? However, Jiang Chen didn't ask too much. He was really curious about everything about the immortal world. He wanted to listen to De Huang Dog's explanation. Back in Saint Origin World, he was a reincarnated expert who could control everything, but now that he had arrived in the immortal world, he was just a rookie, a true newbie. The immortal plane is too big. It is unimaginably big. In the immortal plane, human immortals are just the lowest existences. Due to the laws of the immortal plane, it is very easy for the people of the immortal plane to assail the human immortal stage. Thus, even if we enter the immortal plane as human immortals, we will have no status at all. De Huang Dog said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that the first-class existence in Saint Origin World could only be the most ordinary mortal in the immortal world. To an ascender, this was indeed a psychological blow. Above human immortals, there are earth immortals, heaven immortals, divine immortals, golden immortals, and other powerful existences. We're almost at the end. I'll explain it to you when we reach the inner part of the immortal world. While the Huang dog was talking, the passageway suddenly shook violently. A bright light appeared in front of them. The passageway to the immortal world was coming to an end. At this moment, an extremely dangerous qi suddenly rose from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. He saw a white light descending from the sky all of a sudden. The light was like an indestructible sharp blade. Even the spatial passageway was cut off on the spot. That light seemed to have a target. The target was Jiang Chen. It slashed at Jiang Chen. Not good. De Huang, run away now. Jiang Chen's face turned pale with fright. He could sense an extremely dangerous qi from that ray of light. Even with his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't withstand it at all. Under that light, he felt as tiny as an ant. That's right. Now that he had merged with De Huang Dog's passageway, if he was attacked, De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to escape. Immediately, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and forcefully separated the passageway from De Huang Dog. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog disappeared. Motherfucker. What's going on? De Huang Dog cursed. Now that the passageway had been separated, he couldn't see Jiang Chen's shadow anymore. However, he knew that Jiang Chen was facing an unprecedented disaster and danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. On the other side, Jiang Chen was already locked by the light, unable to escape. Motherfucker. Who wants to kill me? I haven't been to the immortal world yet. Don't tell me I already have an enemy. Jiang Chen cursed gloomily. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill him and was waiting for him to ascend. Without much time to think, Jiang Chen took out the 12-story Zulong Tower and covered his entire body. Hong Long. The light landed on the Zulong Tower. The originally indestructible Zulong Tower suddenly shattered. At the same time, the light attacked Jiang Chen's body. Barf. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The destruction of the Zulong Tower and the attack of the light had caused unimaginable injuries to him. It was an unprecedented injury. Jiang Chen felt that his soul was about to be torn apart, and he could die at any time. After the light entered Jiang Chen's body, it didn't kill him directly. Instead, it turned into a brand that stayed in the depths of his soul. This is a soul brand. It seems like the other party doesn't want to kill me. They just want to severely injure me. However, this soul brand allows them to locate me at any time. In other words, as long as I enter the immortal world, I will be immediately discovered by this person. Who is it? Chapter 1057. Jiang Chen's current situation was extremely bad. One could imagine that the light just now was shot by a supreme expert in the immortal world. That attack alone was enough to kill Jiang Chen. However, the attacker obviously didn't want to kill Jiang Chen directly. Now, he had left a soul imprint in his soul with the purpose of locking him down. Even though Jiang Chen didn't die, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. The Zulong Tower had been directly destroyed. It would take a certain amount of time for him to recover. Moreover, his body was shaken. It was an unprecedented serious injury. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even circulate the dragon transformation skill. His qi and blood had been seriously injured. It was undoubtedly very slow to rely on the wood spirit to recover. Now that he was in the late human immortal realm, he wouldn't be too passive even if he went to the immortal world. But now, he had been seriously injured in the passageway leading to the immortal world. If he entered the immortal world in this state, he was afraid that anyone would be able to crush him to death. The injury isn't scary. The one who attacked me secretly is the real scary one. I have to cover up the soul imprint in the depths of my soul. Otherwise, I will really die. Oh yes, the immortal mark. Jiang Chen was very smart. He knew that the most dangerous thing was not his serious injury, but the soul imprint in his body. Obviously, someone in the immortal world didn't want to let him have an easy time. He had already been noticed before he ascended to the immortal world. If he couldn't cover up the soul imprint, he would be discovered immediately when he came out of the passageway and be doomed eternally. At this most critical moment, the only thing that Jiang Chen could use was the immortal mark in his body. He didn't know the origin of the immortal mark. It could even deceive the heaven's secret. It shouldn't be difficult to cover up the chi of the soul imprint. At the moment when the immortal mark covered the soul imprint, in the center of the ethereal immortal domain in the immortal world, a handsome golden-haired man's expression changed abruptly. Damn it! The soul imprint has disappeared. How could this man block my soul imprint? I have no idea what means he used. Humph. Even if you can escape this calamity, I will find you sooner or later once you arrive in the immortal world. I'd like to see what kind of guy dares to kill my doppelganger. The golden-haired man said in an incomparably cold voice. His body radiated an unimaginable pressure, causing the surrounding spatial airflow to tremble. His cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. The laws of the immortal world were incomparable to those of Saint Origin world. Those who could control the spatial law here were at least immortal king realm. The golden-haired man was undoubtedly. If Jiang Chen saw this golden-haired man, he would definitely be shocked, because this man looked exactly the same as the Qin in northern and southern dynasties. On the other side, after Jiang Chen used the immortal mark to cover his mark, he flew up through the spatial passageway. Currently, he had no strength left and his body was extremely exhausted. All he wanted to do was to have a good sleep. So, he closed his eyes. It's the northern and southern dynasties. Except for this man, no one in the immortal world would want to deal with me. The moment Jiang Chen closed his eyes and fainted, he finally thought of a name. He had never ascended to the immortal world, so it was impossible for him to have any enemies in the immortal world. Only the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin world were the reincarnations of immortal souls. Later on, he found out that they were just doppelgangers, which meant that their real body was most likely in the real immortal world. Moreover, he was a big shot in the immortal world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sensed Jiang Chen's existence. Bang! Jiang Chen felt a spatial force acting on his body. He felt as if he had been ejected into a new world. Abundant immortal qi bathed his body, and then he fainted completely. Hiss! Jiang Chen slowly regained his consciousness. He couldn't help but let out a roar of pain. He didn't open his eyes because he didn't have the strength to do so. The ground below him should be a piece of rubble with some damp qi. It wasn't hard to imagine that he was in a relatively desolate place. I should be in the immortal world now. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious. Let's see where this is. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He felt lucky that he was still alive and hadn't suffered any dangerous attacks while he was unconscious. He should thank the heavens and earth for that. His body was severely injured and he couldn't move, but his divine sense was still alive. Jiang Chen released his divine sense, trying to explore the surrounding illusion. His expression changed dramatically as soon as he did so. What's going on? I'm a late human immortal expert now. Adding the great soul derivation technique, my divine sense is extraordinary. But now, my divine sense can only cover an area of 100 miles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked. With his current cultivation base, he could cover the entire Saint Origin world with just a thought of his divine sense. Nothing could escape his detection. But now, he could only cover an area of 100 miles. This was ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. However, Jiang Chen soon found out that the spatial structure of the immortal world was incomparable to that of the Saint Origin world. The law here was incomparably firm and the spatial barrier was indestructible. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't even fly using the spatial force, let alone penetrating the void. Mother! The immortal world is indeed abnormal. This world is too firm. No wonder De Huang said that human immortals are the lowest existence here. It seems like it's true. According to the law of this world, human immortals and earth immortals can't fly. Only powerful heaven immortals can fly. If this is the case, I still have an advantage. Jiang Chen sensed the law of this world and came to a conclusion. His guess was right. In the immortal world, only heaven immortals and earth immortals could fly. Ordinary human immortals and earth immortals couldn't fly. However, Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary human immortal. He had the flaming wings. With the help of the flaming wings, he could fly. Although his speed wouldn't be very fast, it was still incomparable to ordinary human immortals and earth immortals. Moreover, Jiang Chen was now a late human immortal. His combat strength alone was enough to kill half-step earth immortals and early earth immortals. He could even deal with intermediate earth immortals. If he used his dragon transformation, he could even kill a late earth immortal. However, that was only in theory. Jiang Chen couldn't do it at all. He had suffered a severe injury. Even a human immortal could kill him easily, let alone an earth immortal. Jiang Chen's current condition was extremely serious. This is a desolate mountain range. It's desolate and uninhabited. That's why I haven't been discovered after sleeping for so long. I need to restore my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to move a single step in the immortal world. Any demon beast that appears will be able to devour me in one bite. If I become a demon beast's dung the moment I arrive in the immortal world, my wisdom will be ruined. Chapter 1058. Jiang Chen didn't know where he was because he really didn't have the strength to stand up. However, he used his divine sense to scan 100 miles around him. There were rocks everywhere. From this, he could tell that he was in a desolate mountain range. Plus, he didn't know how long he had been unconscious and no one had discovered him. It was obvious that this was a desolate mountain range. Currently, there were two things that Jiang Chen needed to do. The first was to repair his injuries and restore his strength. This was the most urgent task. The immortal world couldn't be compared to Saint Origin world. With his current cultivation base, he was just an insignificant figure here. If he was in a seriously injured state, his life would be in danger at any time. The other thing he needed to do was to refine and get rid of the imprint in his body as soon as possible. This wasn't an easy task. The one who did this should be a magnate in the immortal world. The imprint contained the consciousness and divine sense of the magnate. However, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was omnipotent. He would be able to refine it sooner or later. Moreover, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he could completely refine the imprint, he would obtain great benefits. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the next level. Of course, in order to refine the imprint, he must first recover from his injuries. Therefore, the most urgent task at hand was to recover. If it was someone else who suffered from such a serious injury, they would need at least a few months to half a year to recover. Moreover, they would need to be accompanied by miraculous pills. However, for Jiang Chen, this period of time would be greatly shortened. The dragon transformation skill wasn't something to be trifled with, and neither was the wood essence. The dragon transformation skill and the wood essence complemented each other. As long as Jiang Qin still had a single breath left in him, he would be able to fully recover. This was the strongest recovery ability in the heavens and earth, and no miraculous pills could compare to it. According to my current situation, I'm afraid that it will take me 7 days to fully recover. Fortunately, there is no one in this wilderness, so I can rest assured and recover. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Without wasting any time, he started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. The qi emitted by the wood spirit permeated through his limbs and bones. Instantly, Jiang Qin felt extremely comfortable. It was as if he had finally received a good rain after a long drought. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Jiang Qin was still recovering from his injuries. Compared to 3 days ago, he was much better now. At least he could move and make slight movements. His cultivation base had almost recovered to the early human immortal realm. However, he was still in the most critical stage of recovery, so he couldn't fight yet. As Jiang Qin's injuries continued to heal, the broken Zulong Tower also recovered a little. It had already been restored to the 5th floor. Although he could move his body, Jiang Qin didn't move. He just lay on the ground and didn't get up. He took a deep breath of immortal qi and couldn't help sighing. The immortal qi here is really rich. It's just like the heaven and earth yuan qi in Saint Origin World. It's everywhere. Cultivating in such an environment, even the most ordinary cultivator can reach the human immortal realm. No wonder heaven immortals don't have any status in the immortal world. Jiang Qin sighed. It's a pity that De Huang has been teleported to somewhere. That guy actually knows a lot about the immortal world. If he's here, I can ask him some questions about the immortal world. Unfortunately, I can't ask him anything now. I can only wait until my injuries are healed. Let's go, hurry up. Don't delay our journey. At this moment, an incomparably bold and unrestrained voice was heard not far away, followed by heavy footsteps. Jiang Qin's heart instantly tensed up. He scanned with his divine sense and saw a group of 7 to 8 people in simple and unadorned attire. The leader was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He looked incomparably strong and had a full beard on his face. His cultivation base was the strongest among them, having reached the half-step earth immortal realm. The rest of them were also strong men. The youngest among them seemed to be less than 20 years old, but their cultivation base wasn't strong. Most of them were intermediate human immortals and 2 were late human immortals. In the middle of them, there was a carriage. It was very large and covered with a layer of yellow cloth. It was unknown what was inside, but with so many people surrounding the carriage, it could be seen that to this group of people, the things in the carriage were incomparably precious. Chief, with so many herbs, how many low-grade immortal meta stones do you think we can exchange them for? Asked a youth. He seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, his face still looked a little immature, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the peak of intermediate human immortal realm. In a small place like this, he could be considered as a genius. In the immortal world, ordinary people could reach the human immortal realm at the age of 10, but it was incomparably difficult for them to advance further. Cultivation itself required the support of a large amount of resources. In some remote areas where resources were scarce, advancing to the peak of intermediate human immortal realm at the age of 15 or 16 was already considered very good. I reckon that 100 low-grade immortal meta stones won't be a problem. Ah, Tsong, I brought you out this time to see the world. Don't embarrass me when we reach Yen City. The middle-aged leader said with a smile, his words were filled with love for the youth. Of course, I, Han Chong, am the #1 genius of our Han village. How can I embarrass myself? In the future, I will walk out of the Han village and enter Yen City to cultivate. Han Chong said with incomparable arrogance. Ha! Don't brag. Yen City is a big place with a heaven immortal guarding it. Kid, be careful and don't be reckless. Otherwise, you will regret it if you offend a big shot. Someone laughed and the others began to tease the youth. Chief, there seems to be a person lying there. Han Chong suddenly let out a cry of surprise and looked at the rocks not far away. The others also looked over and saw a person lying flat on the ground. Let's go and have a look. The chief strode towards Jiang Qin, but Han Chong was faster. He was the first to reach Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. He was at the critical moment of his recovery. The last thing he wanted was to be disturbed. Plus, he didn't know where these people came from and whether they would pose a threat to him. He seems to be badly injured. Han Chong said. Don't worry about it. Let's hurry. Someone said. Don't. Let me ask him. We can't just leave him to die. Han Chong was a kind-hearted person. He looked down at Jiang Qin and asked, What's your name? Why are you here? Jiang Qin's face was expressionless. His eyes swept across these people, ignoring Han Chong's question. He just wanted these people to leave as soon as possible so that they wouldn't disturb him again. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Someone said impatiently. Jiang Qin still didn't say anything. It seems like he's really a mute or a fool. Let's go. Let's leave this mute to fend for himself. Don't delay our journey. It will take us 3 to 4 days to reach Yen City. If we're late, Supervisor Huang will blame us. Someone said. That's right. We don't know this guy. There's no need to care about him. The people of Han Village obviously didn't want to care about Jiang Qin. Their goal was to go to Yen City. They were only interested in immortal metastones. Hearing that they were leaving, Jiang Qin's heart leaped with joy. No, Chief, we can't just leave him to die. Although this desolate mountain range is uninhabited, there are a few demonic beasts here. If we don't care about him, he will most likely be eaten by the beasts or killed by some bad guys. Since we've met him, we have to help him. Saving a life is more merciful than building a 7-story pagoda. If you guys don't care, I will. Han Chong was young and spirited. He had a kind heart. This was his first time leaving the Han village. He didn't want to leave a person to die. If he did that, it would leave an indelible shadow in his heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He took another look at the young man. The young man had thick black hair, a pair of big bright eyes, and a handsome face. He didn't know this young man, but this young man insisted on saving him. Clearly, this was because of the kindness in the young man's heart. He absolutely had no intention of harming Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin wasn't familiar with this place. Although he didn't encounter any danger these days, as Han Chong said, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any danger in the future. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be able to resist any demonic beasts. If he could follow these people, it would be a good thing. Firstly, it wouldn't delay his recovery. Secondly, his safety would be guaranteed. Most importantly, he would be able to gain a better understanding of the immortal world through these people. This was also a very good thing. Haha. I didn't expect Ah Tsong to be such a warm-hearted person. In that case, Chief, let's bring this man along, lest he gets eaten by demonic beasts. Someone laughed. Alright, Ah Kong. It's a good thing that you have a kind heart. Let's bring this man along. The village chief nodded his head. Thank you, Chief. Han Chong was elated. He immediately lifted Jiang Chen up and let him lie on the carriage. The carriage was very spacious. Apart from the things it was carrying, it was enough for Jiang Chen to lie flat on his back. Through the yellow cloth, Jiang Chen could smell the fragrance of herbs on the carriage. Based on his experience, he could tell what kind of herbs were inside just by relying on his nose. He had seen most of the herbs in Saint Origin World, but due to the difference in the growing environment, the grade and curative effect of the herbs were very different. These herbs grew in the immortal world and absorbed the immortal qi. Even the most common one was an immortal herb, which was many times more precious than the same herbs in Saint Origin World. AI. Traveling is already slow enough, and now we have a burden. If we encounter any trouble along the way, we'll have to send a clone to protect him. Someone said with dissatisfaction. I say, second uncle, why are you so unsympathetic? It's just a small effort for us to save him. I will protect him if anything happens. Chapter 1059. Hee, it's rare for Tsong to be so righteous. The chief chuckled and looked at Han Chong with even more affection. Having a righteous person was a blessing to the whole village. Jiang Chen, who was lying on the carriage, revealed a trace of a smile. These people should be the villagers of a certain village, and the place he was currently at should be a remote area in the immortal world. These people were simple and honest, completely different from what Jiang Chen had imagined. It made Jiang Chen, who had just arrived in the immortal world, feel a trace of warmth. Especially this Han Kong. He was young and kind, but a person like him would be easily deceived and suffer losses in the outside world. For the next 2 days, the group of people in Han village had been hurrying on with their journey without any rest. Jiang Chen was focused on recovering from his injuries. Along the way, he heard these people talking about exchanging medicinal herbs for immortal metastones. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the immortal world, but he could roughly guess that immortal metastones were like the saint elixir of Saint Origin World. Immortal metastones were essential for cultivation, but they were incomparably precious and hard to obtain. If these remote villagers wanted to obtain immortal metastones, they would have to go to Yen City to exchange them for medicinal herbs and forging materials. I don't have any immortal metastones with me. It seems like I'll have to find a way to get some after I recover. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The effect of immortal metastones was the same as the saint elixir. Now that he had reached the advancement stage of the dragon transformation skill, each advancement would require him to condense 50,000 dragon marks, which meant that it would consume an enormous amount of energy. The high-grade true metastones that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain had all been used up when he advanced to the late human immortal realm. Currently, Jiang Chen was like a pauper without a single hair on his body. In other words, he would have to start all over again in the immortal world. In these 2 days, Jiang Chen still didn't speak a word. His injuries had already recovered to the mid-human immortal realm, but the slightest change would affect his entire body. Before he fully recovered, he still wouldn't be able to fight. Although he could move his body a long time ago, he was still lying on the bed without moving. Other than Han Chong, no one else paid any attention to him. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen was a burden. No one was willing to talk to a burden, let alone a burden that couldn't speak. Jiang Chen didn't really care about this. His injuries would be completely healed in 2 more days. Since these people had helped him, he would naturally repay them with some benefits. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a sense of danger coming from the bottom of his heart. The others were still happily hurrying on with their journey, not feeling anything. However, Jiang Chen had lived 2 lives, and with the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp, especially towards danger. Stop! Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and said in a low voice to the few people who were hurrying along. The scene startled them. Han Chang and the others stared at Jiang Chen with astonished eyes. For the past 2 days, they had thought that Jiang Chen was a mute. Never had they thought that Jiang Chen would suddenly speak and sit up in the carriage. You're not mute. Han Song's eyes widened. Kid, who exactly are you? So that you can pretend to be injured? Someone asked Lang Lang. Suddenly, they felt a trace of hostility towards Jiang Chen. However, it was not surprising. Jiang Chen had not moved for 2 days. Now, he suddenly sat up. Moreover, his eyes were bright and full of expression. They could not help but be suspicious. I'm Jiang Chen. I've indeed suffered a serious injury. I've been secretly recovering from my injuries for the past 2 days. I, Jiang Chen, am very grateful to all of you for saving me. Everyone, listen to me. Danger is coming. Be prepared for battle. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the crowd and said. Speaking of danger, the village chief couldn't help but frown. He looked around but didn't sense any dangerous chi even though he was a half-step to Earth immortal. Kid, who are you kidding? How could the village chief not feel danger? Tell me, who are you? The villagers' hostility towards Jiang Chen increased. Dong! However, just as the villager finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the ground began to tremble. A dangerous aura instantly rushed into everyone's heart. The people of this generation were tough, and everyone present had experienced life and death battles. Their expressions immediately changed. It's really dangerous. The way the village chief and the others looked at Jiang Chen changed slightly. There was less hostility and more respect in their eyes. At least in their eyes, this young man wasn't simple. One should know that even the village chief, a half-step to Earth immortal, couldn't sense it in advance, but Jiang Chen did. It might be a demonic beast. Everyone, be careful. The village chief's chi fluctuated. He fully unleashed his half-step Earth immortal cultivation, which was very powerful. Croak. A very unpleasant croak was heard. A chilly wind blew in front of them, bringing with it a foul smell that made them want to vomit. Dong! In the next moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped down from the first mountain in front of them, blocking their path. It was a huge poisonous toad, covered with green pustules, and had a pair of glossy green eyes, like the eyes of the netherworld. If this poisonous toad looked at them, they would feel their hairs stand on end, and their souls would be frozen. The moment the poisonous toad appeared, it locked its eyes on the crowd. Its body was filled with poisonous chi. It was the most poisonous creature in the heaven and earth. Venomous nether toad. The village chief was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized the origin of this item. He immediately cried out in surprise. It could be heard that his voice had completely changed. The expressions of the other villagers also instantly became extremely ugly, almost to the point of despair. A late human immortal venomous nether toad. Damn it! Why are we so unlucky to bump into this jinx? We're doomed. Human immortal demonic beasts aren't scary. The village chief alone is enough to deal with them. But this venomous nether toad's body is filled with poison. Anyone who touches it will be doomed eternally. Even the village chief will be corroded by the poison when he tries to kill this toad. What should we do? The venomous nether toad is ferocious and overbearing. It has already regarded us as its prey. It won't stop. Everyone was in despair. There was no way that they wouldn't be in despair. The village chief's face was also extremely ugly. All of you, listen up. I will stop this poisonous toad. You guys retreat immediately. No matter what, you have to protect Ah Kong, the village chief gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, he had to sacrifice himself to protect the Han village. "Chief, let's fight this poisonous toad together." Someone's eyes turned red. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of death. "Bastards! With your cultivation base, you can't even get close to this poisonous toad. How are you going to fight? Listen to me and retreat immediately," the village chief said in a dignified tone. "Don't worry everyone. This venomous nether toad isn't scary. Listen to me and none of you will die," Jiang Chen suddenly said. This venomous nether toad was similar to the nether python. They were both first-class poisonous creatures under the heaven and earth. However, to Jiang Chen, it didn't affect him at all. His body contained the poison of the nether python. "Brother Jiang Chen, don't talk big. This venomous nether toad is the most poisonous creature under the heaven and earth. It's our tragedy to encounter it today." The village chief looked at Jiang Chen with a bitter smile. "Stop talking nonsense. If you listen to me, you won't die. If you don't, none of you will live. I've swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before, so I'm immune to all poisons. This venomous nether toad has no effect on me. However, I'm currently recovering from my injuries, so I can't attack. Chief, the weakness of this poisonous toad is its lower jaw. You have to choose the right time to attack. With your cultivation base, you can kill this poisonous toad in one strike. When you attack, don't worry about its poison. Even if you're poisoned, I can guarantee your safety," Jiang Chen said. He was born with the aura of a superior, which made people want to submit to him. What kind of joke is this? Isn't this asking the village chief to die? This brat said that he swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before. Who would believe him? That's right. Chief, don't listen to his nonsense. It wasn't that the villagers didn't want to believe Jiang Chen's words. They felt that Jiang Chen was bragging and treating the village chief's life as a joke. "I'll only say it once. If you don't attack now, it'll be too late." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the village chief. He believed that the village chief was a smart person and would definitely do as he said. "All right, I'll listen to you this once." The village chief gritted his teeth and stared at the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. "Chief." Some of the villagers wanted to stop him. "All right, we'll die either way. Let's fight," the village chief shouted. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword was filled with immortal chi, but it was only a half-finished product. It wasn't a real immortal weapon. In a place like Han Village, it was almost impossible to obtain a real immortal weapon, even if it was a low-grade immortal weapon. Croak! The venomous nether toad also moved. It opened its mouth and spat a green stream of air at the village chief. Everywhere it passed, the air would sizzle. It was obvious how corrosive the poison was. Ha! The village chief suddenly jumped from the ground. This jump was too high, easily dodging the attack of the venomous toad. The village chief was after all a half-step earth immortal expert, which was higher than the toad. Without the influence of the poison, the venomous nether toad was definitely no match for the village chief. Seeing the village chief counterattack, the venomous toad was infuriated. Its majestic body pounced at the village chief. The pustules on the toad's body all exploded. Green arrows were shot out like rain. Those were all highly poisonous objects. Any living being that came into contact with them would die. Motherfucker! Fight! Such a scene made the village chief's scalp numb. But at this moment, there was no turning back. If he retreated, his villagers would die. He could only do as Jiang Chen said. His eyes were fixed on the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. Chapter 1060. At this moment, everyone in the Han village became nervous, especially Hong Kong. After all, he was still young and inexperienced. He had never seen such a scene before. His face turned pale. Only Jiang Chen's face remained calm. No matter what happened, Jiang Chen's face would always be filled with confidence and confidence. That's right. Given the current situation, as long as the village chief did as he said, he would be able to kill the poisonous nether toad. Putting the poison aside, the village chief was a half-step earth immortal expert. If he attacked the poisonous nether toad with all his might, the poisonous nether toad would definitely die. Ignore the poison and attack its lower jaw with lightning speed. Jiang Chen's voice reached the village chief's ears. Facing the rainstorm of poison arrows, it was impossible for him not to feel numb. But at this moment, the village chief had no choice but to follow Jiang Chen's instructions. Not knowing why, the village chief had an inexplicable confidence in the mysterious young man on the carriage. Rainstorm of pearls. The village chief burst out and brandished the long sword in his hand. Countless resplendent sword rays overflowed in all directions and interweaved into a huge sword net. The countless sword rays were like a storm as they collided with the poisonous arrows released by the venomous nether toad. Paw paw. The poison was everywhere. It was almost impossible to resist it completely. Even though the village chief had cast out the rainstorm of pearls, he still couldn't escape. Countless venom fell on his body and penetrated into his body in an instant. Hiss! The village chief gasped. The poison of the poisonous nether toad was known as the most lethal poison in the world. He could feel that the poison was rapidly corroding his body. Fortunately, he was a half-step earth immortal expert, which allowed him to withstand the poison for a short period of time. However, it was basically impossible for him to expel the poison out of his body. In other words, if what Jiang Chen said was false, he would die for sure. But he couldn't care less about it now. While resisting the poison, the village chief attacked crazily. He casted out his most powerful technique. His speed was doubled all of a sudden. The long sword was like a poisonous snake, reaching the lower jaw of the toad in the blink of an eye. Croak! The venomous nether toad sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It had never imagined that the person in front of it would be so ferocious that he didn't even care about his own life. Its advantage was its poison. Most people would stay away from it, and even in battle, they would try their best to avoid getting close to it. Its lower jaw was protected by countless amounts of poison. Although it was a weak point, the venomous nether toad had never cared about it. He did not expect to meet someone who did not care about his own life today. Not only did he completely disregard his poison, but he also used a suicidal method. What was even more frightening was that he was able to accurately pinpoint his weakness. The poisonous nether toad sensed the danger, but it was too late. Its cultivation was inferior to the village chief's, so it was impossible for it to dodge the village chief's life-taking sword in an instant. Poochie! The outcome was just as Jiang Chen had predicted. The village chief's sword pierced through the poisonous nether toad's lower jaw, and countless amounts of poisonous blood spurted out, spraying right onto the village chief's body. Ah! Croak! The village chief and the poisonous nether toad let out miserable cries at the same time. The lower jaw was the poisonous nether toad's biggest weakness. It was relatively fragile, and once it was pierced through, its foundation would be destroyed. In other words, the village chief's sword had already taken the poisonous nether toad's life. The village chief was also in a miserable state after being ravaged by the poison. If there were no experts to save him, he would probably die within a few minutes. Village chief. Han Chong was the first to scream. The other villagers' eyes were also bloodshot. In their hearts, the village chief was extremely important. He was the hope of the entire Han village, and the strongest existence in the Han village. If he died, it would be an incomparably heavy blow to the entire Han village. "Come back quickly, come to my side," Jiang Qin shouted immediately. The village chief didn't dare show any hesitation. He endured the pain brought by the poison and rushed towards Jiang Qin with his fastest speed. Right at this moment, all the other villagers looked over. Their eyes were filled with worry, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. It looked like Jiang Qin wasn't just boasting, it looked like he really had a way to cure the village chief. Pow! Jiang Qin placed his palm on the back of the village chief's heart. He activated the dragon transformation art. All the poison in the village chief's body seemed to be summoned, flowing into Jiang Qin's body through his palm. In just a blink of an eye, all the poison in the village chief's body had been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. The village chief's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. This situation was simply unimaginable. If he had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed that there was such a miraculous thing in this world. That was the poison of the poisonous nether toad, the most lethal poison in the world. How could someone absorb it so easily? The village chief could clearly feel that Jiang Qin did not use some kind of powerful method to expel the poison from his body. Instead, he directly absorbed it into his body. This was too shocking. "Don't move. You have been affected by the poison and have suffered some injuries. I will help you recover now," Jiang Qin said. A wood spirit entered the village chief's body. The village chief's body trembled again. The shock on his face was even more intense. It had reached an unimaginable level. That wood spirit made him feel like a withered tree coming back to life. It was like the arrival of rain, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. From start to finish, it only took a minute for all his injuries to be completely healed. Not only that, under the influence of the wood spirit, the village chief had also gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had once again improved. He was only one step away from becoming a true earth immortal. Done. Jiang Qin withdrew his palm. The poison in the village chief's body did not affect him at all. Instead, it had become his nourishment. The village chief stood up again, full of energy. He did not look like he was injured at all. The poisonous nether toad in front of him was completely dead. There was no sound coming from it. However, its huge body was still poisonous. Ordinary people would not dare to approach it. "Village chief, are you all right?" The villagers surrounded the village chief and looked at him from head to toe. They had clearly witnessed the village chief's miserable scream and the horrifying scene of him being corroded by the deadly poison. But now, after a short treatment from Jiang Qin, the village chief had completely recovered. This was unbelievable. I'm fine now. I'm fine." The village chief laughed and looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes turned solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Qin respectfully. "I didn't expect Brother Jiang Qin to be so mysterious. You are a real expert. You can even cure the poison of the poisonous nether toad so easily. What a miracle. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Qin today, I'm afraid we would have been in danger." "Don't mention it, Chief. You saved me. I can't just watch you die." Jiang Qin smiled, he didn't mind it at all. These villagers were all kind-hearted people, he naturally wouldn't watch them get killed by the venomous nether toad. Brother Jiang Qin is really a god. His methods are superb. This poisonous nether toad is extremely rare, but Brother Jiang Qin could see its weakness with just a glance. That's nothing. Brother Jiang Qin is immune to poison. This is a miracle. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Brother Jiang Qin, second Brother Han, have offended you with my words just now, and I apologize to you now. I hope you won't stoop to my level. If it wasn't for you today, our Han village would have suffered a heavy blow. Jiang Qin said with a smile. After this incident, the villagers' opinion of Jiang Qin had completely changed. Those who had spoken rudely to Jiang Qin before hurriedly apologized to him. They were people who often went out to the outside world, so they had a certain level of vision. Naturally, they could tell that this young man in front of them was different from ordinary people. He was able to remain calm in the face of danger, and he was emitting a calmness that didn't match his age. A man like this was no ordinary man. See, I said that saving people is right. Good people will be rewarded. Han Song's face was full of joy. Brother Jiang, I see that you are only a few years older than me. I will call you Brother Jiang from now on. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Haha, a burst of laughter instantly pulled the distance between Jiang Qin and the villagers closer. The villagers no longer treated Jiang Qin as an outsider and became especially friendly to him. The group continued their journey. As for the corpse of the poisonous nether toad, it was left there. It was afraid that no one would be willing to touch such a deadly poison unless they were a poison cultivator. Jiang Qin could refine its demon soul, but a late human immortal demon soul was basically useless to him. So he wasn't interested in it at all. Brother Jiang Qin, I'm Han Chongling, the village chief of Han Village. May I know where Brother Jiang Qin is from? How did you come to this remote place in One Line Sky? Han Chongling asked. One Line Sky. To be honest, I don't know about this place. I was just about to ask the village chief. Jiang Qin said. It can't be, Brother Jiang. You don't even know about One Line Sky. Don't tell me you're an ascendant. Han Chong looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. The others also looked at Jiang Qin. How could Jiang Qin not know about One Line Sky? Ah, Tsong's guess is right. I'm indeed an ascendant. I just ascended from the lower realm and suffered serious injuries. I really don't know anything about the immortal world. Jiang Qin said honestly. From Ah Tsong's words, he knew that ascendants weren't rare in the immortal world. So there was nothing to hide. Plus, these villagers wouldn't harm him. Sure enough. Han Chongling nodded. After knowing that Jiang Qin was an ascendant, everyone's eyes were filled with respect and they looked at Jiang Qin. Living in the immortal world, they had a certain understanding of the ascendants. In their point of view, those who could ascend to the immortal world from the cultivation environment of the lower world were all extraordinary people with great perseverance, and were worthy of respect. Chapter 1061. The Ascendant was a special existence in the immortal world. The immortal world was too huge. Although there were many Ascendant, compared to the huge community of the immortal world, the Ascendant was just a drop in the ocean, incomparably insignificant. However, in the hearts of the people, the Ascendant represented a kind of respect. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with Ascenders? Jiang Qin asked curiously. It seems like Brother Jiang Qin still doesn't know that an Ascendant has a high status in the immortal world. A young Ascendant like you will be able to get a good position in the major powers of Yen City or the prefecture of the city lord. That way, you will be able to obtain plenty of cultivation resources. Han Chongling said. Why is that? Jiang Qin asked, puzzled. The cultivation environment in the lower world can only be described as poor. Those who could become immortals in that kind of environment are all people with great perseverance and great potential. People like them will be respected wherever they go. The fact that Brother Jiang Qin managed to ascend to the immortal realm at such a young age is enough to prove that you have great talent. You are a first-class genius in the lower world. If you follow us to Yen City and announce your identity as an ascendant, the major powers in Yen City will immediately extend an olive branch to you, said Jiang Qin with a smile. That's right. Han Chongling said. I see. Jiang Qin understood. It seemed like ascenders weren't having a hard time in the immortal world. Those who ascended from the lower world seemed to have a better life than most of the aboriginals. However, he must never let others know about his identity. Chief, fellow brothers, all of you have to promise Jiang Qin one thing. Don't ever tell anyone that I'm an ascendant. From now on, none of you should mention it. I don't want anyone to know that I'm an ascendant other than the few of you, said Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned solemn. If it wasn't for that light attack, he might have used his identity as an ascender. But now, he absolutely couldn't say it. Someone in the immortal world wanted him dead. He still hadn't refined that person's mark yet. The person who wanted to kill him must know that he was an ascender. This identity might be beneficial to others, but it was definitely disadvantageous to him. Big brother Jiang, why? It'll be a pity if we don't use this identity. Han Chong looked at Jiang Qin in confusion. Yeah, brother Jiang Qin, this is a good thing. The others followed suit. This involves my personal secret. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Jiang Chen's tone had changed to one of unquestionable. All right, brother Jiang Qin. We will never tell anyone that you are an ascendant. If it wasn't for brother Jiang's help today, I'm afraid that I, Han Chongling, would have died tragically in the hands of that poisonous nether toad. This is a great kindness. In the future, if brother Jiang needs our help, everyone in the Han village will not hesitate to help. Village chief, I know nothing about the immortal world. Please enlighten me. Han Chongling patted his chest and said. He knew very well how dangerous the situation was. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he didn't know what kind of blow Han village would have suffered. If he died, Han village would probably be attacked by other villages immediately. Chief, I don't know anything about the immortal world. Village chief, please enlighten me. Jiang Qin asked. Now that his injuries were almost healed, he could talk while recovering. Big brother Jiang, let me tell you about the immortal world. I once saw a rough map of the immortal world. It's huge, unimaginably huge. I'm afraid I, Han Chong, won't have the chance to visit the entire immortal world in my life. Han Chong sighed. Ah, Tsong, don't bite off more than you can chew. Let alone the entire immortal world, it'll be good enough if you can make a name for yourself in One Line Sky. Second brother Han teased. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and tell brother Jiang about the general situation of the immortal world. But brother Jiang, we have only seen the general situation of the immortal world on the map. Han Chongling said. Big brother Jiang, the vast immortal world is divided into 9 immortal domains, namely Linglong Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain, Fengqi Immortal Domain, Yellow Spring Immortal Domain, Ethereal Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain and Wish Fulfillment Immortal Domain. Each of the 9 immortal domains is considered as a whole. The place we are in now is Ethereal Immortal Domain. We don't know how big Ethereal Immortal Domain is, but it's very, very big. Han Chong said. He knew about the division of the 9 major immortal domains from the map of the immortal world. For Han Chong, even the ethereal immortal domain was his lifelong dream. It was too difficult for them to get out of the depths of the mountain. That's right. The immortal world is indeed huge. Saint Origin World can't be compared with it. By the way, what is this one-line sky that you mentioned? Asked Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, we are currently in One Line Sky, which is the most remote place in Ethereal Immortal Domain. It has a circumference of billions of miles and is surrounded by tens of millions of mountains. That's why it is called One-Line Sky. There are hundreds and thousands of immortal Dao sects and aristocratic families in One-Line Sky. Our Han village is just a remote village, not worth mentioning at all. I, Han Chongling, have lived for so long, but the biggest place I have ever been to is Yen City. There are countless small cities like Yen City in One-Line Sky. It's impossible for me to go there in my lifetime, but Atsong still has hope. Atsong is talented and has extraordinary aptitude. If one day he can enter one of the immortal Dao sects in One-Line Sky to cultivate and become an immortal Dao sect's disciple, it will be a supreme glory for our Han village. Han Chongling said with a smile. After listening to Han Chongling's introduction of One-Line Sky, Jiang Qin gaped in astonishment. It seemed that the immortal world was far bigger than he had imagined. A mere One-Line Sky had a circumference of billions of miles. That was almost half the size of Saint Origin World. If a human immortal or Earth immortal who couldn't fly went there, they wouldn't be able to walk out of One-Line Sky in their entire life, let alone enter the central region of ethereal immortal domain. In the entire ethereal immortal domain, there were countless regions like One-Line Sky, and ethereal immortal domain was one of the 9 major tectonic plates of the immortal world. This was too terrifying. However, the vastness of the immortal world had also aroused Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. If he couldn't leave something behind in such a vast territory and such a huge stage, wouldn't it be a waste of his time to come here? Next, everyone in Han village started talking at the same time. They talked about most of the general situation of the immortal world. However, what they talked about was only recorded in the records. None of them had personally experienced it. None of them had even stepped out of One-Line Sky. It was already very good for them to know so much. However, they were well aware of the happenings in Yen City. There were many villages like the Han village in this area. They relied on hunting and cultivating to survive. Immortals couldn't lack immortal meta stones for their cultivation. However, even the lowest grade immortal meta stones in the immortal world were incomparably precious. Many villages had to go to Yen City to exchange for immortal meta stones with valuable items. Medicinal ingredients for concocting pills, materials for crafting immortal weapons, and demon spirits of different grades could all be exchanged for immortal meta stones in Yen City. In this generation, Yen City could be considered as a big city. Apart from the prefecture, there were also some other powers in the city. Ordinary villages had their own targets for exchange. For example, Han village's items would be sent to the prefecture. At that time, the prefecture would send someone to measure the value of the items and give them the corresponding amount of immortal meta stones. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at Yen City. The distance from the place where Jiang Qin was rescued to Yen City wasn't far. If it was in Saint Origin World, Jiang Qin could reach there with just a thought. Unfortunately, they were in the immortal world. The world law here was extremely terrifying and the spatial structure was extremely firm. Human immortals couldn't even fly here. They could only travel on foot. Looking from afar, Yen City looked magnificent. It had a circumference of a few hundred miles and the city walls were made of rocks. In Saint Origin World, a city of this scale was the most ordinary city, similar to Red City. However, Yen City carried the unique noble qi of the immortal world, which was something that all the cities in Saint Origin World couldn't compare with. Haha! Yen City is indeed a big place. I must have a good time in Yen City. Han Chong was incomparably excited as he flew towards the city gate. Upon seeing this, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This Han Chong was truly a young man who had just come out from the mountains. Plus, he had a kind heart. Such a person would be the easiest to suffer in a big place. Brother Jiang Chen, we have arrived at Yen City. Since you have just arrived in the immortal world, why don't we go to Yen City together? Said Han Chongling. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Currently, his injuries had completely healed. He had already gotten off the carriage and was walking on foot. His cultivation base had recovered to its peak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he could easily kill half-step Earth immortals and early Earth immortals. He could even fight an intermediate Earth immortal expert without using his half-dragon form. After his injuries were healed, the next step was to find a way to remove the imprint in his body. If someone in the immortal world wanted to deal with him, they would definitely spare no effort to find him. This was also the reason why he didn't allow the Han villagers to tell them that he was an ascender. As for the overlord of the immortal world, Jiang Qin already had a guess. Chapter 1062. The imprint was very difficult to refine, but Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. With the immortal mark in his body, he could at least ensure that the opponent wouldn't be able to detect him. Plus, the dragon transformation skill was much stronger than he had imagined. He was afraid that there was nothing in the heavens and earth that the dragon transformation skill couldn't refine, including the imprint. Jiang Qin had been refining the imprint with the dragon transformation skill all the time. He believed that it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. It was noon and there were a lot of people coming and going outside Yen City. Among them, there were even some who were riding on carriages. They were dressed similar to Han Chongling. They were here to exchange for immortal meta stones just like Han Village. In this region of Yen City, there were many villages like Han Village. Ordinary people would have to pay a fee to enter Yen City. According to the rules of the prefecture, everyone who wanted to enter Yen City had to pay a low-grade immortal meta stone. To some of the cultivators in the remote villages, a low-grade immortal meta stone was like drinking blood. Therefore, no one would come to Yen City casually. A low-grade immortal meta stone could be used for cultivation. However, Han Chongling had a good relationship with the guards at the gate. He didn't need to pay the immortal meta stone to enter Yen City. Chief, you are so awesome. I saw that the guard was smiling at you. Han Chong looked at Han Chongling with admiration. Of course, our Han village has given countless medicinal herbs to the city lord's mansion over the years. I, the village chief, still have some face. Han Chongling stroked his beard and said proudly. Yen City was bustling with activity and the streets were relatively wide. This was the first city that Jiang Qin had come to after coming to the immortal world, but he wasn't interested in the scenery of Yen City at all. After all, he had seen a lot of things. There was nothing much to see in this small city. It wasn't the first time for the Han villagers to come to Yen City, so they weren't as excited as before. Han Chong, on the other hand, had been looking around ever since he came in, looking at Xiao Qiao. He was in high spirits from beginning to end. Ah Tsong, don't wander around aimlessly. Let's go to the prefecture first. After we exchange these herbs for immortal meta stones, I will bring you around Yen City. Han Chongling said. All right, chief. Han Chong nodded. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Yen City. Han Chongling was familiar with the place and soon, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were many pavilions inside the city lord's mansion. The gate was magnificent and there was a wide square outside the gate. This was the most honorable place in Yen City. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to go near the gate. No one would wander around here because it would be disrespectful to the city lord's mansion. What boldness! It was Han Tsong's first time coming to the city lord's mansion, and his eyes lit up. Ah Tsong, don't talk nonsense. Second brother Han reminded. Now that they were in this place, they had to be careful with their every move. If they offended the city lord's mansion, the Han village would not be able to survive in the future. Han Chong stuck out his tongue and followed the crowd without saying a word. Han Chongling strode to the gate of the city lord manor and cupped his fists at the guards. Brother, we are from the Han village, and we are here to deliver the herbs. And, you guys wait here. I'll inform the chief steward. The guard said coldly and arrogantly, then turned and walked into the mansion. As a guard of the mansion, it was a kind of honor, so he naturally had the pride of the mansion. A moment later, a group of people walked out of the mansion. The leader was wearing a luxurious robe. He looked to be about the same age as Han Chongling. He had a fat head and big ears, and a rich face. His cultivation was similar to Han Chongling, a half-step earth immortal. Behind this man, there were 4 or 5 guards in uniform. None of them were weak, and the weakest among them was at the mid-mortal core stage. You are Han Chongling. The leader looked at Han Chongling with eyes full of contempt. That's right. These are the herbs sent by our Han village. They are all of the best quality. May I ask why Steward Wu hasn't come out yet? Han Chongling cupped his fists, not daring to show any neglect. From now on, I'll be in charge of such trivial matters. My name is Huang Lu, Steward Wu's cousin. They all call me Steward Huang. Huang Lu said while shaking his head. When he spoke, the muscles on his face were trembling. Coupled with his innate sense of superiority and arrogance, he was a typical person that would make people feel disgusted at first glance. At least, Jiang Chen had the impulse to leave a shoe print on his fat face. That's right. That's right. So you're Steward Wu's cousin. Sorry for not recognizing you. Hurry up and bring the herbs here. Han Chongling said. The few people from Han village drove the carriage to the front. Huang Lu tore off the cloth on the carriage, revealing the herbs inside. There were quite a lot of herbs, and just like what Han Chongling said, they were all good herbs. Steward Huang, what do you think of these herbs? Han Chongling said with a smile. And, not bad. Huang Lu nodded, then said to a guard behind him, give them the immortal meta stones and bring the herbs in. Yes, steward. A guard waved his hand and threw out a crude storage bag, which fell right into Han Chongling's hand. Thank you, Steward Huang. Han Chongling first clasped his fists at Huang Lu, then habitually opened the storage bag to have a look. The moment he saw the contents, his expression changed. Steward Huang, this isn't right. Han Chongling said with a frown. What's wrong? Huang Lu said impatiently. In the past, the same herbs were worth 100 low-grade immortal meta stones. Why is it only 50 this time? Han Chongling said. These things are only worth this much. Hurry up and leave. Huang Lu waved his hand impatiently at Han Chongling. Steward Huang, it wasn't easy for us to come here. In the past, Steward Wu would only give us 100 immortal meta stones. Now, it's half of it. I won't be able to explain this to the villagers. These herbs are the collective effort of the villagers. Han Chongling was infuriated, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. It's your business whether you want to explain or not. Now that I'm in charge of these things, it's 50 immortal meta stones. Huang Lu sneered. Steward Huang, if you do this, who will send herbs to the prefecture in the future? The way I see it, the remaining 50 immortal meta stones were taken away by your customers, right? Huang Tsong was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was young and frivolous. Even if he was angry, he had to show it on his face. Kid, who do you think you are? You're just a lowly commoner. How dare you talk to the steward like this? Do you believe that I'll break one of your legs just because of this sentence? One of the guards said fiercely to Hong Kong. Han Chong still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by 2 villagers. This was the prefecture. If they caused trouble here, it wouldn't end well for them. The current situation was obvious. This new steward was clearly trying to embezzle their immortal metastones, but they could only swallow their anger and didn't dare to resist because they didn't have the capital to do so. He's a lowly commoner. Then who do you think you are? I think you're just a pug. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Not only were the people from the mayor's mansion startled, even the people from the Han village were startled. Everyone's eyes fell onto one man at the same time, and that man was the one who spoke. He was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was a person who knew how to repay kindness. The villagers of Han village had done him a favor. How could he watch the villagers of Han village being bullied by others? These villagers had gone through untold hardships to gather these herbs. One could only imagine how difficult it must have been for them to cultivate. Now, half of their immortal metastones had been deducted. This fat and big-eared bastard was truly a bastard. Kid, what did you say? The guard glared at Jiang Qin, seemingly about to charge forward and shred Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. Jiang brother, don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Han Chongling was shocked. He hastily pulled Jiang Qin back. This was the prefecture, an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. If an ascendant like Jiang Qin offended the prefecture, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in the future. Chief, some animals can't be fed to their fill. Even if you endure it this time, there will be a next time. Although Han village isn't strong, it has its own dignity. Jiang Qin said. Some things could be ignored, but some things must be intervened. Moreover, the matter of Han village was no longer a trivial matter to him. They might be afraid of the prefecture, but he, Jiang Qin, wasn't. In this world, there was no existence that could make Jiang Qin afraid. Kid, who are you calling an animal? Huang Lu was infuriated. He had already turned his body away, but now, he was on the verge of rebelling. In Yen City, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. You can't even tell what I'm talking about? Seems like there's something wrong with your IQ. Jiang Chen's tone wasn't polite at all. He never knew how to be polite to people like Huang Lu. Courting death. An intermediate human immortal guard strode towards Jiang Qin and raised his hand to slap Jiang Chen's face. Paw! An incomparably crisp slap was heard. The one who was slapped wasn't Jiang Qin, but the guard. Despite being so close to the guard, Han Chongling didn't even see how Jiang Qin did it. A mid-human immortal expert was slapped to the ground. That's right. That's right. How dare you attack me with your level? Scram! Jiang Qin kicked the guard, sending him flying a few meters away. The guard was groaning on the ground, half of his face was swollen. Brother Jiang is so powerful. Chapter 1063. Although they were shocked, they were more afraid of Jiang Qin. In their point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Qin was, this was the prefecture. There were countless earth immortals and heaven immortals guarding the place. Causing trouble here was no different from courting death. Now that the guard had been beaten up, it would be impossible for them to settle this peacefully. If they went against the prefecture, how were they going to survive in the future? Voila! After Jiang Qin sent the intermediate human immortal guard flying with a kick, the other guards, including the gate guards, surrounded Jiang Qin. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. In their point of view, this arrogant bastard dared to attack outside the prefecture and injure the guards. This was the first time such a daring thing had happened in the entire Yen City. Brother Jiang. Han Chongling panicked. He didn't think that a young ascender like Jiang Qin would act so recklessly. As the steward of the prefecture, Huang Lu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that Jiang Qin had beaten up someone, how could he let this matter go? Chief, stand aside. I will seek justice for all of you today. The value of your cart of herbs is far more than 100 low-grade immortal metastones. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he signaled Han Chongling not to say anything. He had his own way to deal with this matter. What an arrogant kid. You must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to behave atrociously in the prefecture. What's your name? Huang Lu fumed and glared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said his name and said slowly, ask your steward to come out. Ha! Good. Good. I've finally met an unruly commoner today. I don't know what gave you such courage, but what you've done today won't be enough even if you have 100 lives. Kill him. Huang Lu first burst into laughter. It was a mocking smile. Then, he gnashed his teeth and gave the order. Hong Long. As soon as Huang Lu's voice faded, the surrounding guards unleashed their powerful qi. Not only were there mid-human immortal guards, but there were also late-human immortal guards. Their offensive strength was also extremely powerful. Although their status in the prefecture wasn't high, this was their first time seeing someone who dared to beat someone outside the prefecture. They had to let this person know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the prefecture, which wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Bang! Bang! Another shocking scene appeared. Just as those guards were about to attack, they were forcefully sent flying by a force. Each and every one of them wailed in pain and fell 10 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. Even the late human immortal guard suffered the same fate. Looking back at Jiang Qin, he was still standing there calmly, as if he wasn't the one who attacked just now. A few elite guards of the prefecture were easily taken care of by Jiang Qin. What? This time, not only the villagers of Han Village, even Huang Lu couldn't help but exclaim. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. He carefully examined Jiang Qin's cultivation base, but found out that he couldn't see through it with his eyesight. So powerful. How could a newly ascended cultivator possess such powerful combat strength? Not even a late human immortal expert was a match for him. They couldn't even put up a fight against him. That's right. Han Chongling felt that he had to re-evaluate Jiang Qin. Normally, immortals who ascended from the lower world would be at the early human immortal realm. No matter how powerful an early human immortal was, it was impossible for an early human immortal to be a match for a late human immortal. He couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Qin's power. Chief, it seems like we have underestimated him. Second brother Han said in a low voice. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. But no matter how powerful you are, don't even think about leaving the prefecture today. I will kill you myself. Huang Lu unleashed his half-step earth immortal qi. Judging from his qi alone, he was even more powerful than Han Chongling. Huang Lu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of half-step Earth Immortal Realm, only a step away from the true early Earth Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, this kind of terror was only relative to others. In front of Jiang Qin, Huang Lu didn't have the slightest advantage. His fate was the same as those guards lying on the ground. Paw! Almost at the same instant when Huang Lu made his move, Jiang Qin also moved. His movement was more than 100 times faster than Huang Lu. Huang Lu had only made an attacking movement, but had already lost the chance to attack. Jiang Qin's palm clasped on Huang Lu's fat neck. If you move again, I will kill you. Jiang Qin's tone suddenly became incomparably cold, bone-chilling. Huang Lu, who was originally charging forward, was now sweating profusely. He saw Jiang Qin's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. He was sure that those eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. As long as he moved again, Jiang Chen would kill him immediately. Even though this was the prefecture, he didn't feel any sense of security. What made Huang Lu feel even more terrified was that his cultivation base was only half-step earth immortal, but under the opponent's control, he actually felt a kind of coldness that came from the depths of his soul. Under the invisible suppression of the opponent's qi, he couldn't even move, let alone fight back. Jiang Chen's qi was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. It was an absolute suppression. You dare to kill me. This is the prefecture. You should know what will happen to you if you kill me. Huang Lu's voice was already trembling, but the backing of the city lord's mansion still gave him great confidence. You should be glad that this is the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, an annoying person like you would have died countless times already. However, you'd better not challenge my authority. If I want you to die now, you won't be able to live past the next second. Jiang Chen said coldly. Listen, get those who can talk to me to come out and see me. Jiang Chen said and kicked Huang Lu's big belly. Huang Lu cried out in pain and flew out like a meatball, falling into the prefecture's gate. Jiang Chen, you don't know what's good for you, just you wait. Huang Lu gave a threatening roar before disappearing on all fours. It's over. This is getting out of hand. Han Chongling was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful that even a half-step earth immortal couldn't withstand a single strike from him. He didn't know how powerful Jiang Chen was, but he was sure of one thing: no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the prefecture couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Chen was dressed in white, standing outside the gate of the prefecture. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, showing his extraordinary confidence. Not long after that, another group of people rushed out of the prefecture. Every one of them was full of qi. The one in the lead seemed to be in his 50s. He had a strong body, but not fat. He had an extraordinary temperament and a trace of ruthlessness could be seen in between his eyebrows. One look and anyone could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. What was more frightening was his cultivation base. He had already reached the early Earth Immortal realm, a true Earth Immortal expert. Half-step Earth Immortal and early Earth Immortal seemed to be only a step apart, but the gap between them was like night and day. Half-step Earth Immortal was only infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but not a true Earth Immortal. Next to the man, Huang Lu was holding his stomach with one hand. That was the place where Jiang Chen kicked him. His other hand was pointing at Jiang Chen. Cousin, it's this man. He's Jiang Chen. He's a lunatic. He was the one who beat all these people, including me. The leader of the group was none other than Steward Wu, whom Han Chongling had mentioned before. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, strength was everything. Steward Wu's cultivation base was higher than Huang Lu's, so naturally, his position in the prefecture was also higher. Steward Wu glanced at the guards who were still wailing on the ground. His face was filled with anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with eyes as sharp as knives and said, "What an arrogant kid. How dare you come to the prefecture and beat people? Who gave you the courage to do so? Don't be angry, Steward Wu." Brother Jiang was forced to do so. Han Chongling hastily stepped forward and bowed deeply to Steward Wu. He and Steward Wu could be considered as old acquaintances. Steward Wu was the one who received the medicinal herbs every time they came to deliver. Han Chongling, your Han village sure has guts to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion. I don't think your Han village wants to stay in Yen City any longer. Steward Wu said in a contemptuous tone. Don't be angry, Steward Wu. Every time we deliver medicinal herbs, we pay 100 immortal meta stones, but this time, Steward Huang has deducted half of it, giving us only 50 immortal metastones. That's why Brother Jiang has offended all of you. Han Chongling hastily explained. Humph. Let's not talk about the immortal metastones. This is the matter of Jiang Qin beating people. Steward Wu harumphed coldly and ignored Han Chongling. His eyes shifted to Jiang Qin and said, Kid, the mistake you have made today is unforgivable. I want you to kneel down and kowtow to my cousin as an apology. If you do that, I might leave your corpse intact. Ha! Just you. Ridiculous. Huang Lu, I asked you to find someone who could speak, but you only found this old thing. I might as well tell you that the value of this cart of medicinal herbs is at least 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. If it's not enough, you better not come out and make a fool of yourself. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. There were many people who threatened to make Jiang Chen kneel down, but unfortunately, they all ended up in a miserable state. 100,000. Chapter 1064. Ha! 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. What an exorbitant demand. Brat, I think you've gone crazy thinking about immortal metastones. How dare you ask for 100,000 for a carriage full of herbs? Humph. Reckless fool, I really don't know where your courage comes from. How dare you behave atrociously in the prefecture? Take him down. I'd like to see if he still dares to fight back. Steward Wu burst into laughter all of a sudden, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A puny villager had asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Did he really think that immortal metastones were stones that could be picked up from the streets? Jiang Chen's words had completely infuriated Steward Wu. Steward Wu immediately ordered his men to take down Jiang Chen. Voila! Those experts who came out with Steward Wu moved at the same time. Every one of them moved swiftly, besieging Jiang Chen in an instant. Get up. You think you can deal with me with these rotten potatoes and bird eggs? Get lost. Jiang Chen didn't put these people in his eyes at all. His chi shook abruptly. An invisible force gushed out of his body like a tidal wave, attacking in all directions. Bang bang bang. Arg. Without any surprise, all the guards were sent flying away by Jiang Chen's force. They fell a dozen meters away, lying on the ground and wailing. This scene shocked Steward Wu and Huang Lu. One should know that there were 2 half-step earth immortal experts among those who attacked Jiang Chen just now. Such experts couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. This absolutely wasn't an accident, nor was it because the guards of the prefecture weren't good enough. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Steward Wu couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen carefully. Given his eyesight, he had already identified Jiang Chen's cultivation base through Jiang Chen's attack. Because of this, he was even more shocked. To think that a late human immortal young man would possess such powerful combat strength. He defeated a half-step earth immortal so easily. This is unbelievable. Chief Steward Wu muttered in a low voice, his face still filled with disbelief. As the city lord's chief steward, he could be considered a knowledgeable person. A genius like Jiang Chen was truly rare. But even though it was rare, he couldn't swallow this insult. This involved the dignity of the prefecture. If the dignified prefecture of Yen City was disgraced by a puny late human immortal, then he wouldn't be able to continue as the steward anymore. Jiang Chen stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of talking to Steward Wu at all. Today, he wanted to do something big. Firstly, he wanted to help Han Village get justice and give them some benefits. Secondly, he wanted to build a foundation for himself in the immortal world. Thus, the City Lord Mansion had to send out someone with a high position today. This chief butler Wu was clearly not qualified, and he was far from it. Cousin, this brat doesn't look easy to deal with. Should we inform eldest miss? Huang Lu whispered. Humph. He's just a late human immortal brat. If eldest miss is alarmed by such a small matter, where am I going to put my face? Chief Steward Wu harumphed coldly. Although Jiang Chen's performance was miraculous, he was an earth immortal expert after all. He was still very confident that he could kill Jiang Chen. You don't have to do anything, because you're no match for me. Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and shook it at Chief Steward Wu. Even if Chief Steward Wu reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen, let alone an early Earth Immortal expert. What an arrogant brat. Since you're courting death, then I'll let you die. If you die, Han Village will be finished with you. Chief Steward Wu was infuriated. Given his status and identity in the City Lord Mansion, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, especially an outsider. A strong wave of qi suddenly surged out from Chief Steward Wu's body. His movement was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His divine sense had already locked onto Jiang Chen. The wave of qi that he unleashed was like a tidal wave, completely encircling and enveloping Jiang Chen. In an instant, he struck out a few palms. In an instant, more than 10 palms were flying towards Jiang Chen. The power of a true Earth Immortal's attack was not to be underestimated. All the people in Han Village became nervous. Today's disaster had already happened, and they knew very well that Han Village was now tied together with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen died, the Han Village wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, they still hoped that Jiang Chen would have more trump cards up his sleeves. Although they knew that the chances of Jiang Chen defeating Chief Steward Wu was very small. After all, Chief Steward Wu was a true Earth Immortal expert, which was far from being comparable to a half-step Earth Immortal like Han Chongling. Facing the attacks of Chief Steward Wu's palms, Jiang Chen's movement was very simple. He gently lifted his palm and casually slapped forward. With a cracking sound, all of Chief Steward Wu's palms were shattered in an instant. It didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. Paw! Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. After shattering Chief Steward Wu's palms, he slapped Chief Steward Wu's face at lightning speed. An incomparably crisp sound of a slap was heard. Chief Steward Wu felt that it wasn't a slap on his face, but a mountain, suffocating him and making him lose the strength to resist. Chief Steward Wu let out a wail. Just like the other guards, he was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen and then kicked away by Jiang Chen. Although he was an early Earth Immortal expert, his condition was exactly the same as those human Immortal guards. In other words, in front of Jiang Chen, there was no difference between an early Earth Immortal expert and an early human Immortal expert. What? This time, the villagers of Han Village were completely shocked. Each of them widened their eyes at what happened in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They wouldn't even dream of such a scene. It seemed like Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond their estimation. How formidable! How could an ascender that has just arrived in the immortal dimension possess such terrifying combat strength? Big Brother Jiang is too ferocious, but if this goes on, it won't be good for us. I can see that Jiang brother is full of confidence from head to toe. He might really have some trump card. Just now, he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. I believe that he wasn't just talking nonsense. Have you all noticed that what Jiang brother is doing now is to lure the real master of the prefecture out? That's right. I don't think Jiang brother is a madman. How could a brainless person ascend from a place like the lower world? He must have his own reasons and motives for doing this. Let's just watch and see. Anyway, the fate of Han village has already fallen into the hands of Jiang brother. There's no point in us worrying blindly. The people of Han village were shocked, but they weren't fools. They had a certain level of confidence in Jiang Chen's strength and miraculousness. The entire prefecture was filled with wails. Guards were lying on the ground in disorder. This was the first time such a scene had happened in Yen City. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. If this matter was spread out, it would certainly set off a great uproar in Yen City. Huang Lu was still standing there, but his expression had changed completely. His arrogance had vanished and his eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen, you just wait. After Huang Lu finished speaking, he once again returned to the city lord mansion. After a while, another group of people came out of the prefecture. This time, there were 20 to 30 of them. Every one of them was exceedingly strong. From their qi, one could tell that many of them had a distinguished status in the prefecture. Some of them looked like guest elders, but their cultivation base had already reached the late earth immortal realm. Such a terrifying cultivation base could be considered as one of the best in the entire Yen City. From this, it could be seen how big the commotion caused by Jiang Chen was. It could be said that the real higher-ups of the prefecture had been drawn out. This time, the true leader of this group of people wasn't those late earthly immortal old men, but a young woman. The woman looked to be around 20 years old. She wore a light blue dress, and her jet black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her appearance was exquisite and flawless. Her fine black hair fluttered casually in front of her face. Her lips were red even if they weren't lipstick, and her eyes were bright like a pair of black gems. Every move of the lady was filled with noble qi. Beneath her beautiful appearance was a proud heart. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that she was a true beauty. She was almost comparable to Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the lady's cultivation base. She was so young, but her cultivation base had already reached the horrifying late earth immortal realm. It seemed like there were still some geniuses in Yen City. So beautiful. Han Song's eyes were staring at the lady, almost lost in thought. Don't look at her. She's the eldest daughter of the prefecture, Yan Qingqing. You can't blaspheme her, not even with your eyes. Han Chongling hastily pinched Han Kong. They couldn't afford to offend the prettiest lady in Yen City. Brother Jiang, her name is Yan Qingqing, the only daughter of the prefecture. She has a unique position in the prefecture. I never thought that she would be drawn out this time. It seems like things are going to be difficult. Han Chongling hastily sent a message to Jiang Chen. Village chief, don't worry. I'm going to draw out the higher-ups of the prefecture. The higher the position, the better. Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Eldest miss, that's him. Huang Lu pointed at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the elders had already seen the scene outside. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger. It seemed like they were about to rush forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. How audacious was he to injure the people of the prefecture? Chapter 1065. Jiang Chen took a quick glance at Yan Qingqing and turned his gaze away without saying a word. His face was brimming with confidence and vigor. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She was very confident in her looks. In the entire Yen City, there wasn't a single man who looked at her as indifferent as Jiang Chen. She could feel that Jiang Chen was really calm, and wasn't putting up a facade. There were only two explanations for this situation. One was that her charm wasn't enough. The other was that Jiang Chen's willpower was just too good. Yan Qingqing had never doubted her charm. Therefore, it was really rare to see a young man with such willpower. Plus, Jiang Chen was able to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert easily with his late human Immortal cultivation base. This surprised Yan Qingqing even more. She could be considered as a rare genius. Back then, she was already able to fight against a half-step Earth Immortal expert when she was still a late human Immortal, but she wouldn't be a match for a true early Earth Immortal expert, let alone defeating an early Earth Immortal expert in a single strike. From this aspect, Yan Qingqing felt that her talent was no match for this young man. Apart from that, Jiang Chen's courage had also shocked and impressed Yan Qingqing. A late human Immortal dared to cause trouble in the prefecture and injure so many people. If such a figure wasn't out of his mind, he must have a trump card and confidence. Judging from Jiang Chen's appearance, he didn't look like a person with a problem in his mind. Plus, it was impossible for a person with a problem in his mind to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert. In this case, Yan Qingqing was very interested in this young man. She would like to see what trump card Jiang Chen had. How could he be so confident to injure so many people here? Eldest Miss, there has never been such a daring person in our city lord's mansion. Let this old man kill him. The dignity of our city lord's mansion is not to be challenged. A mid-earth Immortal elder spoke. His body was surrounded by immortal qi. It seemed like he would immediately kill Jiang Chen as long as Yan Qingqing gave the order. No need, I'll handle it. Yan Qingqing opened her mouth and said. Her gentle voice carried a hint of resoluteness, giving off the feeling of a heroine. Your name is Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing took a step forward and asked Jiang Chen. That's right. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. I think you'll give me a good reason for injuring someone from the city lord's mansion. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. This smile was just like her name, it could even charm a city. Because they provoked me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. What? Even Yan Qingqing was stupefied for a short period of time. This was a far-fetched yet reasonable reason. As a matter of fact, she already knew everything that had happened here. Huang Lu wouldn't dare to lie in front of her. Huang Lu wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing if he lost his life because of the 50 low-grade immortal metastones. Huang Lu wasn't a fool. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yan Qingqing initially thought that Jiang Chen would tell her the reason, but she didn't expect that Jiang Chen's reason would be so powerful. Plus, Jiang Chen's qi that could make people submit to him, this made Yan Qingqing's interest in Jiang Chen even greater. What an arrogant brat. He's really audacious. It seems like he's really here to look for trouble. Big Miss, I think this man has gone mad. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's just kill him. Let's see how many lives he has after injuring someone in the prefecture. Kill him. He's too arrogant. He's just a puny late human immortal. Does he really think that he's a powerful figure? All of a sudden, the people of the prefecture were stirred up. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Humans could be arrogant, but this guy in front of them was incomparably arrogant. Jiang Chen, I heard that you want 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. With just this carriage of herbs. Yan Qingqing ignored the anger of the people behind her and continued to ask. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. It seemed like Yan Qingqing was not a reckless person. In addition to her identity and status in the prefecture, Jiang Chen felt that this person was more than enough for him to deal with Yan Qingqing. Of course, this carriage of herbs isn't worth 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones, but I can turn these herbs into high-grade pills in an instant. Jiang Chen said calmly. This was his real purpose. He had always been meticulous in his work. He would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. From the fact that these villagers of Han village had come all the way here to deliver these herbs, it showed that the status of an alchemist was incomparably respectable in the immortal world, especially in a small place like One Line Sky. Since he couldn't make use of his identity as an ascender, he had to make good use of his identity as an alchemist. With his alchemy skills, it would be easy for him to refine these herbs into pills in the shortest time possible. If the people of the City Lord Mansion knew that he was an alchemist and saw his alchemy skills with their own eyes, one could imagine how they would treat him. If the City Lord Mansion didn't know how to handle an alchemist like him, it could only mean that the City Lord Mansion was an idiot. And obviously, an idiot wouldn't be able to rule Yen City for so long. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yan Qingqing's expression changed. "You are an alchemist." Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes brightened. "Of course." Jiang Chen's tone was still as calm as before. He was paying close attention to all the people in the prefecture. After hearing that he was an alchemist, the way they looked at him had changed. The anger and killing intent they had before had lessened, and a hint of respect had appeared in their eyes. Jiang Chen instantly understood that he had underestimated the status of an alchemist in the immortal world, especially in One Line Sky. If that was the case, he had bet on the right person. A high-grade alchemist wasn't someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. It was pointless to injure these blind people. The one who was in the wrong wasn't Jiang Chen, but them. They could only blame themselves for offending a respectable alchemist. "Words are no proof," Yan Qingqing said. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen gently grabbed the carriage with his big hand. Immediately, all the herbs on the carriage flew towards Jiang Chen. Under the control of Jiang Chen's soul power, these herbs were automatically divided into several pieces. The whole process was completed in an instant. Seeing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened even more. As the eldest daughter of the prefecture, although she wasn't an alchemist, she had a lot of experience and had some understanding of alchemy. She could see that the classification of these herbs by Jiang Chen was incomparably precise. The combination of each herb was the composition of a pill. This point alone was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was an alchemist. My God! Han Chongling, who was standing at the side, was astonished as well. He had delivered a lot of herbs to the prefecture, so he naturally had some knowledge about it. However, he had never thought that the ascender he saved was actually an alchemist. He knew all too well how important an alchemist was in this generation. Even the prefecture lord would have to treat a good alchemist with respect. If Jiang Chen was really a powerful alchemist, he wouldn't mind injuring so many people of the prefecture. Even if he killed a few of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Who would miss a good alchemist just because of a few guards? It can't be. Jiang brother is actually an alchemist. No wonder he's so stubborn. He even asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. I really didn't expect Brother Jiang to be an alchemist. If he can really refine these medicinal herbs into pills, he will definitely be warmly received by the City Lord's mansion. When that time comes, not only will our Han village not be in any danger, we will also benefit from it. Big Brother Jiang is truly amazing. I knew that he must have a trump card to be so confident. The villagers of Han village were excited. Just a moment ago, they were so nervous that they thought that not only would Jiang Chen be doomed, but the Han village would also be doomed after offending the prefecture. They never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful trump card. Hoo! Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a sea of fire rushed out. The entrance of the prefecture was instantly turned into a sea of fire. All the herbs were engulfed by the sea of fire. Crackling sounds could be heard from the inside as the herbs began to be smelted. What? How can there be such a concoction method? That's right. It's impossible to smelt so many herbs at the same time. Plus, these herbs can be used to concoct different kinds of pills. Could it be that he is going to concoct different kinds of pills at the same time? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the most powerful alchemist can't concoct so many kinds of pills at the same time. The elders of the prefecture were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They weren't alchemists, but they had seen alchemists concoct pills before. The reason why alchemists were so rare was because the concoction process was too complicated and troublesome. Ordinary people couldn't control it at all. Therefore, even the alchemists of the city governor's mansion would have to smelt the medicinal ingredients one by one and then fuse them together. Even so, there was a certain chance of failure, not to mention refining many different kinds of pills at the same time. Yan Qingqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. She was shocked to find out that Jiang Qin was casually concocting pills. Every single herb was smelted quickly and then started to fuse. Different herbs were fused into different kinds of pills, and there was no change in the middle. This was simply shocking. Chapter 1066. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Jiang Qin continued to concoct the pills calmly. The quality of the herbs determined the grade of the pills. The herbs that Han village gathered were basically all high-grade herbs. Because they were going to be sent to the city lord's mansion, they couldn't afford to take out any ordinary herbs. However, most of these herbs were the most common ones. Therefore, they could only be used to concoct ordinary immortal pills. However, the more common a pill was, the more popular it would be. The same pill concocted by different alchemists would have different grades. With Jiang Chen's skill, the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Thunderfire, and True Dragon Flame, the pills he concocted would definitely be the best of the best. Pop pop pop. Popping sounds could be heard from the sea of fire. The herbs were being melted rapidly. Looking at Jiang Chen's concoction technique, it was really easy and casual. It seemed like there was no possibility of failure. No one spoke a word. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin. All of their attention was focused on Jiang Qin. In their opinion, being able to witness such a concoction technique was simply a miracle. It was a kind of enjoyment in itself. Steward Wu had already crawled up from the ground. Many guards had also crawled up. They were also attracted by Jiang Chen's movements. They seemed to have forgotten the pain in their bodies. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with infatuation. She didn't know if Jiang Qin would succeed in concocting the pills in the end. However, this kind of method really made her infatuated. A few minutes later, Jiang Qin suddenly withdrew the sea of fire and absorbed all the flames into his body. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the air, making everyone present feel refreshed. In front of Jiang Qin, there were dozens of pills floating in the air. They were constantly emitting light and the medicinal fragrance was incomparably strong. These dozens of pills were divided into several types. They were colorful and extremely beautiful. Each of the pills was the size of a thumb. The surface of the pills was smooth and flawless. It was extremely exquisite. It's done. My God! In such a short period of time, he managed to concoct dozens of pills. Not only that, there are quite a few of them. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. I didn't expect there to be such an amazing alchemy technique in this world. Big Brother Jiang is really amazing. Did you see that? Each of these pills is as shiny as jade, and their quality is the best of the best. The people of Han village widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Not only them, the people from the city lord's mansion also had the same expression. Every one of them had their mouths wide open. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on those floating pellets. She couldn't move her eyes away anymore. Yan Qingqing made a grabbing motion and a pill landed on her jade-like hand. She inspected the quality of the pill carefully and praised, "This profound yang pill doesn't have any impurities. All the medicinal essence of the herbs have been extracted, creating a peak-grade profound yang pill. This pill alone is worth 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones." "That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. "That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. The elders and guests of the city lord's mansion were shocked. The pills that Jiang Qin concocted were all familiar pills. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell how precious these pills were. There were a total of 6 types of pills here, and each of them had a high value. The total value of dozens of pills was more than 100,000 pills. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Qin wasn't bluffing when he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. "Elder Lu, go get 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones now," Yan Qingqing said to an elder beside her. "Yes, Big Mississippi." Elder Lu didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately disappeared from the city lord's manor. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Jiang Qin one more time. The anger in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced with respect. No one felt that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's action. Although these pills were valuable, they weren't worth 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. However, Yan Qingqing didn't hesitate to take out 200,000 of them. In Yan Qingqing's heart, Jiang Chen's existence was a huge treasure that couldn't be measured by any amount of immortal metastones. What they needed to do now was to rope in Jiang Qin. Such a terrifying alchemist must be roped into the prefecture. If such a figure was roped in by other major powers in Yan City, it wouldn't just be a simple loss to the prefecture. Although Yan City looked calm on the surface, it was actually filled with undercurrents, similar to Fragrant Sky City. However, it was more chaotic than Fragrant Sky City. Although Yan City was ruled by the prefecture, there were some powers that weren't any weaker than the prefecture. Even the prefecture didn't have the right to control them. Every major power was fighting openly and covertly in Yan City. After a while, Elder Lu returned with a gray storage pouch in his hand. He then handed it to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing walked to Jiang Qin generously and said, "Young Master Jiang, the servants of the prefecture didn't know that young Master Jiang is a respectable alchemist. They were disrespectful to you just now. Qingqing will apologize on their behalf. Here are 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. These pills that young Master Jiang has concocted will be accepted by the prefecture." Jiang Qin couldn't help nodding his head after hearing this. This Yan Qingqing was truly a figure. Not only did she know how to win the hearts of the people, she was also responsible to her subordinates. After seeing Jiang Chen's alchemy skills, she didn't reprimand those guards or even scolded them. Instead, she apologized on their behalf using her noble identity as a Big Mississippi. Such a figure and a peerless beauty would naturally be loved and respected by her subordinates, making them loyal to the prefecture. Oh my God, 200,000. Han Chong felt as though he was about to faint. Not only him, but everyone in Han Village felt the same way. Even the experienced and knowledgeable village chief Han Chongling felt the same way. To a small village like Han Village, 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a concept that made them feel like they had no idea what it was. 200,000. If our Han village has these immortal meta stones, our strength will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. It won't take long for us to rise above the surrounding villages. What are you thinking? These immortal meta stones belong to Brother Jiangqin. Without him, I'm afraid that we would have lost our lives. Ah, Tsong, you have done a great deed by saving Jiang brother this time. Jiang brother possesses such a terrifying alchemist and combat strength. His future achievements will be limitless. Today, Big Miss Yen Qingqing has personally won him over. From now on, Jiang brother's position in Yen City will be irreplaceable. Ah, Tsong, Jiang brother will be your role model in the future. Do you understand? The people of Han Village were extremely excited. Although 200,000 low-grade immortal meta stones was a frightening number, they knew that these pills had nothing to do with them. The reason why Yen Qingqing generously took out 200,000 low-grade immortal meta stones was to win over Jiangqin. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Jiangqin smiled faintly and accepted the storage pouch. He had just arrived in the immortal world and immortal meta stones were what he needed the most. Now that 200,000 high-grade immortal meta stones were delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, he had a good impression of Yen Qingqing. If he could befriend a major power like the City Lord Prefecture, it would be a good choice. Seeing that Jiang Chen had accepted the storage pouch, a smile appeared on Yen Qingqing's face. She was most afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't accept it. After all, an alchemist like Jiang Chen had his own pride. Previously, those guards of the prefecture had offended him, so it would be normal if Jiang Chen didn't accept her sincerity. At this moment, Steward Wu and Huang Lu were completely frightened. They stood there trembling with fear, not even daring to let out a fart. They knew in their hearts that today, they had provoked an existence that they should not have and could not afford to provoke. With their status, to provoke an alchemist with such superb means, they must be sick in the head. In an instant, all the hatred they had towards Jiang Chen vanished. They even felt deeply grateful to Jiang Chen, because even if Jiang Chen had killed them, they would have died in vain. The prefecture wouldn't make an enemy out of a powerful alchemist just because of their death. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened the storage pouch, which was filled with low-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen immediately divided the pouch into two and sent 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones into the Zulong Tower. Due to the influence of the spatial law of the immortal world, only powerful divine immortal experts could initially control the spatial force and connect it to their Qi Si to store things in their Qi Si. Below the divine immortal realm, treasures were stored in a storage pouch or a spatial ring. This was the same as in Saint Origin World. However, Jiang Chen was different. His Zulong Tower had already condensed 12 floors and had been fully restored. There was a large amount of storage space in it, which was enough to store any amount of immortal meta stones. Subsequently, Jiang Chen came to Han Chongling with the storage pouch and handed it to him. Chief, here are 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. This is what your Han village deserves. Upon seeing this, Han Chongling was filled with fear and trepidation. He stared at the storage pouch in horror, not daring to reach out to receive it. Brother Jiang, this is too much. This is all yours. It has nothing to do with our Han village. Chapter 1067. Naturally, Han Chongling didn't dare to accept it. Even though he knew that the overall strength of Han village would rise to a new level with these 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones, and that it wasn't impossible for them to walk out of their remote village in the future, the wealth given by Jiang Chen was just too precious. Chief, there's no need to stand on ceremony. These pills were concocted using the herbs you provided, so these low-grade immortal meta stones are naturally yours. After speaking, Jiang Chen handed the storage pouch to Han Chongling, not giving him a chance to refuse. Jiang Chen's style of doing things was swift and decisive. He had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He would never be stingy to his friends and benefactors. Besides, the people of Han Village also needed his help. Without help, these villagers would never be able to walk out of their remote village. Even the genius Han Chong would find it incomparably difficult to walk out of their remote village. It was good for Han Village to have a genius like Han Chong, but no matter how great a genius was, he would still need cultivation resources as a foundation. Without the supply of cultivation resources, it would be useless even if Han Chong was blessed by the heavens. Thank you very much, Jiang brother. Han Chongling gave a deep bow to Jiang Qin. He felt that the storage pouch in his hand was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Although he had only known Jiang Qin for a few days, he had a certain understanding of Jiang Chen's character. He knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't take back what he had given out. My God! 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Our village has never seen so many immortal metastones. I never thought that Jiang brother would be so generous. Ah Tsong, you've made a great contribution to our Han village this time. If you hadn't saved brother Jiang, we wouldn't have been able to get so much wealth. Brother Jiang is really generous. He can be considered the biggest benefactor of our Han village now. The fate of our Han village will be completely changed in the future. The villagers of Han village were so excited that they couldn't even speak properly. Han Chong was smiling foolishly. When he saved Jiang Qin, it was out of kindness that he didn't think too much about it. Now, it seemed like his kindness had brought a huge turning point to the Han village. Young Master Jiang, Qingqing would like to invite young master to be a guest of the prefecture. I hope that young master can agree, Yan Qingqing spoke again. She wasn't a bashful person, nor would she beat around the bush. A young and promising alchemist like Jiang Qin was exactly what the prefecture needed the most. A guest was equivalent to an elder, but not under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. It was equivalent to letting Jiang Qin be a guest here without any restrictions. In Yen City, whether it was the prefecture or other major powers, those who could become a guest were at least late Earth immortal experts. It was simply a pipe dream for a late human immortal to be a guest. But now, Yan Qingqing had offered Jiang Qin a guest position. Perhaps only Jiang Qin could have such an honorable honor. The others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's decision. After witnessing Jiang Chen's concoction technique, they knew very well that Jiang Chen's value in the future would be much greater than them, late Earth immortal experts. All right, but I have a condition. Jiang Chen said. Young Master Jiang, please say it. As long as it's within the prefecture's capability, I will make the decision myself. Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Jiang Chen turned to Han Chong and said, Ah Tsong, come here. Ah, Han Chong let out a cry of surprise. This was his first time coming to Yen City and he had experienced so many things today. There were too many experts in front of him and the other party was the young lady of the prefecture. How could he dare to stand in front of her? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Second brother Han kicked Han Song's butt. Everyone in Han village, including Han Chongling, revealed a look of excitement on their faces. Han Chong was a fool, but they weren't. It must be a good thing that Jiang Qin asked Han Chong to go to the prefecture at this time. Han Chong was the hope of Han village. If he could walk out of Han village because of this, it would be a great fortune. Han Chong stood beside Jiang Qin nervously. Miss Qingqing, my condition is to let this little brother cultivate in the prefecture in the future. Jiang Qin said. Han Song's eyes widened when he heard that. His face was filled with excitement. Cultivating in the city lord's manor was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. This was the best place in Yen City. It was not something that the Han village could compare to. With Han Sung's talent, if he could cultivate in Yen City, his future would be much better than in the Han village. No problem. Since young Master Jiang has recommended him, it must be him. I can see that this little brother is very talented. If he cultivates in the prefecture in the future, he will definitely become a pillar of our prefecture. Yen Qingqing agreed without hesitation. She thought that Jiang Qin would ask for something big. She didn't expect that it was just for the cultivation of a young man. This was out of her expectation, but it was also because of this that her impression of Jiang Qin had improved a lot. Ah, Tsong, hurry up and thank the young lady. Han Chongling became anxious when he saw Han Chong standing there in a daze. Thank you, young lady. Han Chong quickly expressed his gratitude. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to overcome this hurdle so quickly. To him, being able to cultivate in Yen City from Han Village was like a real carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Chief Steward Wu, please take good care of the Han villagers and apologize to them. From now on, the Han villagers can visit the City Lord Manor at any time. They are all guests of the City Lord Manor. Yen Qingqing said to Steward Wu. Hearing this, the people of Han Village were so excited that they couldn't speak. This good thing came too suddenly. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It made them feel like they were in a dream. Becoming a guest of the City Lord's mansion was like a fantasy story. They knew very well that from now on, they would be relying on the big tree that was the City Lord's mansion. In the future, there wouldn't be many villages that would dare to provoke the Han village. Yes, young lady. Chief Steward Wu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Today, they had nearly caused a huge disaster. Fortunately, the eldest miss was magnanimous and did not bother to haggle with them. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences of offending a high-ranked alchemist. Steward Wu glared at Huang Lu. At this moment, Huang Lu's face was pale as he walked towards Steward Wu shakily. His legs were trembling. He knew very well that he was the cause of today's events. Steward Wu pulled Huang Lu to the front of Jiang Qin and said respectfully, "Young Master Jiang, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We hope that young master will be magnanimous and forgive us for offending you. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to lower one's head, one should lower one's head. This wasn't a shameful thing." Steward Wu and Huang Lu were very clear that from now on, their status would be completely different from Jiang Qin. With their identity and status, it was impossible for them to provoke a guest. If they wanted to continue living in the prefecture, they must eliminate the hatred between them and Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin ignored Steward Wu and looked at Huang Lu. Don't be too excessive in the future. These villagers are not easy to deal with. Yes, yes. Young master is right. Huang Lu bowed to Jiang Qin again and again. He almost knelt down in front of Jiang Qin. The reason why he could have such a good position in the prefecture wasn't because of his ability, but because of his cousin, Steward Wu. Today, he had almost caused a disaster. How would he dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Qin? Later, the group entered the prefecture. Under Yen Qingqing's arrangement, an exquisite courtyard was prepared for Jiang Qin. It would be his residence in the future. In the entire Yen city, Jiang Qin was the first late human immortal who was qualified to live in such a courtyard. Steward Wu and Huang Lu brought the people of Han Village to another place. They wanted to entertain these villagers well. If it was before, they wouldn't even look at these villagers, but it was different now. With Jiang Chen's relationship, they wouldn't dare to neglect them. In the courtyard, there were only Yen Qingqing and Jiang Qin. I wonder if young master is satisfied with this place? Yen Qingqing asked. Young miss has really troubled you. Jiang Chen was a man who knew how to differentiate good from bad. Although the main reason why Yan Qingqing treated him this way was because of his alchemy, Jiang Chen was still very satisfied. Plus, he had a good impression of Yan Qingqing. There's a new guest in the prefecture and he's an alchemist. My father was supposed to welcome him personally, but he was fighting a demonic beast not long ago. Although he managed to kill it in the end, his body was also invaded by the cold poison. He's currently in seclusion to heal himself. I hope young master won't take it to heart. Yan Qingqing said. I do have some ways to deal with the cold poison. Jiang Chen said. It would be too humble to say that he only had some ways to deal with it. Jiang Chen was now immune to all kinds of poison. Not even the poison of the poisonous nether toad could affect him. As for the cold qi, it was a piece of cake for him. Not to mention that his flame could refine any kind of cold qi, the water element alone was enough to absorb any kind of cold qi. In this world, what could be colder than the heavenly and earth pure water? Really? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes sparkled. As a matter of fact, the cold poison that the city lord was suffering from was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, a mighty heaven immortal expert wouldn't be sent into seclusion. This cold poison had a great impact on the city lord. It would be great if Jiang Chen could solve it. Chapter 1068. Yen City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Apart from the prefecture, there were two other major powers that could compete with the prefecture for the resources of Yen City. The fact that the city lord was infected by the cold poison was still a secret. If it was made public, the other two major powers would inevitably make a move and do something unfavorable to the prefecture. However, the truth couldn't be concealed forever. Sooner or later, the city lord's injury would be known. So the most urgent task now was to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Yan Qingqing had been worrying about this matter for the past few days. She had seen Jiang Chen's means. Perhaps Jiang Chen really had a solution. Bang! Right at this moment, the door of the courtyard was opened with a bang. Judging from the sound alone, it was obvious that the door was kicked open by someone. In the mansion, if someone dared to kick open the door of a guest room, then that person was either an idiot or someone with a high status. At least, his status wouldn't be lower than Jiang Chen's. There were 5 people in total, all of them seemed to be in their 50s. Their cultivation base was incomparably strong. 4 of them had reached the late Earth Immortal realm. The leader was the most powerful one, a half-step heaven immortal expert. Their faces were filled with arrogance that ordinary people couldn't have. It was a kind of nobility, or maybe it was just a self-assumed nobility. But apparently, they didn't expect that Yan Qingqing would be here. Their expressions froze for a second. Their arrogance was extinguished instantly. In the prefecture, Yan Qingqing had an absolute position. Even a half-step heaven immortal supreme expert wouldn't dare to disrespect her. They knew very well that the prefecture was rarely managed by the city lord. Everything in the prefecture was managed by this young lady. In other words, the reason why the prefecture was able to stand tall in Yen City was because of Yan Qingqing's contribution. Uncle Dong, why are you guys here? Yan Qingqing's tone was filled with dissatisfaction when she saw these people. She was dissatisfied with their behavior. Putting aside the fact that they had kicked the door, it was mainly because they interrupted Yan Qingqing's question. All her attention was currently focused on her father's cold poison. She was just talking about the cold poison with Jiang Chen and was interrupted by these people. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. However, the status of the newcomer was obviously not ordinary, so even Yan Qingqing had to show some respect to him. I didn't expect Big Miss to be here as well. I heard that a young alchemist has come to the City Lord Mansion and his alchemy skills are superb. He's only in the late human immortal stage, but Big Miss has made an exception to invite him as a guest. That's why I'm here to have a look. The old man spoke. His eyes had already landed on Jiang Qin. When he realized that Jiang Qin was only a late human immortal expert, his eyes were filled with disdain. In his point of view, a puny late human immortal junior couldn't possibly be that powerful. He had spent his entire life studying alchemy and had made great contributions to the prefecture to achieve his current status. But now, a mere thief was treated as a guest. How could he feel good about this? Jiang Chen was well aware of this point. He didn't even need to think to know that the others behind him were thinking the same thing. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Jiang Qin. After Yan Qingqing finished her introduction, she looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Young Master Jiang, this is Elder Dong Linfu, one of the best alchemists in Yan City and also the chief alchemist of the prefecture. He is highly respected by everyone. His cultivation base has already reached the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm, just one step away from the true Heaven Immortal Realm. The rest of them are also highly respected alchemists. They are my father's friends. They have contributed a lot to the prefecture's development in Yan City. Very fortunate. Jiang Chen held his fists at Dong Linfu and the others as a form of greeting. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Yan Qingqing's introduction. Jiang Chen had already guessed the identity of these people. As an alchemist himself, he could identify an alchemist with just a glance. Initially, I thought that the person chosen by young Miss would be extraordinary. But now, it seems like he's just a so-so. That's right. Young Miss, aren't you taking this man too seriously? He's only a late human immortal at such a young age. If it's only because of his alchemy skills, how can we, the old men, put our faces to the next level? Young Miss isn't an alchemist. Naturally, you don't know much about the Tao of alchemy. The Tao of alchemy is actually the same as cultivation. The art of alchemy is greatly affected by one's cultivation base. A mere late human immortal can only be considered as the lowest level alchemist. No matter how brilliant his skills are, he can't be that great. The moment they arrived, they were extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's existence, the way he entered the prefecture and his current status. They even thought that Yan Qingqing might have taken a fancy to this pretty boy in front of them. However, they also understood Yan Qingqing's pride. An ordinary man wouldn't be able to enter her eyes, let alone a late human immortal brat. None of you have seen young Master Jiang concoct pills with your own eyes. Naturally, you don't know how brilliant young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are. I believe that if you had seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so hostile towards young Master Jiang. It can be said that young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are the best I have ever seen in my life. It can only be described as miraculous. Yan Qingqing said. What she said was the truth, but she said it on purpose. A smart woman always knew how to make use of the opportunity. It was within her expectation that Jiang Qin wouldn't be accepted by the alchemists here. She was going to make use of this kind of antagonistic relationship. Oh. Never seen in my life. Does young Miss mean that this brat's alchemy skills are even higher than mine? Dong Linfu's facial expression turned ugly instantly. If it wasn't Yan Qingqing who said this, he would have already lost his temper by comparing him to a late human immortal brat. Qingqing doesn't mean that, but young Master Jiang's alchemy skills can indeed be described as earth-shattering. Yan Qingqing continued. All right. Since young Miss thinks highly of this brat, this old man will compete with him. If this brat's alchemy skills are better than mine, this old man will give up the position of chief alchemist to him. Dong Linfu said. As a matter of fact, in his heart, a figure like Jiang Qin wasn't qualified to compete with him. It was an insult to him to compete with a puny late human immortal, but Yan Qingqing's words had completely provoked his dignity. He had no choice but to compete with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you're right. Uncle Dong, this isn't very good. You are all from the prefecture. Now, you are all working for the prefecture. Don't hurt the harmony between you two. Yan Qingqing said. It's precisely because we are all working for the prefecture that we have to compete with each other. There are many alchemists in the prefecture. We must have a chief alchemist. Plus, I also want to see if this brat is qualified to work for the prefecture. Dong Linfu had already made up his mind. He was going to compete with Jiang Chen and humiliate him. Since Elder Dong is so interested in it, I will play with you. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He knew very well that he had to accept the challenge. Only by doing so could he establish his position in the prefecture. Moreover, he, Jiang Chen, had never been provoked like this before. If he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Alright, since you two want to compete, let's do it. You all know that my father is suffering from the cold poison. His condition is very bad. I have already obtained the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Why don't we use it as a competition? I will ask my father to come out of seclusion tomorrow and let him be the judge. What do you think? Yan Qingqing said solemnly. She had already prepared the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Originally, she wanted Dong Linfu to concoct it. She didn't expect that Jiang Qin would appear today. It was a good opportunity for them to compete. If they could really concoct the ardent yang pill, her father's cold poison wouldn't be a problem anymore. Alright, let's compete tomorrow. Let's concoct the ardent yang pill together. Jiang Qin, I think you know how difficult it is to concoct the ardent yang pill. It's not something that can be compared to ordinary pills. If you think you can't do it, you should admit defeat now. Don't waste the eldest miss ingredients. You should know that every ingredient used to concoct the ardent yang pill is extremely precious. Dong Linfu looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Qin smiled gently. His face was full of confidence. The concoction process of the ardent yang pill is indeed very complicated. This pill needs 49 ingredients that are extremely masculine and masculine. The key is to extract the masculine and masculine elements from the ingredients perfectly. It can be used to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Unfortunately, I happen to have experience in concocting the ardent yang pill. After hearing this, Dong Linfu and the others were stunned. The way they looked at Jiang Qin changed slightly. The ardent yang pill was a superior pill. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't dare to try it. Although they didn't know whether Jiang Qin could concoct the ardent yang pill, they were shocked that Jiang Qin could smoothly explain the concoction method and the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill. Humph. If that's the case, I'll see you tomorrow. Dong Linfu snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left with a few alchemists. Although Jiang Qin could explain the concoction method of the ardent yang pill, it wasn't enough to make Dong Linfu think highly of Jiang Qin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Young Master Jiang, are you confident in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Qin and asked in a serious tone. She didn't dare to treat her father's injury lightly. Don't worry, eldest Mississippi. I'll definitely successfully concoct the ardent yang pill and eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Chapter 1069. The next day, within the city lord's residence's meeting hall, many people had gathered early in the morning. Today was a very important day. A young alchemist had come yesterday, and today, he would compete with the city lord's residence's alchemist Dong Linfu for the position of chief alchemist. To be able to enter this place, even in the prefecture, one must possess two qualities. First, cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base here was a late Earth immortal expert. There were even a few half-step heaven immortal experts. Second, loyalty. The people here were absolutely loyal to the prefecture. At least, they could guarantee that the secret of the cold poison in the prefecture wouldn't be leaked. On both sides of the hall, experts were sitting side by side. The one sitting at the head was the alchemist, Dong Linfu. Whether it was his cultivation base or his identity, he was the most qualified to sit at the head of the hall. The prefecture lord hadn't arrived yet. Young Miss and Jiang Qin hadn't appeared yet, but the people in the hall were already talking about it. A mere late human immortal dared to challenge a true alchemist, Dong Linfu. This was something worth discussing. Who the hell is that Jiang Qin? Isn't he overestimating himself? A puny human immortal dares to challenge Grandmaster Dong. I really don't know what gives him such confidence. That's right. Young mistress has always been calm and steady. Why is she acting so unreliable this time? The City Lord Mansion is one of the top powers in Yen City. Not everyone can come here and be a guest. Moreover, it's unheard of for an immortal to be a guest. Don't look down on that Jiang Qin. Yesterday, I saw Jiang Qin concoct pills outside the prefecture with my own eyes. His concoction technique can only be described as shocking. At least, I have never seen such a terrifying technique in my life. That's right. This Jiang Qin is a genius that shouldn't be underestimated. His combat strength is also extremely terrifying. Although he's only a late human immortal, an early Earth immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He can defeat an opponent who's 2 levels higher than him. We can never do such a thing, but there's still a huge gap between Jiang Qin and Grandmaster Dong. It seems like Jiang Qin isn't strong enough to challenge Grandmaster Dong. Humph. I would like to see this man named Jiang Qin later. Let's see if he's really that powerful. A lot of people were filled with curiosity towards this Jiang Qin. At the same time, they also felt that the eldest miss was giving preferential treatment to Jiang Qin. This made them very dissatisfied in their hearts and they were quite resentful. However, there were also a few who followed Yen Qingqing and witnessed Jiang Qin concocting pellets with their own eyes yesterday. They felt that it was well-deserved for Jiang Qin to obtain the guest chat position. The scene of Jiang Qin concocting pellets yesterday could be described as shocking. It had already left an unerasable impression in their hearts. At this time, 2 silhouettes walked in from the outside. It was a man and a woman. At first glance, they looked like a perfect match. They were none other than Jiang Qin and Yen Qingqing. The fact that Yen Qingqing was accompanying Jiang Qin showed how much importance she attached to Jiang Qin. In an instant, many people's gazes fell on Jiang Qin. Many of their gazes were as sharp as knives, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become tense. It was the first time for many of them to see Jiang Qin's appearance. Of course, they had to observe him carefully. Everyone present was an expert. An invisible pressure was exerted on Jiang Qin. Facing this pressure, Jiang Qin still looked relaxed as if he couldn't feel it at all. His every movement was full of confidence and calmness. Many people were surprised that a young man could have such a temperament. Some people's impression of Jiang Qin had changed a lot just from the first impression. Dear elders, this is Jiang Qin. Today, he is going to compete with Uncle Dong in concocting the ardent yang pill for my father. I believe this scene is worth watching. Yen Qingqing said with a smile. Since the eldest miss thinks so highly of him, we also want to see how capable he is to challenge Great Master Dong. Someone said. Everyone, just wait and see. My father has already come out of seclusion. He and Uncle Yuan will be here soon. Yan Qingqing said. Almost as soon as her voice faded, two strong winds suddenly blew in from outside the hole. After that, they turned into two silhouettes. Two middle-aged men had already entered the front of the hole. Such a terrifying speed made people exclaim in admiration. Everyone, including Dong Linfu, immediately stood up from their seats. They didn't dare to show any neglect towards these two newcomers. One of them was wearing a light yellow robe. He was tall and slender. His face was resolute and handsome. His eyes were sparkling. His every movement carried a noble qi. There was a faint fluctuation of air around him. That was the special sign of a heaven immortal expert. In the immortal world, the heaven immortal realm was a threshold, a very big threshold. Those who could become a heaven immortal would have a certain status in many places. Only after reaching the heaven immortal realm could one truly control the surrounding air and fly. This resolute man was none other than the tyrant of Yen City, the prefecture lord of the prefecture, Yen Donglu. His cultivation base had already reached the early heaven immortal realm. The other man had a similarly powerful qi. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yen Dongliu's. His name was Yuan Hong, Yen Dongliu's sworn brother. He held a very important position in the prefecture. There were a total of 2 heaven immortal experts in the prefecture. Prefecture Lord, Elder Yuan. Everyone greeted them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. And, let's have a seat. Yen Donglu waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Then, he and Yuan Hong turned around at the same time and their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. Young master, this is my father and this is Elder Yuan Hong. They are both heaven immortal experts, the most powerful existences in the prefecture. Yan Qingqing introduced. Jiang Qin greets Prefecture Lord and Elder Yuan. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at the two in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in their eyes. One should know that given their status, any ordinary late human immortal expert would be trembling in front of them. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, had such a temperament at such a young age. It was really rare for someone like him to have such temperament. Jiang Qin, I heard that your alchemy skill is superb. You are able to concoct the complicated ardent yang pill with just a late human immortal cultivation base. Yen Donglu said, his tone full of doubt. If this young man wasn't recommended by his daughter, he was afraid that he wouldn't waste his time on a human immortal. If I'm not wrong, the cold poison in Prefecture Lord's body has already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If it's not removed as soon as possible, even 100 ardent yang pills won't be able to solve the root of the problem. Jiang Qin didn't answer Yen Dongliu's question, but changed the topic. Chapter 1070. Yen Donglu now had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. At least, he no longer looked down on Jiang Qin like before. Regardless of Jiang Qin's cultivation, the fact that Jiang Qin was able to see through him with a single glance was enough to attract his attention. Not a bad kid. I don't think Qingqing will be that bad. However, Jiang Qin, Grandmaster Dong, is a true master among alchemists. No matter what kind of pill he concocts, he will rarely fail. You have the guts to compete with him, which shows that the younger generation will surpass the older. However, how confident are you in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yen Donglu asked. His tone was much softer than before. I have never failed in concocting pills. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. His casual words and actions were filled with great confidence. This kind of confidence would infect the others, making them feel that Jiang Chen's confidence was real, a confidence that came from his bones. What he said proved that he had the ability, and wasn't just boasting. That's right. That's right. Hee, young man shouldn't boast. You should know that even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say that he has never failed. Yuan Hong chuckled. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Yuan Hong's words. He never liked to talk, he preferred to use his actions. City Lord, this kid seems to be very arrogant. In that case, I will let him know what true alchemy is. Dong Linfu once again stood up from his seat. In order to defend his dignity and status as the chief alchemist, he felt that it was necessary for him to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Otherwise, he would become a joke in front of everyone. Very well. In that case, you two can have a competition. I will be the judge for you. This ardent yang pill is very useful to me. I hope you two will be more attentive. If you can completely remove the cold poison in my body, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yen Donglu said. He was at his wit's end regarding the cold poison in his body. Given his cultivation, he could only suppress the cold poison but couldn't remove it completely. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Just like what Jiang Qin said, the cold poison had already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If he couldn't find a way to remove it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong sat at the highest position in the center of the hall. The others also moved to the back to make room for Jiang Chen and Dong Linfu. To them, it was an incomparably rare thing to be able to witness Dong Linfu's alchemy. Normally, no one would disturb an alchemist when he was concocting pills. Dong Linfu was the chief alchemist of the prefecture. It was a pleasure and an eye-opener for them to be able to watch him concoct pills. As for Jiang Chen, most of them didn't put him in their eyes. First of all, they had profound cultivation base. They wouldn't put a late human immortal in their eyes. Secondly, Jiang Chen's opponent was the mighty Dong Linfu. They had no confidence in Jiang Chen at all. After all, Dong Linfu's prestige in the prefecture was just too high. Yan Qingqing turned her palm and two light gray storage pouches appeared. She then handed them to Jiang Chen and Dong Linfu respectively and said, "Both of you, these are the ingredients for concocting the ardent yang pill. Because the ingredients of the ardent yang pill are very precious, I have spent a lot of effort but only managed to find 2 sets of ingredients." Everyone could hear the hidden meaning in Yan Qingqing's words. She was reminding them that they only had one chance. Once they failed, they would truly fail. In other words, this was a competition where there was no chance of failure. This was extremely harsh for an alchemist. At the same time, it was also a great test for an alchemist's alchemy level. Only one set of ingredients for each person. This is really a test of one's alchemy level. I heard that the ardent yang pill is concocted with 49 different kinds of ingredients. It's very easy to fail. For an alchemist like Grandmaster Dong, there should be very little chance of failure. To me, it's a pleasure to be able to witness such a scene with my own eyes. How can a puny human immortal concoct such a complicated pill? I think that Jiang Chen is just seeking his own humiliation. Eldest Miss is taking him too seriously. Let's wait and see. I think this guy has some skills. As long as he's not an idiot, he won't embarrass himself in front of the prefecture lord. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The concoction of only one set of ingredients had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat heavy. Jiang Chen, it's not too late for you to regret it now. The ingredients for the ardent yang pill are extremely precious. I hope you won't waste it. Dong Linfu said to Jiang Chen with a cold and arrogant face. Grandmaster, don't waste it. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He was extremely confident in his alchemy level. He didn't put a person like Dong Linfu in his eyes at all. Boasting shamelessly. Let's begin. Dong Linfu let out a cold snort. Then, he mobilized his spiritual strength and began to prepare for the refinement of the pill. One could see that a trace of seriousness had appeared on his face. After all, the ardent sun pill was not easy to refine. Moreover, there was only one set of precious medicinal ingredients. This was a test in itself. Moreover, he was refining the pill in front of all the higher-ups of the city governor's mansion. Moreover, it concerned the recovery of the city governor's mansion's cold poison. If anything went wrong, his reputation would be ruined. Voila! While Dong Linfu was preparing for the concoction, Jiang Chen had already taken out all the ingredients from his storage pouch. 49 different kinds of ingredients were floating in front of Jiang Chen. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, most of the ingredients used to concoct the ardent yang pill were extremely hot. Breathing in this kind of medicinal fragrance would bring great benefits to a cultivator. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, a large flame was released by Jiang Chen. In an instant, all the 49 ingredients were enveloped by the flame. What? Seeing this, many people exclaimed. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Apart from Yan Qingqing and those experts who had seen Jiang Chen concoct pills yesterday, everyone else had their eyes wide open. Even Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Even Dong Linfu was shocked. He was still preparing to adjust his qi, but Jiang Chen had already started concocting the pill. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Chen's concoction method was simply unheard of. What kind of joke is this? How can there be such a way to concoct pills? Everyone knows that the most important step in concoction is purification. The first step is to extract all the essences of each ingredient. This step is done one by one, because different herbs have different melting points. This brat is actually refining 49 kinds of ingredients at the same time. Isn't this a joke? Bastard! This is simply a bastard concoction method. He is destroying the ingredients and wasting them. Even a senior alchemist wouldn't dare to do this. I have seen Master Dong refining 3 kinds of ingredients at the same time, and that was already shocking enough. 49, this is simply nonsense. Doesn't he need to prepare before concocting the pill? Concocting a pill is a very mentally exhausting process. The more difficult the pill is, the more mentally exhausting it is. Even Master Dong needs to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he dares to start. Is this guy really an alchemist? Everyone was shocked, especially those alchemists who were sitting there. They had an impulse to spurt out blood. Some of them couldn't control their emotions and stood up from their seats. In their opinion, Jiang Chen's concoction method was simply a joke. As an alchemist, they knew very well how difficult and complicated the process of concocting a pill was. Everyone, don't be restless. Yan Donglu said in a low voice. He was afraid that such restlessness would affect Jiang Chen's concoction. Although he was also shocked, Yan Qingqing had told him about Jiang Chen's concoction method. Therefore, he believed that Jiang Chen still had some tricks up his sleeve. Paw-paw. Popping sounds kept ringing out from the sea of flames. That was the sound of herbs being smelted. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the sea of flames in front of Jiang Chen, as well as his relaxed expression. It was as if concocting pills was as easy as eating a meal for him. As time passed, the scene became incomparably quiet. No one dared to blink their eyes. Even Dong Linfu, who was the closest to Jiang Chen, was immersed in the process of Jiang Chen's concoction. He even forgot to adjust his state of mind. Everyone present was an expert. Even if they weren't alchemists, their eyesight was incomparably unique. In addition, Jiang Chen didn't conceal his concoction process at all. Everyone could see it clearly. Because of this, they were even more shocked. In their eyes, 49 different herbs were being melted bit by bit in the sea of fire. All of their essences were being extracted at an incredible speed, and not a single bit of waste was left in the process. This was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's control of the flame and the melting point of the herbs was so precise that it was terrifying. My God! How could this be possible? This is too shocking. I have never seen such a terrifying concoction method. All the herbs are being smelted at the same time without affecting each other. All the essences are being extracted at the same time. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. I have never heard of this before. This is too shocking. If he can really concoct the ardent yang pill in such a way, it will be a miracle. But I still don't believe that he can do it. He's only a late human immortal. Everyone, don't talk. Let's just watch. I hope to see the birth of a miracle. Such a terrifying concoction method. Once it succeeds, it will greatly reduce the concoction time. Chapter 1071. Taking Dong Linfu as an example, if he wanted to concoct an ardent yang pill, he would first have to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he started to smelt the medicinal herbs. This process was the most complicated. Even if he smelted 3 medicinal herbs at the same time, it would still take him 2 hours to finish smelting all 49 medicinal herbs. In addition, it would consume a lot of soul power, and he might need to recover for a short period of time. The step of fusion was also very important. If there was any mistake, it would become a useless pill. Therefore, it would take at least one morning to concoct an ardent yang pill. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. His great soul derivation technique had been cultivated to the pinnacle. He could do whatever he wanted. Even during the process of concocting pills, it wouldn't stop him from paying attention to other things. This kind of unique advantage made countless alchemists go crazy with jealousy. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with infatuation. A man was the most charming when he was serious. A man with outstanding ability was even more charming. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen was the most charming kind. Jiang Chen completely ignored the exclamations of the people around him. He continued to concoct pills. His hands were dancing in the air, making all kinds of complicated seals and sending them into the sea of fire. In just 10 minutes, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs had been completely extracted by Jiang Chen. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't slack off at all. More importantly, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs was not wasted at all. This was the rarest thing. It could be said to be perfect. How could there be such a technique? Dong Linfu was completely stunned. He had been concocting pills for so many years, but he had never seen such a smelting technique. Just from this aspect, even he couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He had no idea how Jiang Chen did it. In other words, what he needed 2 hours to do was done by Jiang Chen in 10 minutes. Moreover, it was done so perfectly. He believed that even if he spent 2 hours, he wouldn't be able to do it as perfectly as Jiang Chen. Amazing, First Miss eyes are really amazing. Today, we've really broadened our horizons. Damn it. What kind of monstrous genius is this kid? He's such a terrifying alchemist. Even those major powers in one-line sky would want to rope him in. Why did he come to Aryan City? Master Dong hasn't even started and he has already extracted the essence of 49 medicinal herbs perfectly. This is a miracle. Let's see if he can complete the final fusion process. If he can really refine the scorching yang elixir perfectly, he will be an unparalleled genius in the alchemy world. He will break the myth of countless alchemists. No one wasn't shocked. Even Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't remain calm. Although they weren't alchemists themselves, they had met plenty of alchemists. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely subverted their understanding of alchemists. It turned out that alchemy could be so simple, so casual. Paw. The sound of crackling could still be heard from the sea of fire. Jiang Chen's hand seals became more frequent and faster. His hands kept pressing inwards. The essence of 49 medicinal herbs began to fuse with each other at the same time. Seeing this scene, Master Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The fusion point of each medicinal herb is different. He must find a similar fusion point first and then gradually fuse them together. Otherwise, the pill will explode easily. Master Dong's eyes were about to spurt out fire. His body was trembling with excitement. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a madman. Why are you so excited, Master Dong? What you can't do, can't others do it? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Master Dong and said with a smile. What? He could still talk to others in the process of alchemy. Damn! Is he still human? The most important thing in alchemy was to concentrate. Fusing the essence of 49 medicinal herbs at the same time was already a crazy action, but he could still talk to others. Many of them felt like they were about to faint, especially those alchemists. They had already started wiping their sweat. If Jiang Chen could successfully concoct the pill under such circumstances, it would be a miracle among miracles. Master Dong didn't seem to hear Jiang Chen's words at all. His whole mind had been attracted by Jiang Chen's alchemy process. He was completely immersed in it. Not only him, but everyone in the hall was breathing heavily and their eyes were blazing. Many of them felt that Jiang Chen would definitely succeed. He wasn't bragging, he really had the ability. Today, they would witness the birth of an unprecedented miracle. Miracles would always happen. No one knew how many miracles Jiang Chen had created in his life, but this kind of alchemy wasn't a miracle to Jiang Chen. It might be impossible in the eyes of others, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a piece of cake. Compared to the battle against St. Origin Palace, concocting the ardent yang pill was simply a piece of cake. Not to mention the battle against St. Origin Palace, the process of concocting the ardent yang pill was just child's play compared to the 9 yang less rond pill. They weren't on the same level. It didn't take long. If one were to calculate it carefully, it should be around 10 minutes before the fusion process was completed. Withdraw. Jiang Chen gave a light shout. The flame in front of him vanished with a swoosh. It was absorbed into Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. At the same time, a golden pill was fluttering in front of Jiang Chen's face, making buzzing sounds from time to time. An extremely strong medicinal fragrance spread out like a tidal wave, filling the entire hall in an instant. The pill carried a strong yang qi. After absorbing it, one would feel that the qi and blood and immortal qi in one's body would be mobilized. That feeling could only be described as comfortable. The pill was golden in color with a wriggling fluid inside, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Lines of patterns could be seen on its surface. This was the supreme grade ardent yang pill, the highest grade of ardent yang pill. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The ardent yang pill began to flutter in the hall. It flew around everyone's face so that they could see it clearly. Finally, it stopped in front of Yen Donglio's face. My God! The surface of this pill is smooth and glossy. It's transparent and there is fluid flowing inside. How could an ardent yang pill reach such a level? Amazing. He actually succeeded. I've never seen a pill of such grade before. It's completely different from the ardent yang pill that I have imagined. The scariest thing is not only the grade of the pill, but also the process of concocting it. The whole process took him more than 20 minutes. An ardent yang pill that was refined using 49 kinds of herbs was completed in such a short period of time. This can no longer be described as appalling. For a moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Those who looked down on, ridiculed and even showed hostility towards Jiang Qin before had completely changed their attitude towards Jiang Qin. Even those alchemists were now looking at Jiang Qin with respect and passion. Yen Donglu looked at the pill in front of him. The radiance in his eyes became more intense. He reached out his hand to hold the ardent yang pill. Immediately, he felt a surge of warmth. Traces of qi flowed into his body through his palm, making him feel incomparably comfortable. What a strong medicinal effect. Even in the entire one-line sky, no one can concoct such an ardent yang pill. There's only one of them. Yen Donglu was incomparably excited. He couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing such a pill, he felt that there was hope for his injuries to be cured. Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't leave Jiang Qin anymore. Her beautiful face was flushed. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? No, that's impossible. Yan Qingqing sensed the change in her mentality, which made her even more shocked. She had always been cold and arrogant. She was talented and devoted to cultivation. There were too many young men pursuing her, but she had never given them a second glance. This was the first time she had experienced such a change. However, this was normal. Which young lady didn't yearn for love? A man like Jiang Qin had a fatal attraction to women. Only then did Dong Linfu recover from his shock. His face turned incomparably pale. He knew that he had been utterly defeated. Before he could even prepare himself, his opponent had already completed the entire alchemy process and created an unprecedented ardent yang pill. City Lord, can I have a look at this ardent yang pill? Dong Linfu bowed to Yen Donglu. And please have a look, Master Dong. Yen Donglu was in a good mood at the moment. He threw the ardent yang pill to Dong Linfu. Dong Linfu took the pill. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the pill in his hand was of a terrifying grade. He looked it over carefully, then sighed heavily. It's really of the highest grade. Even if I could concoct the ardent yang pill, it wouldn't even be half as good as this. Dong Linfu was thoroughly convinced. He respectfully handed the pill to Yen Donglu again, then sat in front of Jiang Qin and cupped his fists at Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, your alchemy skill is unprecedented. This old man admires you from the bottom of my heart. Please forgive me for offending Brother Jiang Qin. Chapter 1072. Dong Linfu lowered his head. He didn't think that it was a shameful thing to lower his head to Jiang Qin. The others also had the same thought. In the eyes of Yen Donglu and the others, Dong Linfu was a man who could afford to lose. Not only would he not be looked down upon by others, he would also be admired by others. Jiang Chen's astounding alchemy skill had gained everyone's recognition. A single ardent yang pill was enough to establish Jiang Chen's unique position in the prefecture. At this time, not to mention the guest elders, even Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong didn't treat Jiang Qin as an ordinary late human immortal anymore. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was an alchemy master, an extremely awesome alchemy master. They were afraid that the position of the chief alchemist of the prefecture would change hands from now on. Master Dong, you don't have to be so courteous. We will be working for the prefecture in the future and there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate. If Master has any questions in alchemy, you can ask me anytime. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What he said was incomparably arrogant, telling Dong Linfu to come and ask him if he had any questions in the future. That meant that Jiang Chen had already understood everything. Even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say something like that. However, Jiang Chen dared to say it, and no one thought that he was boasting, because his performance just now had shocked everyone, and made them look at him in a new light. If it was before, Dong Linfu would definitely scoff at such arrogant words, but now, he felt incomparably happy. Jiang Chen didn't get angry because of his disrespect towards him, and instead, wanted to teach him how to concoct pills. This was a great thing. One should know that Dong Linfu had been studying alchemy for so many years. Naturally, he had encountered a lot of problems. If Jiang Chen could help him solve these problems, it would be immeasurable to him. His alchemy skill would definitely reach a higher level, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the heaven immortal realm. Haha. Brother Jiang is right. We are all working for the prefecture. There will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Dong Linfu laughed heartily, and the awkward atmosphere was completely alleviated with this laugh. Dong Linfu's performance also changed Jiang Chen's impression of him. A person who could afford to lose was always worthy of respect. Daddy, the person I recommended is not bad, right? Yan Qingqing came to Yan Donglio's side and said proudly. My daughter has a discerning eye. She's quite amazing. Yan Donglu wasn't stingy in praising his daughter. Yan Qingqing was able to rope in a person like Jiang Chen to the city lord's mansion. It was a great benefit for the city lord's mansion. Putting aside the fact that the ardent yang pill could cure his cold poison, if an alchemist like Jiang Chen was roped in by the other two major powers of Yan City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, hurry up and consume the ardent yang pill. Let's see if it can completely eliminate the cold poison in your body. Yan Qingqing urged her father. It's impossible to completely eliminate the cold poison in your body with the ardent yang pill made from the 49 herbs. However, I have added the 9 solar holy water into the ardent yang pill, which can restrain the cold poison. In addition to the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill, the cold poison will be completely eliminated in an instant. City Lord will also gain a lot of benefits from it. Jiang Chen said. Is that so? Yan Donglu was stunned. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had changed. No wonder he felt that the ardent yang pill in his hand was different. It turned out that the ingredients weren't as simple as it seemed. The 9 solar saint water was the most important ingredient. It seemed like he had found the right person today. Without Jiang Chen, he had no idea how to deal with the cold poison in his body. Even if he had enough ingredients, even if Dong Linfu could successfully concoct the ardent yang pill, according to Jiang Chen, he still wouldn't be able to get rid of the cold poison. Yan Donglu didn't waste any more time. The cold poison in his body was constantly eroding his body. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. In front of everyone, he swallowed the ardent yang pill. The medicinal energy of the pill instantly turned into a clear stream and rushed into his limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. At the same time, Yan Donglu removed the suppression on the cold poison. Immediately, the cold poison in his body was stimulated and collided with the efficacy of the ardent yang pill. In just a few minutes, all the cold poison in his body had been completely eliminated. Not only that, because of the medicinal energy of the ardent yang pill, the immortal qi in Yan Donglio's qi si had become even more vigorous. His cultivation base had advanced once again, reaching the peak of early heaven immortal realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This was an unexpected surprise that Yan Donglu had never thought of before. It was already a happy thing for everyone that the cold poison had been eliminated. Now, he had gained an unexpected benefit and his cultivation base had advanced further. To Yen Donglu, the current situation was like a dream. Yen Donglu suddenly stood up from his seat and looked at Jiang Qin, who was standing in the center of the hall with blazing eyes. Awesome! Awesome! Brother Zhang's means are simply extraordinary. I've been suffering from the cold poison for the past few days and couldn't do anything about it. Never had I thought that the ardent yang pill refined by Brother Jiang could remove the cold poison in just a few minutes and improve my cultivation base to the peak of early heaven immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the others hastily stood up from their seats and congratulated Jiang Qin. Congratulations, City Lord. 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 Our prefecture will certainly become stronger and stronger in the future. It's only a matter of time before we suppress the other two major powers. Master Jiang is truly an extraordinary man. It's a great fortune for the prefecture to have such a talent. Although these words were filled with flattery, they came from their true feelings towards the prefecture. As the people of the prefecture, they naturally hoped that the prefecture would become more and more powerful. If the prefecture could gain complete control of Yen City, then all the cultivation resources would belong to the prefecture and they would be able to obtain more resources. Naturally, this was what they wanted to see. Jiang Chen, tell me, what do you want? I'll reward you handsomely. Yen Donglu said in a heroic manner. I do need some immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Yen Donglu. What he needed the most right now was immortal meta stones. He was going to break through to the half-step Earth immortal realm very soon. Without a large amount of immortal meta stones, it wouldn't be possible. Plus, he wouldn't dare to make a losing deal. Yes, you have made a great contribution this time. I'll reward you with 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Yen Donglu didn't even think about it and gave out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. In his point of view, spending 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones on Jiang Qin was absolutely worth it. Chapter 1073. 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Such a terrifying amount made many of them feel a heartache. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious at all. In the immortal plane, immortal Usan stones were the most important thing. Every cultivator needed them and they could not be lacking. However, they knew very well that apart from thanking Jiang Qin for helping Yen Donglu solve the problem of the cold poison, Yen Donglu also wanted to rope in Jiang Qin. Plus, they understood that as long as Jiang Qin worked for the prefecture wholeheartedly, the value that he would bring to the prefecture in the future wouldn't be less than 1,000,000. Yen City was the overlord of this generation, and the City Lord Mansion was a giant among giants. It was not something that a small place like the Han village could compare to. 1,000,000 was an astronomical figure to the Han village, but it was nothing to the City Lord Mansion, who had a lot of assets. Thank you, Prefecture. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yen Donglu. From now on, he, Jiang Chen, was considered a rich man. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in a short period of time. Qingqing, I have obtained great benefits this time and I need some time to digest them. Take good care of Jiang Qin. Everyone is dismissed. Yen Donglu said to Yen Qingqing. Don't worry, Daddy. Yen Qingqing smiled. As a matter of fact, all the matters in the prefecture were basically handled by Yen Qingqing. She was the only daughter of Yen Donglu, but she was much more useful than any other man. Ha ha ha, Yen Donglu was in a good mood. He laughed heartily as he left the main hall with Yuan Hong. The cold poison that had troubled him for days had finally been resolved. Besides, he had also obtained great benefits from it. It was impossible for him to not be happy about it. There was no reason for him to be unhappy about the fact that the prefecture had recruited a genius like Jiang Qin. Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong left the hall. Both of them were mighty heaven immortal experts and had the highest status in the prefecture. They rarely appeared in the hall. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, they wouldn't have come today. After the two of them left, the hall started to get lively. Those elders and guests started to chat and stood up. In an instant, they surrounded Jiang Qin. Given their arrogance, they would never have dreamed that they would be able to treat a young human immortal with such importance. Grandmaster Jiang, I didn't expect your alchemy skills to be so exquisite. I hope Grandmaster Jiang won't take our words to heart. That's right, Master Jiang. If I need anything in the future, I'll have to trouble Master Jiang to help me. Grandmaster Jiang has become an alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. You are indeed a rare genius in the world of alchemy. We will be working for the city lord's mansion in the future, so we will certainly be disturbing you. Please forgive us. Everyone was talking at the same time. This was a typical case of trying to curry favor with Jiang Qin. This was normal, no one wanted to offend a powerful alchemist. In the future, if they needed any pills, they would have to ask Jiang Qin for help. Therefore, it was very important for them to have a good relationship with Jiang Qin. Such a scene made Jiang Qin extremely uncomfortable and gave him a headache. After casually saying a few words, he left the main hall and returned to his courtyard. Now that his position in the prefecture had been established and he had obtained 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones, he would put all his attention on cultivation. As for whether he could improve his cultivation base in a short period of time, Jiang Qin didn't really care. Anyway, he didn't have any enemies, so he didn't feel any sense of urgency. However, the imprint in his body was constantly threatening him. He knew very well that this imprint was cast by an incomparably powerful expert. If he didn't have the immortal mark to block it, the expert would immediately detect it. Jiang Qin didn't like to be in a passive position, especially this kind of passive position. It made him feel that his life would be threatened at any time. Therefore, he must refine this imprint as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Not long after Jiang Qin returned to his courtyard, Yan Qingqing arrived as well. She was holding a storage pouch in her hand and her face was filled with a spring breeze smile. Jiang Qin didn't know that it was a miracle to see the eldest miss smiling so much in the prefecture. Every noble woman had a cold and arrogant heart, especially those beauties who could cause the downfall of cities and kingdoms. They rarely smiled at others. To Yan Qingqing, seeing Jiang Qin made her happy. It was a kind of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't control it and couldn't control it. Eldest Mississippi, Jiang Qin greeted. You don't have to be so polite, young master. Just call me Qingqing in the future. I can see that young master is a few years older than Qingqing. If you don't mind, I will call you Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly. When she called Big Brother Jiang, her face couldn't help but blush. All right. Jiang Qin smiled. He was a free and easy person, so he didn't really care about the way he was addressed. Big Brother Jiang, here's 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones. This is what you deserve. This time, by concocting the ardent yang pill, you have eliminated father's cold poison and hidden danger. You have done a great service for the city lord mansion, said Yan Qingqing. Eldest miss, you don't have to worry about it. Plus, I didn't help you for nothing. Isn't this 1,000,000? Jiang Qin waved the storage pouch in his hand. Now that our prefecture has a talent like Big Brother Jiang, I believe that it won't take long for our overall strength to surpass the other two major powers in Yen City. My father's biggest wish is to unify Yen City. Big Brother Jiang's appearance has given my father hope," said Yen Qingqing. "Oh. Could it be that there are other major powers in Yen City that can go against the prefecture?" Jiang Qin was stunned. He didn't think of this. One should know that a city like this was usually ruled by the prefecture. The prefecture basically represented everything. Very few major powers could go against the prefecture. Listening to Yen Qingqing's words, it seemed like there were two other major powers in Yen City that could go against the prefecture. However, this was also possible. Back in Fragrant Sky City, the Murong family had the power to go against the prefecture, and they had been fighting each other constantly. That's right. That's right. In addition to the prefecture, there's also the Huang family and Yi Yuan Association. Both of them are very influential major powers. Yi Yuan Association is slightly better as it mainly deals in business and won't have any conflicts with us. My father has a good relationship with the president of Yi Yuan Association. They are friendly and maintain a neutral stance. As for the Huang family, they have been constantly fighting with us for various resources. They have two early heaven immortal experts and their subordinates are almost the same as our prefecture. If there's a chance, they will never let go of the chance to destroy our prefecture. That's why we didn't dare to spread the news of my father being afflicted by the cold poison. But now, the cold poison has been removed by Big Brother Jiang, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Chapter 1074. I see. Jiang Qin nodded. The situation in Yen City was similar to Fragrant Sky City. Apart from Yi Yuan Association, the competition between the Huang family and the City Lord's Mansion was the same as that between the Jiang family and the Murong family. Of course, Fragrant Sky City and Yen City couldn't do anything about it. The Jiang family and the Murong family couldn't be compared to the major powers here. This was the immortal world, a completely different level. Jiang Qin also understood why Yen Qingqing tried her best to rope him in yesterday. If an alchemist like him was roped in by the Huang family, it would be a great blow to the City Lord's mansion. This kind of blow might not be obvious in a short period of time, but after a long time, the gap between the two sides would be revealed. At that time, it would be a fatal blow to the City Lord's mansion. By the way, where did Brother Jiang come from? Given your talent and alchemy skills, even if you go to a major sect in One Line Sky, you will definitely be valued and have a certain status. Why did you come to our City Lord's mansion and walk together with the villagers of Han Family Village? Yen Qingqing asked. She was very interested in the origin of Jiang Qin. There was no way she wouldn't be interested. An outstanding figure like Jiang Qin appearing in Yen City was a bit unusual. Miss Qingqing, this is a secret of mine. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. I can only say that my appearance won't bring any harm to the City Lord's mansion. Jiang Qin said with a smile. There was nothing that he couldn't reveal about his identity as an ascendant, but because of the appearance of the soul imprint, his identity had become a little sensitive. Now, the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world must be looking for his traces everywhere. Now that the soul imprint had disappeared, the only clue for the northern and southern dynasties to find him was the ascendant. If they could locate the ascendant in a certain area and time, it would be very easy for them to find him. Therefore, the ascendant had become the biggest secret of Jiang Qin after he arrived in the immortal world. No matter what, he couldn't reveal it. If it wasn't done well, his life would be in danger. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since Brother Jiang isn't willing to reveal it, Qingqing naturally won't force you. Yen Qingqing said. Miss Qingqing, when I concocted the ardent yang pill earlier, I exhausted quite a bit of my soul energy. I need some time to recover. Jiang Chen said in an extremely euphemistic manner. And Big Brother Jiang can rest here. I won't disturb you any longer. If there's anything you need, Big Brother Jiang can summon Qingqing anytime. Yan Qingqing promptly said. After that, she turned around and left. She didn't know why, but the moment she stepped out of the gate of the courtyard, Yan Qingqing actually felt a bit reluctant. She understood in her heart that she might have taken a fancy to this talented and good-looking young man. However, it was a pity that he didn't seem to have any feelings for her. Sigh. Yan Qingqing heaved a heavy sigh. Love was not something that could be forced. Everything was up to fate. Looking at Yan Qingqing's disappearing figure, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. How could he not feel Yan Qingqing's affection towards him? However, he could only keep a respectful distance from her. There were some feelings that he couldn't bear. He already had Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. He wasn't willing to provoke other women. Moreover, Jiang Qin had just arrived in the immortal world. There were many places that he didn't know about. Now, all he wanted to do was to increase his cultivation base and establish a foothold in the immortal world. His target was definitely not just a small yen city or one-line sky, but the entire immortal domain. After Yan Qingqing left, Jiang Qin chose to go into seclusion. Currently, there were 200,000 dragon marks in his body. The 12-story Zulong Tower had been restored to its perfect state. The Heavenly Saint Sword was equivalent to a peak human-grade immortal tool. An ordinary Earth-grade immortal tool couldn't even be compared to it. These were all Jiang Chen's trump cards. Right now, the most important thing for Jiang Chen was to get rid of the brand in his body. That brand was like a thorn in his flesh, and Jiang Chen wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of it. Buzz, the dragon transformation skill revolved to the extreme. The evolved dragon transformation skill was much more terrifying than before. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen had the confidence to refine the imprint. However, the owner of the imprint was too powerful. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he was afraid that it would take some time for him to completely refine the imprint. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the process of refining the imprint. This kind of single-minded refinement had indeed achieved great results. In just 2 days, about 1/3 of the imprint had been refined. Creak. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. Although Jiang Chen was in the room, his perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed it and withdrew his qi. At this time, the door of his room was also pushed open. A silhouette entered Jiang Chen's sight. This kind of situation annoyed Jiang Chen very much. What he hated the most in his life was people disturbing him when he was in seclusion. He wanted to see who it was before he went crazy. The one standing at the entrance was a young man in clean blue clothes. He had a head full of thick black hair. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He seemed to be quite talented. He had already reached the late Earth immortal realm at such a young age, which was on par with Yan Qingqing. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire Yen city. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't know this person. He had never seen him before. You are Jiang Chen. The incomer's tone was unfriendly. His eyes were constantly sizing up Jiang Chen with hostility. Do I owe you money? Asked Jiang Chen impatiently. They didn't know each other, but the incomer spoke in such a tone and attitude. I don't owe you money, so why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? Jiang Chen hated people who were born with a sense of superiority and considered themselves geniuses. I'm Yuan Qingjun. Yuan Hong is my father. Yuan Qingjun announced his name and even mentioned his father to show how noble his status in the city lord mansion was. Yuan Hong's son was a late Earth immortal genius. Such a young talent was indeed rare. With a heaven immortal father, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. I'm not interested in who you are, but it's rude of you to barge into my room. Didn't your father teach you manners? Jiang Chen's tone was unfriendly. Not to mention Yuan Hong's son, even if it was Yan Dongliu's son, he wouldn't give a damn about it. Jiang Chen's words stunned Yuan Qingjun. He never thought that Jiang Chen would dare to speak to him in such a tone, especially after knowing his identity. One should know that there weren't many young men in the entire Yan city who dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone in the prefecture. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. That kind of contempt had undoubtedly stimulated Yuan Qingjun's strong self-esteem. Jiang Chen, you're just a puny human immortal. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death with a palm? Yuan Qingjun was infuriated. Not knowing why, he couldn't control his anger whenever he saw Jiang Chen. I advise you not to keep the word death in your mouth, because you don't know how scary it is. Jiang Chen said plainly. Humph. Jiang Chen, what else can you do besides alchemy? I won't argue with you for the sake that you concocted pills for the prefecture lord, but I have to remind you to stay away from Sister Qingqing in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yuan Qingjun harumphed coldly and gave a warning to Jiang Chen. He had gone out for training and had only returned yesterday. Immediately, he heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. What he couldn't stand was Yan Qingqing's friendliness towards Jiang Chen. How could he stand it? Everyone in the prefecture knew that he, Yuan Qingjun, had been pursuing Yan Qingqing for a long time. In everyone's eyes, he and Yan Qingqing were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. But in fact, Yan Qingqing had always been lukewarm to him. Even so, Yuan Qingjun didn't give up on pursuing Yan Qingqing. In his opinion, a peerless woman was supposed to be cold and arrogant, but Yan Qingqing had never treated him the same way as she did to Jiang Chen. He came to see Jiang Chen today mainly for two purposes. One was to threaten Jiang Chen, and the other was to see how outstanding the man that Yan Qingqing fancied was. Now it seemed that he was very disappointed. Apart from alchemy, this Jiang Chen was inferior to him in terms of looks, cultivation, strength and charm. Compared to him, Jiang Chen was simply incomparable. It would be better if he was defeated by a genius who was more outstanding than him. But now, he was defeated by a worldly immortal. This was simply a humiliation to him. He couldn't imagine that the arrogant Yan Qingqing would have such an eyesight. But no matter what, Yan Qingqing belonged to him. If Jiang Chen wanted to snatch her away, he would never be polite to Jiang Chen. It's none of your business. Whoever Yan Qingqing likes, it's her own business. I can't control it. If there's nothing else, please get lost at once. Don't delay my cultivation. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said impatiently. He understood the purpose of Yuan Qingjun's visit, but this had nothing to do with him. In this aspect, he really didn't have time to play with Yuan Qingjun. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to offend Yuan Hong, he was afraid that he would have attacked him without hesitation. Even if the opponent was a late Earth immortal expert, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. What a good Jiang Chen. How can a puny human immortal be so arrogant? Remember my words clearly. I hope that you won't provoke me in the future. You should know better than anyone else the consequences of provoking me, Yuan Qingjun, in the prefecture. Chapter 1075. Yuan Qingjun's faint killing intent couldn't escape Jiang Chen's perception. Looking at Yuan Qingjuan's disappearing back, Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. I hope you won't provoke me, Jiang Qin said faintly. He didn't want to make trouble with the people of the City Lord Mansion, but if this Yuan Qingjun really didn't have the foresight to provoke him, then he wouldn't be polite. All along, those who provoked Jiang Qin would never have a good ending. A breeze blew out from Jiang Qin's body, and the door closed automatically. Jiang Qin continued his seclusion, working hard to refine the imprint in his body. This process lasted until night. The moonlight shone through the window into the room and sprinkled on Jiang Qin's face. Jiang Qin slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a little restless. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of Yuan Qingjun during the day, but his heart couldn't completely calm down for a while. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the history of Jiang Qin's cultivation. Since he couldn't calm down, there was no need to continue his seclusion. Jiang Qin stretched his body and stood up from the praying mat. He gently pushed the door open, and a cool breeze blew past, making people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Qin looked at the sky. The night tonight was not bad, with a full moon and bright stars, but he had a feeling of loneliness. It was the loneliness that came from the heart. In his previous life, he was obsessed with cultivation all his life. Although he was lonely, he never knew what loneliness was. When he advanced, he had relatives, lovers, brothers, and friends. Now, these people were not around, and he was all alone, so the feeling of loneliness arose spontaneously. I don't know where De Huang has gone, and whether he's in this one-line sky region. Jiang Qin shook his head. With De Huang dog around, he would never be lonely. Unfortunately, he was separated from De Huang dog at the last moment of his ascension to the immortal world. Now, there was no news of De Huang dog. In this vast immortal world, it was really uncertain when they would meet again. Moreover, his cultivation base was too weak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, even if he had wings, it was impossible for him to fly freely in the immortal world. Without the ability to control spatial energy, it would be difficult for him to even get out of one-line sky, let alone travel around the immortal world. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, Jiang Qin walked out of the City Lord Mansion without disturbing anyone. He had been in Yen City for a few days, but he hadn't had the chance to go out and see the scenery of the immortal world. Since he was bored to death, he might be able to gain some insights. Outside the City Lord Mansion, there was an alley. Because the alley was relatively narrow, it still looked a little dark even under the bright moonlight. At this time, a black shadow flashed and entered the alley. As a late human immortal expert, Jiang Qin's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked over and saw a figure in black standing at the side of the alley. His shoulder was leaning against the wall. It wasn't hard to tell from the figure's build that it was a middle-aged man. Although Jiang Qin couldn't see the man's eyes clearly, he was sure that the man was staring at him without blinking. Grandmaster Jiang, can I see you? The voice came from the alley. It was the voice of the black-clothed man. Jiang Qin was stunned. It seemed like this man had been planning this for a long time to hide outside the mansion. Now, it seemed like this man had a target. What was certain was that Jiang Qin didn't know this man. The chi of this man was very unfamiliar to him. He had never seen this man before. However, this man was merely a late Earth immortal expert. Naturally, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of him. Even if he was a half-step heaven immortal, as long as he wasn't a true heaven immortal, Jiang Qin wouldn't be afraid of him. Given his current strength, he naturally wasn't a match for a half-step heaven immortal, but a half-step heaven immortal couldn't fly. So, it was very easy for him to escape. With the speed of the flaming wings, not even an ordinary heaven immortal could catch up with him. Without the slightest fear, Jiang Chen strode into the alley and came to the black-clothed man in no time. With the help of the moonlight, Jiang Chen could see the man's face clearly. The man wasn't muscular, but he wasn't thin either. His face was full of sideburns and he looked like he was in his 40s. As a matter of fact, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of Earth Immortal Realm, only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Jiang Chen said. "I'm Huang Xiong, a member of the Huang family in Yen City. They call me Sixth Master." Huang Xiong stated his name. Among the 6 brothers of the Huang family, Huang Xiong had the lowest cultivation base. Although he was only a late Earth Immortal expert, his status in the Huang family wasn't comparable to ordinary people. Huang Xiong had kept his name. He believed that no one in the entire Yen city didn't know his name, Sixth Master. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was the only one who didn't know his name. "A member of the Huang family. Why are you looking for me?" asked Jiang Chen. He had chatted with Yen Qingqing before. There were 3 major powers in Yen City, and this Huang family was the one that was hostile to the prefecture. "I heard that a young alchemy grandmaster came to the city lord's mansion. I didn't expect him to be so young. I, Huang Xiong, don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I came to find Grandmaster Jiang today, hoping that Grandmaster Jiang can leave the city lord's mansion and join our Huang family," Huang Xiong said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change, as if Huang Xiong's words were within his expectations. Unfortunately, the Huang family had miscalculated and was destined to be disappointed. He, Jiang Chen, wasn't a two-faced fence-sitter. More importantly, the strength of a small city like Yen City wasn't worthy for him to join. "I'm not interested in the Huang family," Jiang Chen said straightforwardly, not leaving any face for Huang Xiong. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiong was obviously stunned. He never thought that Jiang Chen would reject him so straightforwardly. One should know that the Huang family had a high status in Yen City. No one had ever dared to reject him when he, the 6th master, personally invited them. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to reject him, he shouldn't have done it so straightforwardly. This wasn't just disrespecting him, but the entire Huang family. "Master Jiang, our Huang family is very sincere in inviting you. I hope that Master Jiang will consider it. I think you should know that in Yen City, our Huang family is not weaker than the prefecture. Master Jiang, feel free to state your conditions. We will try our best to fulfill them." Huang Xiong didn't give up. "All right, if that's why you came to me, then don't say any more. I've said it before, I'm not interested in your Huang family." Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. "Humph. Jiang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Huang Xiong's expression changed. Obviously, he was angry. "What? Do you want to kill me?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Even the darkness couldn't block the light from his eyes. "Jiang Chen, you should know that our Huang family and the prefecture are irreconcilable enemies. Sooner or later, there will be a showdown between us. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Since you've helped the prefecture, you've become our enemy. A high-grade alchemist is enough to affect the overall situation. If you pledge allegiance to our Huang family, the only thing I can do is to kill you. If you can't be used by me, then I'll eliminate you completely. I think you know this very well." Huang Xiong's killing intent was revealed. He had thought it through before coming here. If he couldn't rope in Jiang Chen, he would kill him to get rid of future troubles for his Huang family. "I know, but I also know that you can't kill me." Jiang Chen finished his words and turned to leave. Courting death. Huang Xiong was completely enraged. This was the first time that a late human immortal brat didn't give him any face. He had to admit that Jiang Qin was very bold. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, there was nothing else to say. The only thing he could do was to kill Jiang Qin. He couldn't let such a genius alchemist work for the prefecture. Who? A gust of cold wind came from his back. Jiang Qin didn't need to turn his head to know that Huang Xiong had made a move. The chi of a late Earth immortal expert was indeed terrifying. But Jiang Qin was already prepared for this. Just as Huang Xiong moved, Jiang Qin moved as well. With the help of the space shift skill and the 9 phantom wolves, a series of afterimages appeared in the alley. Pooh. Huang Xiong shattered the 2 phantoms of Jiang Qin. When he looked again, Jiang Qin had already disappeared. He could only see a silhouette entering the prefecture. Such speed. Impossible. How could a late human immortal have such terrifying speed? Although I was careless, a late human immortal brat definitely couldn't escape from my palm. Huang Xiong's face turned pale with fright. Jiang Qin's speed was something he had never seen before. One should know that he was a mighty late Earth immortal expert, but Jiang Qin was able to dodge his attack so easily despite the huge gap between them. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't believe it even if someone killed him. This man is definitely a huge threat. I have no idea where this peerless genius came from. Not only is his alchemy skill superb, it seems like his cultivation talent is also very high. In the entire Yen city, he is the first one who could escape from my hands. It seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, with his help, the overall strength of the prefecture will rise very quickly. At that time, it will be the doomsday of our Huang family. Huang Xiong's facial expression was incomparably solemn. Before he met Jiang Qin, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. Now that he had seen Jiang Qin, he felt a great threat. It was a threat to the entire Huang family. Since the patriarch had assigned this task to him, he had to eliminate this man for the sake of the Huang family. Because of Huang Xiong, Jiang Qin no longer had the mood to stroll around. He returned to his courtyard. It seems like there's a spy in the prefecture. Otherwise, Huang Xiong wouldn't have come so quickly. Chapter 1076. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. Between people and between forces, cultivation was always a law of the jungle. This was an unchanging law. It was the same in Saint Origin world and the immortal world. No matter where one went, it would be the same. Yen City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. The undercurrent was surging. Once there was a chance, the city lord mansion and Huang family would kill each other. Jiang Qin knew that he would be involved in the battle between the 2 major powers. However, Jiang Qin had experienced too many things in his life. He had seen all kinds of battles. The small Yen city wasn't on the same level as the battle between the 8 families of Pure Land and the battle in Saint Origin Palace. Yen Qingqing's residence. These 2 days, she had been feeling restless while cultivating. This was something that had never happened before. Yen Qingqing knew that her mentality had changed. When she was cultivating, a silhouette would always appear in her mind, affecting her condition. AI. Yen Qingqing shook her head helplessly. She knew that she had fallen in love with Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin didn't seem to be interested in her at all. This feeling made Yen Qingqing very irritated, but there was also a kind of restlessness deep in her heart. Yen Qingqing was slender and elegant. She was standing on top of a big blue stone in the courtyard. It must be said that Yen Qingqing was really beautiful. Even the word peerless was not enough to describe her. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Dong! A knocking sound was heard outside the door, followed by a voice. Sister Qingqing. Come in. Yan Qingqing said faintly. She could already tell who the owner of the voice was. Creak. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. A handsome youth in blue walked in. He was handsome and had a high cultivation base. He was an extremely rare young talent. It seems like Big Brother Yuan has gained a lot from your adventure. Yan Qingqing smiled at Yuan Qingjun. She and Yuan Qingjun could be said to be childhood sweethearts. They grew up together. She was very clear about Yuan Qingjun's feelings for her. Unfortunately, she didn't have any feelings for Yuan Qingjun. Qingqing, you look so beautiful when you smile. Looking at Yan Qingqing's smile, Yuan Qingjun felt intoxicated. Every time he saw Yan Qingqing, his eyes would shine with radiance. He swore countless times in his heart that this was his woman. No one could take her away from him. Big Brother Yuan, why did you come to me so late at night? Yan Qingqing retracted her smile in a flash and returned to her ice-cold state. The way Yuan Qingjun looked at her made her very uncomfortable. Especially now that she already had Jiang Qin in her heart, she actually felt a trace of disgust towards Yuan Qingjun. Yan Qingqing's sudden change stunned Yuan Qingjun. One must know that although Yan Qingqing had always been indifferent to him, they had grown up together. She had never been so cold to him before. Yuan Qingjun was not a fool. The change in Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him was most likely because of that damned Jiang Qin. Sister Qingqing, I heard that a genius alchemist named Jiang Qin has arrived in the manor. He is highly regarded by Sister Qingqing and the city lord. Yuan Qingjun said. That's right. Big Brother Jiang's alchemy skills are amazing. Without him, who knows how to deal with my father's cold poison? Yan Qingqing said. At the mention of Jiang Qin, she couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face. This change in attitude made Yuan Qingjun's heart twitch fiercely. An invisible killing intent overflowed from his body. Sister Qingqing, don't be fooled by this man's appearance. I think he has a close relationship with the Huang family. If he's a spy sent by the Huang family, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to the city lord's mansion. Yuan Qingjun said with a sneer. Impossible. Don't slander me, Big Brother Yuan. How could Big Brother Jiang have any relationship with the Huang family? He came with the people of Han village. He has never appeared in the city lord's mansion before. Yan Qingqing's words were filled with anger. Some things can't be said for sure. What you saw might not be true. I saw with my own eyes that Jiang Qin went out of the mansion late at night and met with 6th Brother Huang in the alley. If he's normal, why would he go out alone in the middle of the night and meet with 6th Brother Huang? Yuan Qingjun continued. What? This is impossible. How could Big Brother Jiang meet with 6th Brother Huang late at night? Yan Qingqing's expression slightly changed. She would never believe Yuan Qingjun's words. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can go and question Jiang Qin now. He has already returned to the mansion. Yuan Qingjun said. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's expression turned extremely unsightly. She could tell from Yuan Qingjun's tone that he was not lying. In other words, Jiang Qin really went to meet with 6th Brother Huang. Even so, it doesn't mean that Big Brother Jiang has any relationship with the Huang family. Think about it, if Big Brother Jiang is really a member of the Huang family, why would he save my father? My father is suffering from the cold poison, which is incomparably beneficial to the Huang family. The Huang family would be more than happy to save my father. Moreover, if the Huang family has a talent like Big Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that their overall strength would surpass our prefecture. Yan Qingqing once again denied the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Huang family. What she said was reasonable. If Jiang Chen was really a member of the Huang family, he definitely wouldn't save Yan Donglu, because that would bring trouble to the Huang family. One should know that if the prefecture lost Yan Donglu, the Huang family would soon dominate Yan City. Sister Qingqing, why do you trust an outsider so much? You and I are childhood sweethearts. Could it be that I'm less important than an outsider in your heart? What's so good about that brat? He's merely a late human immortal. Apart from alchemy, he can't be compared to me. There was a hint of anger in Yuan Qingjuan's words, but more of it was unwillingness. He was the son of a dignified heaven immortal, a late earth immortal genius expert, and a childhood sweetheart of Yan Qingqing. Despite his status, he was still inferior to a brat who had just arrived a few days ago. How could he feel good about this? Yan Qingqing's reaction made Yuan Qingjun feel extremely uncomfortable, which made him even more determined to get rid of Jiang Qin. Big brother Yuan, if there's nothing else, please leave. I'm tired. Yan Qingqing turned her face away and ordered Yuan Qingjun to leave. She was already in a bad mood. Her mind was filled with Jiang Chen's figure. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Qin had anything to do with the Huang family, she couldn't help but have a different thought when he went out to meet the higher-ups of the Huang family in the middle of the night. Yuan Qingjuan's face darkened. His eyes looked like they were about to spurt out fire. Without saying another word, he turned and left. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Qingjuan's face was gloomy. Qingqing, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. You'd rather fall in love with a late human immortal brat than fall in love with me. I'll let you know what regret is. In the courtyard, Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't help looking at the direction of Jiang Chen's residence. Her eyes were a little sad. Big brother Jiang, I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing wanted to find Jiang Chen and ask him about it, but she still trusted Jiang Chen very much. Although she had only known Jiang Chen for a few days and knew nothing about Jiang Chen's past, she still felt that Jiang Chen was a trustworthy person. Early in the morning the next day, Han Chang ran to Jiang Chen's residence in a fluster. Ah Tsong, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Jiang Chen frowned. Big brother Jiang, something bad happened in Han village. Han Tsong's face was full of nervousness. What happened? Tell me slowly. Jiang Chen asked. A man who had been through great storms would always be able to maintain the most basic calmness at all times. He wouldn't change his expression even if the sky collapsed in front of him. I don't know how Huang village offended the Huang family in Yan City. The Huang family went to Han village overnight and imprisoned everyone in the village. Said Hong Kong, what? Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. According to the news from Han village, the leader is Huang Xiong, the sixth master of the Huang family. He specifically asked you to go to Han village. If you don't show up, he will kill everyone in Han village. Han Chang said while wiping his sweat. He grew up in Han village. His feelings for Han village couldn't be compared to others. Now that the Han village was in such a big crisis, he had already lost his mind. Who knows about this? Asked Jiang Chen. The person who sent the message specifically came to me. I'm the only one who knows. Said Hong Kong, it seems like I'm their target. Huang Xiong, you want to deal with me, but you used the method that I hate the most. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen's face darkened. A surge of killing intent overflowed from his body like a tide. The temperature of the courtyard dropped abruptly. Han Chang couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the young man in front of him, he felt that when Jiang Chen was angry, the heaven and earth would burn. Big brother Jiang, what should we do now? asked Han Chong anxiously. Ah, Song, don't worry. I'll go to Han Village now. I guarantee that no one will be in danger. Jiang Chen patted Han Song's shoulder. Big brother Jiang, the Huang family is very powerful. I think we should inform the eldest Mississippi. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, said Han Kong. Although he was confident in Jiang Chen's strength, the opponent was too strong. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he deal with a late Earth immortal expert? No need. I have my own way. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard with big steps. Big brother Jiang, I'll go with you. Han Chong followed. Let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed Han Song's shoulder. Very quickly, they arrived at the gate of the prefecture. So fast. Han Chong was shocked. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. It was several times faster than the cheetah that sent Han Chongling back to the prefecture a few days ago. At this speed, it would take them at most 2 hours to reach Han Village. Chapter 1077. Big brother Jiang's behavior is a bit strange. Why did he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing knitted her brows, feeling uneasy. What Yuan Qingjun said last night was still lingering in her ears. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Qin had anything to do with the Huang family, she still felt uncomfortable. Jiang Chen had left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, which made Yan Qingqing even more suspicious. If Jiang Chen was normal, why would he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing chased after them at full speed. Whether Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family or why Jiang Chen left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, she had to find out the truth. Jiang Chen was the first man she had fallen in love with. She didn't want her judgment to be wrong. If Jiang Chen really did something wrong to the prefecture, she absolutely wouldn't be polite to him. Jiang Chen grabbed Han Song's shoulder. Along the way, he was moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. Being dragged by Jiang Chen, Han Chong could only feel the strong wind whistling in his ears, which made his face hurt. His body was in the air, he didn't need to exert any strength at all. How can Big Brother Jiang's speed be so fast? Even a late Earth immortal expert can't be this fast. He's really abnormal. Han Chong was shocked like a raging sea. He was born in the small Han village and his knowledge was shallow. He had never seen such a miraculous person like Jiang Qin. From dealing with the venomous nether toad to defeating an early Earth immortal expert with a single strike, to his shocking alchemy skills, he had never seen anyone like Jiang Qin. Yan Qingqing had exerted all her strength, but she could only see Jiang Chen's afterimage from afar. She couldn't catch up to him at all. This situation shocked her so much that she had the urge to cough up blood. She was a late Earth immortal expert with incredible speed. Plus, a genius like her was already strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step heaven immortal expert, but even so, she still couldn't catch up to Jiang Qin. How can he be so fast? Isn't Big Brother Jiang's movement technique a little too abnormal? Is he really only a late human immortal? Yan Qingqing couldn't maintain her composure. This was a huge blow to her. In this world, geniuses all had a common problem, and that was arrogance. Yan Qingqing was no exception. But now, all her arrogance had been crushed into pieces in front of Jiang Qin. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the late human immortal realm. Compared to Jiang Qin now, they weren't on the same level. Yan Qingqing was also a person who refused to admit defeat. She continued to raise her speed to the limit. She no longer wished to catch up to Jiang Qin. She only hoped that Jiang Qin wouldn't shake her off. In the front, Jiang Qin revealed a trace of a smile. With his keen senses, how could he not sense that someone was following him? He could guess why Yan Qingqing was following him. It must have something to do with sixth brother Huang. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. If there was a traitor in the prefecture, he would definitely stir up trouble. To Jiang Qin, his current speed was nothing. If he used the flaming wings, he could reach Han Village from Yen City in just a few minutes. However, he still needed to keep some trump cards in reserve. A powerful trump card could be used to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the most crucial moment. 2 hours later, under the lead of Han Chong, Jiang Qin arrived at Han Village. This place was surrounded by mountains. It could be described as a remote and desolate place. Looking into the distance, there were 4 to 5 villages around this mountain range. This was the lowest existence in the immortal world. The biggest dream of the villagers here was to live and work in peace and contentment. They never asked for too much. To Han Village, provoking the Huang family of Yen City was akin to the arrival of doomsday. The Han Village was not big. There were only a few dozen families and about 100 people, old and young. Outside the Han Village, there was a spacious open space. At this moment, more than 100 people of the Han Village were trapped in a pile. There were more than a dozen black-clothed experts standing guard around them. Standing at the front was the village chief, Han Chongling, and the Han Village's higher-ups. Those black-clothed guards were the people of the Huang family. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Any one of them was much stronger than Han Chongling, who was a half-step Earth Immortal expert. Under the watchful eyes of so many experts, the people of Han Village didn't even dare to move. Han Chongling's face was full of sorrow. The Han Village had existed for a long time, but it had never encountered such a disaster. There was a large rattan chair next to him, on which sat a man leisurely. He was sixth brother Huang, who had met Jiang Qin last night. Beside him were 2 tall and strong experts who were both late Earth Immortal experts. Sixth brother, we have never offended your Huang family. Your Huang family is a tyrant in Yen City. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small village like ours? Han Chongling said. Don't worry, village chief. As long as Jiang Qin agrees to join our Huang family, I can guarantee that your people will be safe and sound. Plus, you will be given great benefits, said Huang Xiong. I don't think Jiang brother is a fickle person. I'm afraid that he will disappoint sixth brother. Han Chongling's tone was filled with anger. All the villagers of Han Village had been imprisoned for so long. It was impossible for him not to be angry. He had already figured out that Huang Xiong must have rejected Jiang Chen's invitation, so he was going to make his move on Han Village. But this was destined to disappoint Huang Xiong. Although Han Chongling hadn't known Jiang Qin for long, he knew very well what kind of person Jiang Qin was. Now that Jiang Qin had joined the prefecture, he would no longer help the Huang family. Humph. If that's the case, everyone in the Han Village will die with him. Huang Xiong harumphed coldly. His attitude changed faster than flipping a page. Jiang Chen and Han Chong, who had just arrived, saw everything clearly. Even Yan Qingqing, who was behind them, could see everything clearly. Given Yan Qingqing's intelligence, how could she not know what was going on? I see. Yan Qingqing finally felt relieved. It was like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. It seemed like Jiang Qin had bumped into Huang Xiong last night. Huang Xiong's invitation to Jiang Qin was rejected, so he had resorted to despicable means to blackmail Jiang Qin with the people of Han Village. What the Huang family did was really despicable and shameless. However, Jiang Qin did not ask for her help after knowing about the situation. Instead, he came here alone, showing his manly nature. Yan Qingqing admired him even more. They are just 3 late Earth immortals. They are no match for me, but I will not make a move now. I want to see how Big Brother Jiang will deal with this. Yan Qingqing felt much better now that she knew that Jiang Qin didn't betray the prefecture and wasn't a member of the Huang family. She also wanted to see how Jiang Qin would deal with the situation. She had witnessed Jiang Chen's alchemy skill and speed. Now, she wanted to see Jiang Chen's strength with her own eyes. Therefore, Yan Qingqing chose a good place to hide and wait and see. If Jiang Chen couldn't deal with it, she would definitely take action. Big Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Han Chong asked. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing his own villagers being imprisoned, he felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. However, Han Chong also knew his own strength. With his cultivation base, if he went up, he would be crushed by the other party's finger. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiang Chen patted Han Song's shoulder with a smile and strode forward. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen as soon as he appeared. Jiang brother. Han Chongling and the others called out. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here alone. Huang Xiong crossed his legs and said leisurely. Let them go. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Huang Xiong. Humph. A puny human immortal dares to be so arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson first. An Earth immortal expert harumphed coldly and was about to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Stop. Don't be reckless in front of Grandmaster Jiang. Huang Xiong stood up from the rattan chair and said to Jiang Chen, I was forced to do what I did today. The Patriarch had ordered me to recruit you. If I failed, I would kill you. You didn't give me any face last night, so I had no choice but to do this. It seems like you don't have a choice now. If you leave the prefecture and help our Huang family, we won't mistreat you, and these villagers will be safe and sound. Huang Xiong said with a smile, Jiang Chen, I have no choice but to do this. Huang Xiong said. He believed that as long as Jiang Chen wasn't a fool, he wouldn't refuse him again. The situation was obvious. The gap between them was too big. Even if Jiang Chen didn't want his life, he wouldn't ignore the hundreds of villagers in Han Village. Huang Xiong, you really shouldn't have provoked me. Jiang Chen's tone instantly turned incomparably cold. His eyes shot out 2 substantial flames. He slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword, which had turned into a dragon, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, as if it wanted to drink blood. Old friend, I'll let you have a good time today. Jiang Chen smiled. Those who were familiar with him knew that when he smiled like this, someone would certainly be unlucky. He had been in the immortal world for so long, but he had yet to kill anyone. After the Heavenly Saint Sword advanced to the immortal weapon realm, it had yet to taste the blood of an immortal. Not killing didn't mean that it wouldn't kill. Even Jiang Chen himself couldn't remember the number of people he had killed. Jiang Chen, I hope you know what you're doing. You're just a puny human immortal, how can you fight with us? Huang Xiong said fiercely. Yan Qingqing was also nervous. Jiang Chen's performance made her feel very comfortable and warm, but if Jiang Chen chose to fight with Huang Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who will come first? If someone from your Huang family defeats me today, I'll go help them. Let me remind you, my sword can take your life. Chapter 1078. Domineering and Overbearing. A man with a sword in his hand. Although his body wasn't very muscular, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was like an iron tower that no one could shake. This was Jiang Chen, this was his charisma, this was his unique charm. Big Brother Jiang. Han Chong was incomparably worried. He didn't think that Jiang Qin would make such a decision. The opponents were too strong. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he be a match for so many experts of the Huang family? He was afraid that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning if he was alone. However, Jiang Chen's calmness and confidence made him feel at ease. Although he hadn't been in contact with Jiang Qin for a long time, whether it was dealing with the poisonous nether toad or concocting pills in the prefecture, Jiang Qin had created several miracles. Han Chongling and the others believed that Jiang Qin wasn't a reckless man, otherwise, he wouldn't have come alone. At this point, they could only hope that Jiang Qin could create another miracle, although they had no idea how Jiang Qin would deal with these experts of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing restrained herself from making a move. She really wanted to see Jiang Chen's means, but she had already prepared herself. She would never let the experts of the Huang family hurt Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin couldn't resist, she would take action immediately. What? No one dares to make a move. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose. Ha! What a joke. A puny human immortal dares to challenge so many of us. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Sixth Master, let me teach him a lesson first. I will let him know how big the gap between us is. A burly man burst into laughter. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's consent, he had already walked out and strode towards Jiang Qin. This man was tall and strong, and had a ferocious look on his face. Unfortunately, such a man couldn't scare Jiang Qin. An early Earth immortal expert was like an ant in front of Jiang Qin. Brat, I'll let you know what's called power today. I'll let you know that young people should know their own limits. Immortal Qi began to roll around the muscular man's body. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. It seemed like he wanted to take down Jiang Qin in a single move. His face was filled with a sneer and his eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. In fact, this was the truth. With his early Earth immortal cultivation base, why would he put a puny human immortal in his eyes? Puchi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin moved. Many people did not see how Jiang Qin moved. The long sword in his hand had already pierced through the chest of the strong man opposite him. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Qin smiled at the burly man. The burly man was sure that this was the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in the world. He could feel his life force constantly flowing out of his body, and an unprecedented sense of fear welled up in his heart. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The burly man shook his head continuously, unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation base was obviously 2 levels higher than his opponent. How could he end up like this? He couldn't accept it, but the truth was the truth. Han Chongling and the others opened their mouths wide. They weren't shocked that Jiang Qin could kill an early Earth immortal expert in a single move. They had already witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities. Back in the prefecture, even Steward Wu, who was also an early Earth immortal expert, couldn't withstand a single move from Jiang Qin. What shocked them the most was the ruthlessness of Jiang Chen's attack. He actually dared to kill the people of the Huang family without any hesitation. This act of killing the people of the Huang family and Jiang Qin had completely formed a grudge between the Han family and the Huang family. The hatred would never be resolved. Yan Qingqing, who was at the back, was also incomparably shocked. She only knew that Jiang Qin had defeated Steward Wu, but she still couldn't believe it when she saw Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's attack was just too fast. It was so fast that an early Earth immortal expert didn't even have the chance to react. Such means could no longer be described as merely terrifying. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen's ruthlessness. She never thought that Jiang Chen would be such a decisive killer. He didn't care who the opponent was, he just killed them without hesitation. Jiang Chen slowly drew out his long sword. The burly man's body fell to the ground, motionless. Blood kept flowing out of his wound. The scene was getting more and more horrifying. Can't even withstand a single blow. Next. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes and looked at the Huang family. Hiss. This time, many people of the Huang family couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. They had never seen a late human immortal killing an early Earth immortal in a single strike. Let me do it. I would like to see how strong a late human immortal can be. Another man stood out. His cultivation base was much stronger than the burly man. He had already reached the intermediate Earth immortal realm. The chi that he exuded was incomparably shocking. Jiang Chen looked at this man without any change in his eyes. Given the power of his dragon transformation skill, he could easily kill an expert who was 2 levels higher than him. His current combat strength was actually equivalent to an ordinary intermediate Earth immortal expert. But coupled with his unparalleled combat experience and powerful means, an ordinary early Earth immortal expert was no match for him. You are no match for me, Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Presumptuous. Watch my sword. The man harumphed coldly. A dazzling long sword appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Jiang Chen with a sharp gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast. Both he and his sword were like a gust of cold wind. His chi had already locked onto Jiang Chen, leaving no chance for Jiang Chen to escape. Of course, Jiang Chen had no intention of running away. His principle of doing things was very simple. Either he didn't do it, or he would do it to the extreme. Since he had broken off his relationship with the Huang family, they were now his mortal enemies. Jiang Chen only had one principle when dealing with his enemies, and that was to kill them. The opponent's sword was very fast, but Jiang Chen's sword had never been slow. To Jiang Chen, it had always been a very simple matter. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out an ear-piercing howl and slashed at the opponent. Clang! The 2 swords collided, producing a harsh buzzing sound and sparks. The black-clothed man couldn't withstand the great force of Jiang Chen and was sent flying 3 steps back. What? This time, the onlookers were truly shocked. Even Yan Qingqing, who was watching secretly, was shocked. One should know that killing an early Earth immortal expert and defeating a mid-Earth immortal expert were 2 completely different concepts. A late human immortal had defeated a mid-Earth immortal expert. This was too shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What a powerful lad. The black-clothed man's face turned incomparably solemn. He no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Lad, you are indeed a rare genius. It's a pity that you shouldn't have gone against the Huang family. Now, I won't be polite anymore. The man, Leng Leng, said. Just now, he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Now, he was ready to go all out. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a late human immortal expert with his cultivation base. Chapter 1079. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He didn't want to give his opponent any chance. He immediately used the 9 Phantom Wolves. For a moment, Jiang Chen's shadows were everywhere. These shadows looked exactly the same as Jiang Chen's, trapping his opponent in the center. What? The black-robed man was fully prepared to have a good fight with Jiang Qin, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would suddenly use such a horrifying movement skill. For a moment, he was dazzled. It was impossible for him to tell which one was the real Jiang Qin. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't give him the chance to tell which one was the real one. All the shadows attacked at the same time. The sword light was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. The black-clothed man roared. With no other choice, he could only randomly choose one of them to attack. He hoped that he could use his luck to fight against Jiang Chen's real body. As for the other clones, they were just bluffing, and they didn't have any attack power. Unfortunately, this black-robed man's luck wasn't that good. The moment his sword pierced through Jiang Chen's shadow, he knew that he was finished. Because what he pierced through was just one of Jiang Chen's shadows. Pu Qi. At the same time, Jiang Chen's attack arrived. The long sword pierced through his body from the back. The black-robed man spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked down mechanically at the sharp long sword that pierced through his body. In an instant, he was shrouded by the qi of death. My God! Even an intermediate Earth Immortal expert was killed so easily. Jiang brother is actually this terrifying. Did you guys see the movement skill just now? What a horrifying movement skill. He could cast so many shadows at once. Anyone would be dazzled by it. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is a peerless genius. He could kill an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with just a late human immortal cultivation base. What kind of monster did we save in the past? The people of Han village widened their eyes in shock. Han Chongling and the others kept swallowing their saliva. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. At the back, Yan Qingqing also couldn't restrain her emotions. She had expected that Jiang Qin would be very strong, but now it seemed that she had still underestimated and looked down on Jiang Qin. Putting everything else aside, Yan Qingqing had never seen that terrifying movement skill before. Where did Big Brother Jiang come from? How can he be so powerful? A small place like Yan City shouldn't have such a genius. Yan Qingqing's gaze towards Jiang Qin became more and more infatuated. It was always easy to be convinced when facing an omnipotent man. There were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. The faces of the people of Huang family were extremely unsightly. Other than anger, there was more shock on their faces. They looked at Jiang Qin as though they were looking at a ghost. They wanted to see through Jiang Qin with their eyes and see if he was really a late human immortal. Who else? I think all of you should come at me together. The Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled unceasingly as he continued to provoke the people of Huang family. He had already started a massacre today. He wouldn't let a single person of Huang family go. He had just arrived in the immortal world and it was time for him to establish his prestige. Otherwise, no one would dare to bully him in the future. What a good Jiang Qin. You have really exceeded my expectations. Huang Xiong couldn't keep his composure anymore. His eyes even revealed a trace of pity. It was a pity that such a genius was taken away by the prefecture. If Jiang Qin chose to rely on the Huang family, it would be the Huang family's luck and it would be the same for the prefecture as well. However, Huang Xiong still didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. Based on his eyesight, he could tell that Jiang Chen's strength was indeed powerful, but it was only equivalent to an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. Even though Jiang Qin had killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with his powerful movement skill, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for a true late Earth Immortal expert. One should know that the difference between intermediate and late Earth Immortal experts was only 1 stage, but the gap between them was incomparable. Lu Chang, you deal with him. Kill him directly. This man has killed our people. We can no longer use him. In that case, we have to kill him, Huang Xiong said to an old man beside him. Yes, sixth master. Lu Chang nodded and strode towards Jiang Qin. This was a powerful late earth immortal expert. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. Jiang Qin, you are indeed a great figure, but it's a pity that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Huang family isn't someone you can afford to offend. I will give you a chance now. If you kneel down and apologize to sixth master, I will consider giving you a quick death. Lu Chang said to Jiang Qin confidently, because he really couldn't think of any powerful means that Jiang Qin could use to deal with him. It was already a miracle that a late human immortal expert could kill an intermediate earth immortal expert. It was absolutely impossible for a late human immortal expert to fight a late earth immortal expert. However, all the impossibilities in this world would fall on Jiang Qin. He was a master who was good at creating miracles. You people of Huang family love to talk nonsense, Jiang Qin said impatiently. Humph. Jiang Qin, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chang harumphed coldly and began to release his qi. The powerful qi of a late earth immortal expert was fully displayed. He had already locked Jiang Qin with his qi, determined not to give him any chance. Chief, do you think Jiang brother can deal with Lu Chang? I don't think so. The gap between them is just too huge. If Jiang brother can cross the gap between late human immortal and late earth immortal realms, it would be a miracle of the heavens and earth. Let's see. I think Jiang brother still has a trump card, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Those who had dealt with Jiang Qin before were worried. There was no way they wouldn't be worried, because Jiang Qin's victory or defeat would directly determine the fate of over 100 people in the Han village. It could be said that the fate of the Han village was in the hands of Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin died, they would be finished and would never have a good ending. At the back, Yan Qingqing had already begun to mobilize the immortal qi in her body. She was ready to fight at any time. As long as Jiang Qin's life was in danger, she would rush out without hesitation. Brat, give me your life. Chapter 1080. The combat strength of a late earth immortal expert couldn't be underestimated. Given Jiang Qin's current condition, he was no match for a late earth immortal expert. However, due to his desire for battle, Jiang Qin didn't flinch. He kept the heavenly saint sword and struck out the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw was formed and collided heavily with the opponent's attack. Hong Long. The violent collision shook the earth and set off layers of huge waves in the sky. It was imaginable how much energy was generated from the collision. Dang dang dang. Jiang Qin retreated a dozen steps in a row. He felt a tightness in his chest and a little discomfort in his qi and blood, but with the help of the dragon transformation skill and the wood element, he recovered completely in a blink of an eye. Big brother Jiang, are you all right? Han Chong was shocked. He hastily came to Jiang Qin's side. His heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw Jiang Qin retreating. If Jiang Qin was defeated, the fate of their Han village would be imaginable. What a good kid. A late human immortal expert is actually able to resist my attack without getting injured. The elder was astonished. In his opinion, even if his attack couldn't kill Jiang Qin, it should at least injure Jiang Qin. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would still look fine after being pushed back. How could he not be surprised? Despite being surprised, the people of Huang family heaved a sigh of relief. At least, the battle just now proved that Jiang Qin wasn't a match for a late earth immortal expert. One should know that Jiang Qin had already killed an early and intermediate Earth Immortal expert. If a late Earth Immortal expert couldn't take him down, that would be unacceptable. At the back, although Yan Qingqing was worried about Jiang Qin, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, if Jiang Chen's performance was too heaven-defying, even she, a genius of the prefecture, wouldn't be able to accept it. It seems like Big Brother Jiang isn't a match for a late Earth Immortal expert. Now that there are 3 late Earth Immortal experts on the other side, it's time for me to strike. There's no hurry. I'll wait until Big Brother Jiang can't hold on any longer before I strike. I'll let Big Brother Jiang feel touched. Yan Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. She was ready to take action at any time. With her strength, it would be hard for her to find a worthy opponent in Yen City. Even Huang Xiong was no match for her. This was the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Jiang Qin, what do you think? Just now, you said that as long as someone from our Huang family defeated you, you would pledge allegiance to our Huang family. Now that you've lost, I, the 6th master, am a magnanimous person. If you pledge allegiance to the Huang family now, then we can let bygones be bygones. But if you continue to be obsessed, then you will completely lose your chance to live. Huang Xiong chuckled and said to Jiang Qin. From an outsider's point of view, this condition was already quite good. After all, Jiang Qin had already killed the people of the Huang family. It's a pity that I'm still standing here unscathed. Your Huang family hasn't defeated me yet. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders with a face full of confidence. 6th master, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, this old man will personally take his life today. The elder's face was filled with murderous intent. It seemed like he was determined to kill Jiang Qin. Big Brother Jiang, what should we do? Han Song's face was filled with worry. Ah, Song, step back a little and watch the show. Jiang Qin shook his body casually. The bones in his body made a cracking sound. The exchange of blows just now had given him a clear understanding of his own strength. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late Earth Immortal expert. In that case, there was no need to be polite. Brat, what other tricks do you have? The elder, Leng Leng, said. I don't need to use too many tricks to deal with you. While Jiang Qin was speaking, an incomparably powerful force gushed out of his body like a tide. At the same time, his body underwent a great transformation, turning into a half-dragon half-human state. His current dragon transformation could turn him into a true dragon, but Jiang Qin didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he maintained his half-dragon half-human state. After all, it wouldn't affect his combat strength by tenfold. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had kept his dragon wings. It would be better for him to use as few of his trump cards as possible. In any case, his current state was more than enough to deal with the Huang family. What? The sudden transformation of Jiang Qin had once again caused an uproar. Whether it was the people of Huang family, Han village, or Yan Qingqing who was watching the battle from the back, all of them were astounded. This was an unprecedented shock, even greater than the shock when Jiang Qin killed a mid-earth immortal expert. What kind of skill is this? To be able to instantly increase his combat strength to such a degree, it seemed to have increased his combat strength by at least 10 times. How many trump cards did Big Brother Jiang have? Who was he? How could there be such a monstrous genius in Yen City? Even those major powers in one-line sky couldn't produce such a genius. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance. Jiang Chen's endless trump cards had truly frightened her. This is a powerful transformation skill that can increase one's combat strength in an instant. The elder on the other side couldn't remain calm anymore. How could there be such a terrifying transformation skill in the heavens and earth? I have seen some powerful taboo arts that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or even 3 times. This bastard's combat strength has increased by at least tenfold. This is ridiculous. This brat is only a late human immortal. I never thought that he would have such a powerful trump card. Could it be that he can deal with a late Earth immortal expert in his current state? Don't be afraid. Such a terrifying taboo art will definitely cause a great backlash to him. He won't be able to maintain this state for too long. Once it's over, he will be like a dead arrow. The experts of Huang family gritted their teeth, no longer daring to show any neglect to Jiang Qin. However, they all agreed that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to maintain this taboo art for long and he would have to pay a heavy price for it. If they knew that this was just a normal state after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, they would definitely be shocked. Make your move. Jiang Chen looked at the elder in front of him. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand once again. Humph. This old man would like to see how powerful you can be with this half-human, half-ghost appearance. The elder harumphed coldly. This was not the time for him to back down. He was a dignified late Earth immortal expert. Even if Jiang Qin used the taboo art, he didn't believe that he would be defeated by a late human immortal. Hua. However, the elder didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, he took out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden hammer. It was a terrifying Earth-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of grade, it wasn't necessarily stronger than the heavenly saint sword. Meteor hammer. The old man roared, and the sledgehammer immediately shot out like a meteor. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the sledgehammer's shadows. However, it was impossible to tell which one was the real sledgehammer from the surface. Even if it was just an illusion, its lethality was still extremely shocking and hard to defend against. This was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no difference in the direction of the attack and its speed was extremely fast. It had locked onto all the opportunities around Jiang Qin, not giving Jiang Qin the slightest chance. Child's play. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. In his point of view, this meteor hammer was too easy to break. Although this attack seemed extraordinary, as long as he could find the real hammer, he would be able to break it in an instant. It might be hard for others to find the real hammer among the shadows, but for Jiang Qin, who had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, it was just too easy. Pow! The heavenly saint sword rippled out at an extremely fast speed. The sharp tip of the sword carried an indestructible chi as it pierced towards one of the huge hammers. Bang! The heavenly saint sword pierced the golden hammer, creating a large amount of sparks. However, the strength of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was too strong. The golden hammer couldn't withstand it and was immediately sent flying. Following that, the heavenly saint sword burst out layers of sword waves, completely destroying the remaining golden hammer shadows. Dang! Dang! The elder suffered from the powerful counterforce and took 2 steps back. His face was slightly pale. Before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Qin moved again. In his half-dragon form, his speed was already incomparably fast. Coupled with the terrifying spatial shift, he was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of the elder in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword slashed down with a mountain-uprooting force. The elder was helpless. He could only raise the golden hammer in his hand to block. Clang! However, the shock he had received earlier had yet to subside. Now, he had to block Jiang Chen's even more ferocious attack. How could he block it? Under Jiang Chen's sword attack, he was once again forced to take a few steps back. The golden hammer in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Barf! The elder was continuously shaken. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent was aroused. This was the first time he killed someone since he came to the immortal world. He must kill to his heart's content. Before the elder could react, Jiang Chen's sword arrived once again. It was like a bolt of lightning, sharp and swift. This time, the elder couldn't resist it anymore. His glabella was pierced by Jiang Chen, and he died on the spot. Pu Qi! Jiang Chen pulled out the sword mercilessly. The elder fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. It could be said that he died with everlasting regret. As a late Earth immortal expert and a high-ranking figure of the Huang family, he probably never dreamed that he would die in the hands of a late human immortal brat. This was simply a great irony. Hiss! Many people gasped. For a moment, the scene became incomparably quiet. Even a late Earth immortal expert had died. Jiang Chen had once again subverted their cognition, making them feel that their worldview had collapsed. The existence of Jiang Chen was destined to leave an unerasable shadow in their hearts. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 1081. Defeating the enemy in one move. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen could really kill a late Earth immortal expert? Almost no one would believe that a late human immortal expert could do such a thing. However, the corpse in front of them told them that such a ridiculous thing really happened. Jiang Chen shook the heavenly saint sword and looked at Huang Xiong calmly. As I said, you two can come at me together. Jiang Chen's calm voice was filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. No one knew how much energy was hidden in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's face was filled with confidence. If he wasn't so confident before, then his confidence had swelled to the point of inflating. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, it had become more terrifying than before. The increase in strength that it could bring to Jiang Chen was also much more terrifying. After killing the late Earth immortal elder, Jiang Chen no longer put late Earth immortal experts in his eyes. Even Huang Xiong, who had already reached the peak of late Earth immortal realm, wouldn't put him in his eyes. Only a late Earth immortal genius like Yan Qingqing could suppress him. Jiang Chen, you are indeed the scariest genius I have ever seen, but don't be too confident. We still have two late Earth immortal experts. You have already used the forbidden art and won't be able to hold on for long. Even if the two of us join forces, you will still die. Huang Xiong said coldly. He was sure that Jiang Chen had used the forbidden art and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the time was up, Jiang Chen would be finished. After witnessing Jiang Chen's current combat strength, Huang Xiong wasn't sure that he could defeat Jiang Chen, but in his point of view, the two of them were late Earth immortal experts. It wouldn't be a problem for them to drag the battle until Jiang Chen's forbidden art ended. At that time, Jiang Chen would fall into a period of extreme weakness, and that would be the time of Jiang Chen's death. You talk too much. Let's do it. Jiang Chen shook his head. He knew what Huang Xiong was planning, but today, Huang Xiong was destined to be disappointed. If he wanted to fight a war of attrition with Jiang Chen would be able to exhaust a large group of late Earth immortals. In the face of Jiang Chen's undisguised provocation, Huang Xiong unleashed his powerful qi. Before coming here, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so difficult to deal with. He didn't even bring a half-step heaven immortal expert with him. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take action himself. If he didn't, he would lose all his face. Huang Xiong glanced at the other late Earth Immortal expert beside him. Both of them nodded to each other and walked towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Two late Earth Immortal experts joining hands to deal with a late human immortal. If this news was spread out, they would definitely become a laughing stock. But no one in front of them could laugh, because only a fool would treat Jiang Chen as an ordinary late human immortal expert. As for Huang Xiong, he didn't care about his face anymore. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, it didn't matter anymore. Today, he had truly witnessed the danger of Jiang Chen. That danger wasn't as simple as Jiang Chen's terrifying alchemy skill. A monstrous genius who not only had superb alchemy skill, but also had terrifying combat strength was now being used by the prefecture. If Jiang Chen wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a huge threat to the Huang family sooner or later. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was aware of this. The villagers of Han Village tensed up once more. Two late Earth Immortal experts and one late Earth Immortal expert weren't the same. Plus, that late Earth Immortal expert had just stepped into the late Earth Immortal realm. Compared to Huang Xiong, who was a peak late Earth Immortal expert, there was still a certain gap. Go, big brother Jiang. Han Chong clenched his fist and cheered for Jiang Chen from behind. If he didn't have much confidence in Jiang Chen before, now, he had already chosen to trust Jiang Chen unconditionally. Yan Qingqing, who was hiding in the dark, had already prepared herself for the battle. As long as Jiang Chen couldn't defeat his opponent, she would immediately take action. However, she had an intuition that perhaps she didn't even need to take action today. Jiang Chen alone would be enough to deal with this. Jiang Chen, do you dare to fight without using an immortal tool? Huang Xiong stood opposite of Jiang Chen. Leng Leng said. The unique combat skill of the Huang family, Overturning Palm, had an incomparably powerful offensive power. Once it was used, it would be like an avalanche, catching the opponent off guard. After hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He answered Huang Xiong's question with his actions. The Heavenly Saint sword vanished from his hand. He had never been afraid of a battle of combat skills. In this heavens and earth, what combat skill could be stronger than the true dragon combat skill that was derived from the dragon transformation skill? Let's do it together. Huang Xiong didn't hesitate. All the immortal qi in his body gathered together and spread out like a tide. Both of his palms kept flying, striking out palm shadows that dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Overturning palm. Huang Xiong shouted. Countless palm shadows blotted out the sky as they rushed towards Jiang Chen. The whole battlefield was shrouded by the palm shadows. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Earthquaking mountain. At the same time, the other late Earth Immortal Elder also struck out a powerful attack. Although his attack wasn't as powerful as Huang Xiong's, it was still incomparably terrifying. Under the attack of the powerful qi waves, countless cracks appeared on the ground and a rumbling sound was heard, as if an earthquake was about to happen. This was the terrifying attack of a late Earth Immortal expert, and it was a fatal attack. If it was any other late human immortal expert, he or she would have been smashed into powder on the spot. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen didn't hold back. Facing an opponent like Huang Xiong, he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Immediately, he struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 lifelike golden dragons whizzed out. One of them rushed towards the elder and the other 2 towards Huang Xiong. Hong Long. Terrifying qi waves collided with each other. Thick smoke billowed out. Such a violent collision had sent shivers down people's spines. The strongest cultivator in Han Village was only a half-step Earth Immortal expert. They had never seen such a violent battle before. Their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones, even though they were far away from the battle, were greatly shaken. Some of them even spat out blood from the corner of their mouth. The three of them swayed a little at the same time. This battle was actually a draw. Such an outcome made the shock in Huang Xiong's heart reach its peak. Given his strength and the other late Earth Immortal expert, they could only fight Jiang Qin to a draw. This made him want to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Sixth Master, this kid is very strong. The elder's expression changed completely. Don't panic. He's completely relying on the forbidden art. Let's join forces and exhaust him. I'd like to see how long his forbidden art can last. Huang Xiong said, his eyes staring at Jiang Qin like a venomous snake, emitting a bloodthirsty light and dense killing intent. Humph. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. Suddenly, he thought of a skill, the Earth Jail. He hadn't used this skill for a long time, because in order to use this skill, he had to use it on the ground, using the force of the earth to instantly trap his opponent. When Jiang Qin was in Saint Origin World, every time he fought an expert, he would have to start from the extraterritorial battlefield. This move was basically useless and he had forgotten about it after a long time. Now that he thought about it, it was the perfect move to deal with Huang Xiong. After all, Huang Xiong's cultivation base was very strong. It wasn't an easy task to kill him. He had to use some kind of tyrannical means. The Earth prison was limited by certain conditions, but it didn't mean that it was weak. On the contrary, it was a terrifying sneak attack. The opponent wouldn't be able to sense it beforehand. As long as there wasn't a huge gap in their cultivation base, it would be hard for them not to be hit. Earth Immortals couldn't fly because they were restricted by the power of the Earth. Earth Prison. Jiang Qin shouted suddenly. As soon as his voice faded, the calm Huang Xiong's facial expression changed dramatically, because he could feel a gush of Earth force rushing out from the Earth Immortal realm and acting on his body all of a sudden. Boom! The powerful power of the Earth and the invisible prison. Huang Xiong, who wasn't prepared for this sudden attack, couldn't help but stagger. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been lying on the ground. Even so, it was enough for Jiang Qin. At the moment when Huang Xiong was attacked by the Earth prison, Jiang Qin moved. His movement was extremely fast, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Huang Xiong. His sharp dragon claws grabbed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood began to flow. Hiss! Huang Xiong gasped. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the aura of death. His face instantly turned as pale as a piece of paper. His previous demeanor was gone, and his body was trembling with fear. Sixth Master. The late Earth Immortal old man exclaimed. He still didn't know what happened just now. He didn't know how Huang Xiong fell into the hands of Jiang Qin and was completely controlled by Jiang Qin. Didn't you want to compete with me in combat skills? Jiang Qin said with a smile. But this seemingly sunny smile made Huang Xiong's heart tremble. Don't kill me. Jiang Qin, killing me won't do you any good. Huang Xiong begged for mercy. He was already powerless to resist. He knew very well that as long as Jiang Qin wanted to kill him, he would die immediately without any room for resistance. He didn't want to die. No one would want to die, especially a man who was living a comfortable life. His life was the most important thing to him. Order them to release all the people in Han village immediately. Jiang Qin said in an unquestionable tone. Jiang Qin, I can release them, but you have to promise not to kill me. Huang Xiong said. Now that the people in Han village were still in his hands, he felt that he still had the capital to negotiate. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't release them, I will kill you immediately. And I guarantee that they won't hurt anyone in Han Village. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.